down the games and lies I trusted, but I found your only true friend is your desire for playing out. You're out of your mind, you've lost control. I'm gonna take back what's mine. You never had my soul. This time you have really stepped across the line. Lives in a palace full of tales and lies. We got us naked from midnight.
Hello and welcome to the Weekly Stuff Podcast with Jonathan Lack.
And Sean Chapman.
And you are listening to part 2 of our Persona 5 Royal Complete Spoiler Cast Extraordinaire, which is so incredibly long that YouTube made us split it into 2 parts. If you have not heard part 1 yet, that is where we give a general introduction to this project, our overall thoughts, discussed the Japanese voice cast, and then went in depth with the first 6 palaces or story arcs of Persona 5. In part 2, which you are listening to now, we finish up our thoughts on the original version of Persona 5 with Palaces 7 and 8 and our initial wrap-up thoughts from 2017, before jumping ahead to the present to dive deep with all of the content specific to Persona 5 Royal, from all of the changed gameplay mechanics to all the new story material and characters, to fully reflect on this new, definitive version of this masterpiece of a game. So without further ado, let's dive right back in where we left off. Hello and welcome to the Weekly Stuff Podcast with Jonathan Lack.
And Sean Chapman.
We are here as always to talk about more Persona.
More Persona, 4 weeks in a row.
This is going to be our, not our final talk on Persona 5. We're definitely going to do more next week, I think. But this will be our last section of the spoiler chat because we both finished the game.
Yeah.
You finished it again.
Yes.
Yeah. And so we're going to talk about the end of the game. So if you have not played through the end of Persona 5, get on that. It's good.
Yeah. It's also very long, so
Yeah.
it'd be utterly understandable if you are not at the end of that game yet.
That's fair. That's totally fair. It's amazing. It only gets better down the home stretch.
Yeah, it's my favorite. I know I say this about literally every single part of this game, but I really mean it this time. It's my favorite part of the game is the ending section.
Oh, it's up there. It's, I said this on Twitter. It does not quite, like by millimeters, hit to me the emotional impact of the end of Persona 3, but that it comes as close as it does is miraculous in so many ways.
Yeah.
And it comes at it from a very different angle, too,
Yeah, it's a very different kind of ending, like especially from Persona 3, but even from Persona 4, and it seems like it's going for a very Persona 4 ending, but I think it comes out very different the other side.
Yeah, it's incredible. This game, it's just one of the best ever made. I was thinking about this, Sean.
Yeah.
This is a little wrap-up Persona talk, but it's spoiler-free, so we can talk about it now.
Okay.
Persona 5 is the best game on the PS4, right?
Yes.
There's no doubt about that.
Yeah. Its only competition for me would be The Witcher 3.
Good. Yeah, but I would still put it above The Witcher 3.
Yeah, I think those games are relatively equal quality, I will kind of say for myself,
yeah,
right here.
I'd put Persona 5 a notch above, but you're right. I mean, The Witcher 3 up till now, I would say, would easily be the best. But then my question becomes, is this technically also a PS3 game? Is that the best game on the PS3? And that's a real hard question because you've got Last of Us, Uncharted, Mass Effect, a lot of the best games of that generation. It still might be.
I wouldn't count it because that's a weird thing to do, but sure, maybe. I don't know.
I understand not
Maybe the
counting
secret best game of the PS3 comes out 5 years after that console's relevant.
The best game of the PS2, Persona 3 and 4.
That's true, but also those games only came out on the PS2 at that time. So.
Yeah, so no, it's definitely a game of this generation, obviously. We're not going to cheat and say it's a last-gen game, but I just realized, this is definitely, easily to me, it's the number one game on the PS4, with some competition, but still...
I mean, if you're going with, Sony exclusives on the PS4, then I would say absolutely yes.
Yeah, so... you can go with a lot of superlatives for this game, but that was a fun one I thought of technically this is also a PS3 game. But yeah, anyway. Did you see that Digital Foundry video they did comparing PS3 and PS4 Persona?
Yeah.
That was really cool. I'm glad someone did that.
Yeah.
As expected, they're not that different, but it was still interesting to see kind of the technical ins and outs of, because this kind of game doesn't usually get that kind of attention.
Yeah, because it's not as like sort of technically showy as something like a Witcher or like an Elder Scrolls kind of game or something like that. That's, you know, huge and technically marvelous, but like the work they put into this is obviously like really exacting.
But I wanted to just give a shout out to that video because it was really cool just to see that for this game and to hear like their thoughts on how this game was made, and that no matter what version they were saying, like it is technically an incredibly impressive game, especially when you consider at its maximum, this game had no more than 70 people working on it.
Right.
Which is insane.
I mean, it makes sense why it took like 7 years to make it really, you know.
I loved watching the credits for Persona 5 and seeing like, there's a lot of people writing this game. Not nearly as many as you would expect for a game of this size. And
for the amount of text that's in that game.
Yeah, nuts. Anyway, Persona 5, spoilers from here on out for all of the game.
Yes.
If you haven't played it, if you haven't seen that Morgana is actually Pikachu in disguise.
I mean, obviously, it's the voice actress. It's why they cast her, and I can't believe I didn't see that the whole time.
It really is amazing. If you haven't figured out that giant spoiler, stop, go, keep playing the game. You might have to wait to listen to the rest of this podcast for many hours, because who knows how far you are in the game. It is very long, and you might not be as obsessive with it as we are. But Persona 5, spoilers in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
But seriously, like the Pikachu reveal was like, holy shit.
I do kind of want to start at the end.
Okay.
And I just want to say one thing, was I thought there's so many components of the ending we could talk about, from Evil Igor to the scale of what happens near the end of the game.
Holy fucking shit, the last boss fight.
To some of the emotional moments near the end. But I love what a small note the game decides to end on. I after this podcast closed last week, after we finished recording, Sean and I often keep talking after the podcast is done, as you can imagine. We don't like restrict ourselves to just talk on the air. That'd be weird.
I think maybe we should do that. Just like, you know, the podcast is over, like we have a series of hand signals in case we need to communicate something specific in that way, but other than that, we never speak to each other.
But we kept talking, and one of the things I said to Sean was, because I was pretty close to the end of the game, even though we only talked to the end of the 6th palace last time, but I had already gotten through the 7th and everything. And so I was pretty close to the end, and one of the things I said to Sean was, okay, they're hinting again that the protagonist is going to have to leave after a year. And I was a little worried about them bringing out that plot device again, because it exists in Persona 3 because he dies.
Yeah.
And it's one of those things that, I love Persona 4, and I'm going to compare it negatively to other things in this episode a little bit, just because I think 3 and 5 do things better.
Yeah, me too.
Persona 4 is still one of the best games ever made. I'm not disparaging it.
Yeah.
Just don't tweet at me, why do you hate Persona 4 now? I love it. There's just some things it doesn't do as well as its peers.
Yeah.
But one of the things I don't think it justifies as well is taking some of the Persona 3 things and grafting it onto the Persona 4 story. And one of the things that I think doesn't work super convincingly in Persona 4 is that he has to leave at the end of the year. It makes sense, but it's also like he's forged such incredibly strong bonds with his people. Expecting us to view this as like this hyper-emotional conclusion is a little weird when clearly he's going to come back, and if you played Persona 4 anytime after it originally came out, there was so much other media where,
Yeah, I mean, he's just like, if you count, like, it's Persona 4 the Golden with the epilogue scene, which is like a good scene on Stone, but does not fit at the end of that game, and then you have Persona 4 Dancing All Night, Persona 4 Arena, Persona 4 Arena Ultimax, all of which take place, like, over the course of, like, they're not all, like, concurrent. It's just, like, series of different months after he has already left, and he keeps on fucking coming back, like at least for like a couple of weeks every single month. I feel like after he leaves, he keeps coming back because more shit goes down.
Like, look, realistically, in the arc of Yu Narukami's life, what he does is he goes back, he gets his stuff, he talks to his parents and says, can I go live with Dojima-san?
Yeah.
And they would ultimately probably say yes, because they're traveling the world.
Yeah.
And he would
I
just
have like 7 girlfriends. It's a whole thing. It's going to be really messy if I just pack up and leave right now.
Yeah, Narukami goes on to live in Inaba, and I think it's an awkward part of Persona 4, and I think there's a lot of awkward things at the end of Persona 4 that Persona 5 does a much better job adapting to a new story.
Yeah.
Because Persona 4 was ultimately taking the archetypal layout of Persona 3, but again, Persona 3 is a special case because while that stuff happens is you fucking die.
Yeah.
You know? And so Persona 5 starts going in that same direction, and I expressed to you that I was worried about that because I especially don't buy it with this protagonist, with the whole theme of the game being rebellion. He's not just gonna up and leave and abandon all his new life and just go back to live with his probably douchebag parents who abandoned him in his time of need. And what I love so much about the end of Persona 5 is how directly it acknowledges that.
Yeah.
Because the last scene of this game is he's off to the train station. In the back of my mind, I'm like, don't go. Why would you leave?
Yeah.
And what it is his friends, the Phantom Thieves, are all there. They've got a bus that looks very much like Morgana's cat bus.
Yeah.
And they're ready to go take him, and they just say, dude, you can do whatever you want. We fought for that. And the first step is they're going to go to the beach. But they make it very clear, whatever happens next, we don't know. Maybe you'll go home. Maybe you won't. Maybe none of us will go home. Maybe we'll just run away. Like, anything could happen, and it's this very open-ended conclusion. And then you get the credits, and then there's this little scene after the credits where the protagonist takes off his glasses and everything and gets up through the, like, moonroof of the van and is just staring out at the world with possibilities.
Yeah.
And that scene hit me very hard in the moment, in that I thought it was the right conclusion and felt like, man, for a 100-hour game to end on a note that soft is powerful.
Yeah.
But then it was about 5 hours later when I was working on, I think, a project for the podcast, actually, and I was listening to the last disc of the soundtrack, and it hit me. Like, I felt the weight of it again, and I realized what is so powerful about the ending of this game is that so much happens. It's like 100 hours long. That ending is like 10 hours long.
Yeah.
There are so many twists and turns. But what the game ultimately boils down to, and what the game is so clear-headed about from moment one to when the credits roll and you get that last scene, is that this is a game, it's what it says in the theme song, wake up, get out there.
Yeah.
It's about fighting tooth and nail for the ability to decide your own path. And realizing that that is genuinely one of the hardest things we all have to deal with in a world where paths are chosen for people at birth for 100 different reasons. No matter kind of what class or stature you are in, there are specific chosen paths, and it can be really tough to find happiness and to find direction in life when that is the world we live in. And I think Persona 5 has an intensely uplifting ending. Like, as dark as this game starts, I think the ending is like the inverse tonal of that, like the tonal inverse of that, where it is an intensely inspirational ending because it's saying, look, it is hard, but you can get to a point in your life where you are that protagonist in the van with your friends looking out at the sea and saying, the greatest gift I can have in life is possibilities. And in its own way, I think Persona 5 found a way to tackle a subject as big and hard to digest as Persona 3 and did it in about as powerful a way. Yeah. And that's amazing to me.
Yeah, I agree. And it's something that, like, if you go back and listen to the podcast episodes we did where I had finished the game and talked about a little bit of the ending and, like, non-spoiler stuff there, and then also in our, like, special politics episode after the election where I talked about the ending there because, like, holy shit, how topical is this fucking game? Especially when you're playing it in October before the election. But yeah, like I had, so like I'll kind of recap some of my reactions there and then talk about like my evolved reactions now that I've played it again and had like a lot of time to think about it. Is my first time through, like I enjoyed the ending and I liked, especially, and I love that it has as protracted an ending as it does. You know, like this is actually, there's a really good piece on Waypoint by Austin Walker about, and this is more specific about open world games, but I think like long games in general have this issue of not having denouement, that like they don't have this element of like that lots of stories have, and particularly like books do a good job of this, and it's something that's a normal part of the plot structure of a book, is after the climax, there's like the period of falling action, and then like this like softer resolution then that is like the action climax or whatever. Even if it's not an action story, it has like these sort of like big climax moment or whatever of like the sort of culmination of the tension in the plot. But then you have to have that falling action, especially if it's a long story. And if it's a long story, it needs to be longer. And like that's something that like Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild I think has an issue with. Like when you in that game, it just stops and it feels like, give me time to like go into the world or something and see the world after I've defeated Ganon. You know, like in lots of games, like it feels like, give me time to sort of like digest what I have done through this game, like in the plot, and don't like dump me out after the credits and just be like, oh, I guess I have to like sit around and kind of process my relationship with this game, where it's like build that element into the structure of the plot.
Or another great example of this, not in the realm of games, is the reaction people had to Lord of the Rings Return of the King.
Yes.
Where that is, I think, a phenomenal movie ending, but because it is committed to the idea of denouements, a lot of audiences were not prepared for it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because if you look at it as the ending to a 9-hour movie, which is what it is, including Fellowship and Two Towers, it makes a lot of sense. But obviously, when you just go see it in the theater, and if maybe you only ever saw the other two movies when they were in the theaters, that, it just feels like it goes on forever. But it is, you need this sense of let me unpack everything that has happened. Don't just sort of throw the ring into Mount Doom, then oh, we're gonna die. Oh no, we're in Rivendell. We all lived. And then cut the credits. That would be so just sort of I don't know what to do with that, because you haven't let me sort of unpack my feelings about these characters in this world.
Is why in the book, the Scouring of the Shire is such an important part of that book,
Yeah.
and why Tolkien was so smart to include that, because it's about, as you say, going back to the world you saved, you had an impact on, and what was that impact I had?
Yeah.
So I think in terms of literature, that's one I always think of.
Yeah. So I think one of the things that Persona 5 does really well, and it's one of the issues with Persona 4, is that it feels like Persona 4 is about to have that, and then it has a whole other dungeon and boss fight out of nowhere where it's well, fuck. And then it just ends after you do that. And the epilogue they had in Persona 4, the Golden, doesn't serve as that at all. But in Persona 5, it's you've beat the boss on Christmas Eve, basically, and then you have this whole stretch of time that you don't go back to normal gameplay, but you go from Christmas Eve to then spending Christmas to then having I think December 26th, there's a lot of cutscene stuff there, and then it starts skipping to New Year's Eve, and then you get all these little scenes with all these other characters and stuff that will impact how they're doing all of that. But you have a good hour and a half basically of story and little tiny things that happen from you defeating the last boss to the end credits rolling and then to the last scene. So I really loved that the first time I played it. Loved it even more the second time. But the first time I went through the game, when when it hit credits, I had this distinct feeling of is that it? Because it feels it's a good I like the sort of larger framework of the ending, but at first I was but this feels it's too soft of an ending. It just sort of stops. But then after you get all the way through the credits and it has that ending credits scene, there's the after credits scene, it's okay, that's the ending. That's you need that moment, and specifically it's the protagonist coming out of the top of the van looking forward, and then he looks into the camera for a solid 3 seconds basically, and that's the end of the game. And it's there's something about that acknowledgement of you looking at the protagonist and the protagonist looking at you, and this recognition that happens there. It's something that, mild spoiler, but it's not a big deal. It's something that for Witcher 3 Blood and Wine, that DLC, the ending of that DLC has a tiny moment that is a lot like that, where Geralt very mildly for a brief second breaks the fourth wall and looks into the camera and acknowledges the player and has a little smirk. And it's kind of almost the exact same thing they do in Persona 5. And that moment is really did so much for the ending and left me and it wasn't I had everything figured out, but it felt that just gave me what I needed. But it's not it's not a big sort of dramatic moment like the conclusion of Persona 3 that is played quiet, but what is happening in that scene is so intensely tragic.
Well, Persona 3 moves like a freight train.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's one of the amazing things about Persona 3, and actually, as much as I love Persona 5, and I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it, perfect ending, but it did make me even respect Persona 3's ending more, of just they crammed in so much to Persona 3. And that game does kind of have that quality where after you beat the boss, you do have those last days at school, but even then it's all so of a piece.
Yeah.
That game, just from the time you go into Tartarus to the last time, it is a fucking freight train, and it ends with such precision. It really is amazing. But Persona 5 is kind of going for something even more kind of thematically complex in a lot of ways, because it's harder to pinpoint, and that they ultimately get to that same kind of point is amazing to me.
Yeah, and it's just that sort of realization of also because when he stares into the camera, that was the moment where I realized he's not wearing his fucking glasses, and there's which is something a bit of symbolism they use in Persona 4, obviously, because that's the whole, you need the glasses to see through the fog. And then at the end of Persona 4, a very good last boss fight in cutscene that is put to fucking unbelievable shame by the end cutscene of the last boss fight for Persona 5. The way that fight ends in Persona 5 is so fucking good. But at the end of Persona 4, he takes off his glasses and throws them to the side, which is a really good moment in that game of just symbolically saying no, fuck you, I don't need these anymore because I can just see through the fog.
Yeah.
But here, they just call out that very subtly, and it's something that I feel like that's one of the reasons why he stares into the camera is very specifically to get you to notice his eyes, because you're staring right at his eyes and be like, oh, he's not wearing his glasses, like he doesn't, like, you know, sort of borrowing that metaphor, as this game like borrows a lot of specific elements from all of its predecessors in the Persona franchise, which it like wears on its sleeve up front with like the 20th anniversary logo that goes through all the games. Like, especially if you know have played all the Persona games or even just some of them, I feel like this game is very specifically wants you to think about how it exists in relation with those games.
Oh, absolutely.
And so it's like it's borrowing some of that symbolism, which I like a lot, but it's also just like I love like the musical note it ends on, that it brings back up the original theme, the opening theme song, Wake Up, Get Out There, and then like it has like the fin like pops up at the very end, and then you get the
in a game with this much French, you have to end with Finn.
Yeah, exactly. And then it has the little trophy pop up that like is, I love the trophy screenshot is his like head like staring out of the top of the van, which is also, it's just like a really good image. And there's just something about that, like you said, of the sort of the tonal flipness of it, of the beginning of Persona 5, or like the beginning of Persona 5 after the Admetus Rest stuff is like so cold, so harsh, so lonely. And this is like the warmest any of these games have ever felt. And this is like a franchise where like Persona 4 is like one of the warmest feeling games I've ever played, of just like the game is so comfortable. Like the sense of friendship in Persona 4 is so just, it feels like, you know, when you go back to Inaba and it, like in playing Persona 4 again, it feels like you're going home, because that's like the sensation they try to build there.
Because Persona 4, that's the status quo,
yeah.
is warmth. It's, you know, and that game has a very specific, and this is common in Japanese literature and stuff, and in media, of a theme about the countryside as a pure, more natural place where warmth is the status quo and friendship is not hard fought. But this is about the city, and it's about, you know, modern life in a way where it is making a statement that these things are not automatic. They are hard to fight for and hard to keep a hold of.
Yeah. And I love the progression of the endings of the Persona team games, where at the end of Persona 3, the main character dies. At the end of Persona 4, the main character goes home alone. At the end of Persona 5, the main character goes, like, is quote-unquote going home, but is really going on a road trip with all of the friends he's made. And there's something about that progression of, like, getting to this point where it's like, not only has the protagonist won, but he gets to keep what he has won. That feels, like, so powerful. And, like, and the fact that it feels so earned. Like, it's just like, yes, like, even more so than the protagonist of Persona 3, Persona 4. Like, this dude needed to fucking fight everything. Like, he had to fight society, he had to fight his parents, he had to fight, you know, like his peers in Akechi, and he had to fight fucking God in a way that felt like what is, to me, by far the best. Even though I generally like how Persona 3 does it, I still think like this is the best version of the supernatural, giant, ridiculous shit at the end of these games, because it feels the most justified and makes the most sense of, like, you know, like, fuck you, like, God, because it's like we've been like with like the whole process of the game is you going up the ring of all the rungs of the ladder of like your teachers and, like, you know, your mentors and, like, you know, like all this stuff, like your family members that are abusive to like the dude who's going to be prime minister, like who's above that, like God, and like when we're going to defy that to the very end, and having your like last sort of awakened persona basically being Lucifer, like who is the last, you know, the great trickster of all of history, of like biblical history. Like that progression is so beautiful and earned and makes so much sense, and is such a, like, it feels so satisfying for this franchise to finally, like, I think 100% perfectly execute on that aspect of it. That has always been something that, like, they've done kind of well in some places, but it's always felt like you didn't quite 100% justify maybe the full scale of what you're doing here. Like, none of this, maybe not 100% of this makes sense. Here I felt like, yes, this all makes sense. It all works. It all fits 100% thematically with everything you've been doing. It is like, feels like the only way this could end is going in that, like, whole direction of, like, breaking out the ceiling and going, like, as weirdly abstract as it does at the end. Because that is, like, the last boundary you have to sort of break out, and sort of being able to commit to your own path is that last boundary of, like, the thing that's, like, inside of you, that's, like, deep inside of you, the way it's, like, deep in Mementos, that prison of the Velvet Room, like, that's what you have to break out of, and that's what is, like, the spiritual element that they break out at the end.
A couple of things. One, I would stand up for the ending of Persona 3, and I like the God stuff there,
like, again, it's the same thing with Persona 4, like, it is, you know, amazing, but when you're comparing it with, like, these are, like, 3 of the best games ever made, one of them has to be a little bit better at that stuff than the others.
No, sure. I would put Persona 3 roughly on the same par with its God stuff, but I agree, like, I love how Persona 5 does it, and you're right. I mean, I've seen some criticisms of this game of, like, the God stuff comes out of nowhere. Fuck you. They build to it so precisely in this game, and I was kind of amazed at how well they lay the groundwork for it, getting up to that point. Because, look, that's being laid from the first moment you meet Igor in this game. And I think, we didn't... you could tell something was up with Igor, right? It's something that is hinted at and things like that. So anyway, I think they do that perfectly here. But, oh man, I had a couple things I was going to say. Now I've forgotten. But no, here's what I was going to say. It goes back to the very first piece of key art we ever got for Persona 5. Back in, I think, 2013 or something, when this game was officially announced, and they had that little trailer, which was all the, like, ball and chains tied to the school chairs. And it said, "You are slave, want emancipation." That is the theme of the game. That is the idea of going from a state of being kind of enslaved to the system and to your own senses of limitations to genuine freedom, which is internal. It's about an internal battle. And, I think that's where this game thematically is just so amazingly on point, is everything in it is about that internal strife where it's an expressionistic game. It is about taking the things that are going on inside this main character and inside of society and making them externalized through the aesthetics, through the narrative, through everything that happens until they kind of fuse at the end. And,
and to me, that's the most important thing about the ending of the game is you have that, like, unbelievable scene where, like, Morgana's floating away and gives his last speech.
Tears.
Oh
my God.
There is no such thing as the real world. The real world is made by your perceptions and your relationships with the people around you, and, like, gives that speech as he fades away. And then, like, Mementos and the quote-unquote real world is fused because they were, like, never meant to be separated in the first place, because, like, the subconscious world is the conscious world and vice versa. And that's sort of like one of the sort of like philosophical points that it takes from, Freud and Jung and stuff like that. But like going from that point then to the ending of the game, you have like a good hour or whatever it is of time in the world where like they have lost their powers and there's no more of the supernatural shit going on. It's just the normal world. And I love the sense of like you don't pop out of like having defeated the boss and like stolen the treasure of Mementos, the Holy Grail or whatever, and like all of a sudden the real world or whatever is a paradise and it's perfect. And it's like, no, like I love the storytelling device of the fandom website question thing is like, it goes to 100% when you beat the boss and all that stuff, and then it falls to like 60% kind of when you go back to the world. So it's like, like more than half the people kind of believe the Phantom Thieves existed. It's like, oh, that's kind of cool. And then it falls to like 48%, and that's where it sits for the rest of the game. That's not like you didn't like change the world in like a way that you can like feel the impact. That's like, it's not a paradise. And you also no longer have the ability to just like manipulate people subconsciously, because also, hey, maybe you having that ability was kind of fucked up in the first place, and maybe the shit you did to the villains in the game also kind of fucked up when you really think about it. And I like that they have this whole long section of them having to sort of live a little bit in that world that like is, that they have not, they're not like superheroes. They have not, they're not glorified as the saviors of the earth. Everything isn't perfect. Like there are still train accidents. Like, like bad people still exist and bad things still happen. But you now have, all these characters now equipped with like the fortitude to be able to live in that world and affect change in that world the way that we can affect change in the world we live in. And that's what they accomplish by having, all the different characters sort of have to petition and work their asses off to get the main character out of jail, like as a grassroots movement. Like that progression, I think, is one of the things that makes the supernatural stuff feel as justified as it is, because it doesn't just lose its, like, it doesn't put its head completely up its ass in the supernatural elements and just sort of like leave it there and feel like, oh, like, I kind of see what you're going for, but it's so fucking broad and like weird, and it feels like, like the end of Persona 4, the philosophical stuff there feels like I kind of don't really see how you're going to try to mesh this back onto the real world all the way. Like I get all the philosophical arguments you're making, but they don't feel like they fully like relate to the existence anybody actually lives in. Whereas here they're like, no, like we're going back to the real world, and this is how these characters can and do live in this world and like are able to be the kind of people they were as the Phantom Thieves, but in a world that we all exist in. I think that's really important.
It's so important. I mean, I did definitely think about that, because there's a lot of mirrors to the end of Persona 4 here, where they go up against a god and tell it to shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
And that is a extremely common anime trope.
Yeah.
We've all seen it a million times. Oftentimes it feels off in a lot of ways. And I think Persona 4 is one of those examples where, you're right. It's so broad and detached that when it comes time for the investigation team to, throw down with a god, nothing kind of meshes there, and it feels like, what do you really have to say again? You've done a lot of cool stuff, investigation team, but, how do you actually justify all this? And it never really can tie back into the exact nature of the real world. But here, by the time they are up at the top of that tower, and they are throwing down with Yaldabaoth, or whatever its name is, and all of that, they have earned the right to say those things, and when the dust settles, they continue earning it.
Yeah.
And that is really, 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 really important, because this is a game about literally changing the world. But its ultimate point is, you can't just change the world mystically with all this. It's that mystically it's hard work, and in the real world it's hard work. And I love that, why do the months pass in this game at the end? It's because you're in juvie.
Yeah.
And you've had to sacrifice yourself for that, and your friends are out there fighting tooth and nail to get you back.
Yeah, it's something that it reminds me of the people who listen to the podcast. And if you've been listening for like the past couple of months, know that I have become a big Gundam fan. And there's like a interesting thing that happens, and there's this one Gundam series from like the turn of the century called Gundam Seed that is really good and an interesting like update of the series. And then they made a sequel show of that called Seed Destiny that is like probably the worst Gundam show there is. And one of the reasons why it feels like that is at the end of Mobile Suit Gundam Seed, as at the end of most Mobile Suit Gundam series, like there's a giant, massive conflict because it's just, it's a franchise built on war stories. It's just like two sides fighting against each other. In Gundam Seed, like the main characters all sort of create a third party that's trying to just end the war and isn't fighting for any specific side because they find the ideologies of both are bad, and they're just fighting to like create a peace. And at the end of Mobile Suit Gundam Seed, they succeed, and the story's over. It's like, oh, that kind of makes sense. And then it was so successful, they had to make a sequel. And one of the reasons why the sequel is as fucking annoying and bad as it is you like it cuts to like 5 years later or whatever, and you find out that like the ceasefire between the two factions has been kind of standing, but obviously it starts to dissolve and conflict sparks up again. And one of the reasons why conflict starts up again, and one of the reasons why it's so annoying, is because all the main characters from Mobile Suit Gundam Seed, you find out, have been doing nothing in the interim and have left up basically everything to like both sides to just sort of like exist with the ceasefire. And literally the main character and his love interest are like living in some like backwater fuck off nowhere place, like raising orphans. And it's like, you fucking assholes, like that's not the point. Is not you win the battle and then it's over. The point is what happens after the battle is you have to work hard. You have to like work hard to keep that peace and to like make it so that the change you have affected is a lasting change. And like it's something that like that show never addresses, and it's so insane that like they make all the original characters utterly hateable because they ruined everything they worked so hard to gain. And that's one of the things that like Persona 5 I think accomplishes that so well, of like, yes, you won the battle, but that's not the end, because it never ends. It's never just done. Like when the credits roll, it's not just over. Like all this work has to be done with the fallout of the story. And that's where, the denouement structurally comes in. And here you get that in, we are going to have to fight hard to keep the change that we have made in the system. Like Sai, Makoto's older sister, like she's going to have to fight hard now, becoming a defense lawyer, to keep that change a thing. Like all of your confidants are going to have to fight hard to make sure that justice is upheld and the society is the society you want. And you get that sense at the end of the story because you have seen them fight that way, like with this grassroots political movement to get you free. That like after the credits roll and after that in cutscene, these characters are keeping going to fighting for that stuff because they've shown that that's what these characters know to do.
And that's the social level, but there's also this, personal, interpersonal level of just fighting to have that personal freedom of making those decisions, whatever they are. Yeah. And I love that this game very much sees those two things as they are in real life, very interconnected. That you can't separate the political from the personal or the social from the personal. These are all of a piece of one another. And, that protagonist looking out upon the sea and everything, that stands in for every individual playing the game and the society the game exists and has entered into.
Yeah.
And that sense of a new dawn and the idea of having the freedom to make mistakes, to do the right thing, whatever that might be, and that being the gift.
Yeah. Yeah, there's something also about the message at the end of like the political side of it that I feel like is so smart and ties so perfectly into the like core Persona themes about like bonds that exist between people is that I feel like one of like the main political message that the game has is like, yes, you know, the youth feel disenfranchised in like democracies. Like that's absolutely true now. It's probably been true for a very long time, if not maybe forever, for every democratic society that has existed. That's like, sure, I can make a vote, but like even in a country of Japan that has a relatively smaller population than America, even then, you know, your vote is like one out of a million or whatever, which is a number that's so statistically small. In most circumstances, you wouldn't really acknowledge a like, you know, 1/1,000,000th of a number as actually really being a thing. You just call it zero because it's so nothing. And that's something that like anybody living in a democracy has to sort of grasp and like understand that and sort of deal with that concept. And when you're first sort of becoming politically aware, I think it's like very easy to become completely sort of disenfranchised by that feeling and disempowered by that feeling and choose to sort of ignore politics. One of the reasons I think is probably the core reason why most young people just don't vote, because they don't feel that they have any sort of agency in the political system. And I like the thing that Persona 4 sort of puts there is...
Persona 5?
Persona 5, sorry. What it puts out there is, hey, like, yes, that maybe kind of is true in a way on an individual level, but like democracies aren't actually built on an individual level because no one man is an island, no person exists on their own. Like these systems and like society is built by the connections that exist and the bonds that exist between people. And what you need to do to have power in that system is to have those bonds in that system. And that's like what you do as soon as you get into Tokyo and you have nothing, is you start making those connections with people that all over the place, all from people of all different kinds, like walks of life, and you help them and they help you. It's one of the things about the confidant system I love, is that you get just as much out of like helping people in terms of like mechanical benefit as in a narrative sense they gain from you like helping them through their issues with your fandom thief powers. And you create this whole group of people that the game keeps on bringing up at the end of like, you keep on seeing all your confidants in all these different scenes and they're doing all this stuff and they're all working towards similar goals. And at the end you see the full fruit of what you have accomplished is that you have enough of this like sort of power base of people that are connected through this common cause, which is you, to help you get out of prison. And like you've created this whole grassroots political movement just through the connections and bonds you've made with the people you've connected through your journey in the game. And that to me is such a like powerful, uplifting message of the game that is something that I also feel like in this political moment in America feels like especially true when you see like how hard people like the ACLU are fighting like against Trump, and how desperately we need things like the Science March and like the Women's March to fight against that sort of like power base and to express what we believe in and what we have. And it's like it all starts with like, you know, you and one other person and then one other person and one other person, and creating that group of like-minded individuals all motivated towards a similar goal.
You know, we've talked so much about how this is culturally such a Japanese game. It is so engaged with modern Japanese issues. But boy, could it not be any more relevant to the current American political situation, because one of the most we're recording this on the 101st day of Donald Trump's presidency. Yeah. But because we passed that 100th day marker, which is, you know, stupid, but it is something all presidents are judged by, so it's worth talking about that reflection period. The most fascinating thing about the 100-day marker, these first 100 days of the Donald Trump presidency, is how healthy democracy is in a lot of ways, in ways that I think despairingly we thought might not happen. And, you know, while I'm never going to claim that Trump should be president or anything, if we would be much better off as a world if Hillary Clinton had won, all these things. However, there is an upside, weirdly, to this horrible monster winning the presidency, in that I think it has reconnected American people, I certainly feel this way, with the core tenets of what we are as a society and what democracy means. And you talking about, like, the confidant system and all that, that's exactly the lesson I think we have been relearning through the first 100 days of this presidency, like beating the Trump Care initiative and stuff like that, which is that if people come together and they voice their viewpoints and they put pressure on elected officials, things will, you know, go the right way. And they have so far. And we're not that far into the presidency, but that enough good things have happened and that as few bad things have is so amazing. And it is inspiring on some level. Yeah. And, you know, I do think there's a very good possibility that as long as he doesn't nuke anybody, we could come out of this a healthier democracy. because we might have had to purge that from our system. And there is something I think that all the Persona games share, but this one does too, of that idea that the night is darkest just before the dawn, that kind of thing, of that you kind of have to go through a ringer to find out what's important in life. And that's something this game very much sees, in that, you wouldn't get whatever comes after Shido without having the horror of Shido, and stuff like that. And so definitely you're constantly playing Persona 5 in this American context, the modern American context, and making those connections and feeling like, this game has its finger on the pulse, not just of Japan, but of kind of the world right now.
Yeah, because it is definitely in communication with like this larger global movement that is an anti-global movement, that is like a fascist movement, that is a nationalist movement, that is something that like Japan is experiencing. It's something that like, that Shin Gojira is very much is a movie that is about that we talked a lot about that on that podcast. And it's something that, Persona 5 definitely is like taking a lot of very specific Japanese tacks towards that argument, but it is an argument that is happening, and it's on a scale that's much bigger than Japan alone. And it's one of the reasons why I think this game is an important game to play right now, because it is engaged with that conversation, but it's also engaged with that conversation from for us from an offset perspective, because it's from a very different culture that's going through some different specifics than Trump, because Shido is very similar to Trump, but he is not a one-to-one.
He's much less cartoonish.
Yeah.
That's the thing I kept seeing, is that every Trump stand-in you can identify in this game, and I would say both Shido and Okamura to a certain degree both remind me of Trump and of that kind of figure that we're seeing all over the world right now. But he can put a sentence together. He doesn't want to fuck his daughter. Things like that. Yeah, you can kind of see how people would be able to buy the shit he's spewing, because he's mildly convincing, if the shit he says is awful. Why Shido is a good villain is he's genuinely good at what he does. Yeah. He's not a good person, but he's talented. Yeah. Which we don't have in our current evil president. Yeah. He's just a fucking dumbass. Yeah, but a dumbass with the nuclear codes. So I think we should then take this opportunity now to talk about the Shido section of the game. Because as you said earlier, we even though you had finished the Seventh Palace, the Shido Palace, we didn't want to talk about that because there's more than enough stuff in this game to talk about than to try to wrap that into the 5 and 6 Palace discussion. So here's an interesting thing I wanted to say. Okay. I love the Shido section of the game. I want to say that up front. So much good stuff we'll get into. I was worried about one thing while I played that section, and the ending. While we're just on this topic, the ending rectifies it so well. Not doesn't rectify it, but it's just you realize the game was aware of this. In that once you get deep into the Shido stuff, it almost seems like the game is implying that Shido is the source of all evil. Like that, the other people were paying Shido, and Shido is the guy who did this, this, and this, and everything ties to Shido, and if we can just take him down, everything will be okay. And for a while I was like, this could very well be what ultimately happens, which is the game is telling you that, but is lying. Yeah. As it should be. Or does the game actually believe it? Do the characters believe it, or does the game believe it? Right. That's the question. And all of the Persona games are very good at that gap between what do the characters believe and what is the theme of the game. And that often is a gap, and I think some people have, often in media have trouble seeing that gap, but it's an important gap to see. And I was worried just because this is a game about societal ills, and if you wrap it all up in one figure, that's always a bad thing to do, I think, in these kinds of stories, because it winds up being about, if we take this one guy down, we'll be okay. And that's not true. And that's actually also the case with Trump right now. Even if we impeach Trump, all the problems that got Trump elected still absolutely exist, and we have to be cognizant of that, right? It's like the same thing of the time travel, go back in time and kill baby Hitler doesn't mean that the Nazi Party doesn't exist, Exactly. Maybe it would have been slightly better. Maybe the National Socialist Party wouldn't have been able to gain main traction in Germany and take control of the election, but those feelings and the fascistic movement would have still existed and been very powerful whether Hitler was there to sort of spark that fire or not. Exactly. So when you're taking an institutionalized look at things, you have to realize it's about the institution, not the person. And for a while there, the story and where the characters are going really puts all its chips on Shido of he is the root of all this evil. Yeah, as you're going through the dungeon, you're encountering all these different figures that are different people that have been working for him, that you realize this is the dude that's been behind all the hacking incidents. This is the dude who's been running the organized crime and is funneling money to him. And it's all these different things you've been hearing about, different sort of crimes and things happening in the city. You realize, it is all this sort of vast network of different powerful individuals manipulating things. And it seems because you're going through Shido's palace, at the core is Shido, and they're all trying to prop him up to be prime minister so that they have full control of the government. Yeah, and so I was really enjoying this section of the game. Stylish as hell, lots of cool stuff happens. But in the back of my mind, I was like, I hope there's more to this, because that's not what this game is about, and that would be, I think, a fundamental misreading of the game's own themes.
Yeah.
And of course, you should always trust the Persona team. They know what they're doing, because as soon as you get out of that palace and Shido makes his confession, the game very much takes a very hard, very intentional turn into, they were wrong. Shido is a source of evil, but he is not the source, and there is so much more to it. And you cannot fix it by taking down one guy. You cannot fix it by taking down 100 guys. There is so much more to this issue, and that is the thing that protagonists ultimately have to grapple with. So in context, I think all the Shido stuff is brilliant, but it's kind of like what we talked about with the Okamura section, where, or other sections of the game where the game, or the Akechi section, I wanted to say, of like, is Akechi good, is Akechi bad, all these different things, where it's keeping you on your toes, where it is keeping you in thematic conversation with the game and making you ask, is this going in the right direction, is it not? And it wants you to be asking those questions. And I think it's just something I wanted to mention about the Shido section, because in context, I think it's so smart for making you ask those questions.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, because that is definitely something I felt the first time I was playing the game that I had forgotten I had felt as I was going through the second time, because I knew, obviously, that, you know, you get that scene, it's like a really good scene after Shido's made his confession, where it's like all the other people, like, who have been working behind the scenes with him, standing there and being like, oh, what the fuck do we do? It's like, well, like, we can still, like, we still have all this research, we still have all this stuff, we'll just need another figurehead. And it's like, oh yeah, fuck, of course. Like, of course, like, just because you took down Shido doesn't mean you've taken down every other asshole that's been working with him. Because the whole thing you've learned through his palace is, like, on the one hand, like, the first time you're going through, you think the thing you're learning through the palace is that Shido is this brilliant criminal mastermind that is controlling everything in a Moriarty-esque way. What you're actually learning is, you're not learning that he is the spider that has woven the web. You're learning that, like, the web has existed. He's just, like, a person who's taking advantage of it, but the web already existed. He didn't build it. He's not in control of it. It's been there the whole time. That's the actual lesson of his dungeon that you only know after you've taken care of him.
Which, again, that's like maybe the strongest connection point to a Donald Trump.
Yeah. Of
this guy who is the product of all these things, but by no way the builder of all these things.
Exactly, yeah. Like, he was propelled there by forces way beyond his specific control.
Or comprehension.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's really smart, because there's this whole pace to the Shido section that is so propulsive, where it's building to a false climax. And it's not like the many false climaxes of Persona 4, where it has kind of ending upon ending upon ending. It's very consciously, we're going to build to a climax that's going to feel unsatisfying, because you have, you know, that's where you get the Rivers in the Desert song, and just this giant boss fight, and so many amazing things happen, and then it's over, and you're like, wait, what? Is that it? And you're asking it, the characters are asking it, the game is wanting you to ask it, and then it kicks into the actual conclusion. And it is such a smart use of our own senses of how narratives go and how narratives are built, and that, frankly, a lot of stories that are similarly intelligent take the easy way out and have a Shido at the end, even though they shouldn't, you know? And Persona 5, because of its length and its, you know, game nature, has the ability to ask the hard questions.
Yeah, and it's one of the things, it's one of the many things that I like about having mementos in the game, is that you know that there has to be more. Like, you know that Shido is not the end of it, because, like, you know there has to be some specific resolution to the memento side of the game that, like, seems like it's always in the distant future, because you don't have any specific framework for how that thing is going to end. And that's one of the things that makes it so, like, I think that's one of the things that, as you're going through the Shido Palace, it makes it easier to give the game the benefit of the doubt, because you know that this isn't the very end, you know?
Right.
It's almost like when you're reading a book, and you know, like, because you're physically holding a book, oh, right, there's like 50 more pages after this, obviously, or like in the instance of Lord of the Rings, like, there's like 200 more pages. Obviously, when they throw the ring into the fire, like, the story is not just over. There's so much more, and that knowledge in and of itself is really important in how you consume a story.
Absolutely. So yeah, let's talk about the Shido section.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, so we basically wrapped up last week with all the stuff falling out of the twist.
Yeah.
With where you catch up to the present day stuff, the flash forward devices.
Yeah, you find out Akechi is a real asshole. He shoots you in the head, but did he really? No, because you're really smart.
You are really... I said this on Twitter, and I totally believe it. If the Persona 5 cast went to Inaba at the same time Yu Narukami did, they would solve that mystery in a week flat.
Yeah.
They are so smart, they are so capable, that would, like, Persona 4 would be a much shorter game.
They need to make, like, get the animation team to just just make a cutscene of, it's like the same, like, it's sort of like cutscene stuff of the beginning of Persona 4, but it's the Persona 5 main character, and when he gets to the gas station, he's shaking the gas station dude's head, and then it's just like, or hand, and this reverse shot of just like close up on the main character's face, and he just gives a smirk and goes, and you know he fucking knows, and it's like maybe it's like the whole game is the exact same, but the entire time you know that he knows, and he's like building this whole elaborate plan in the background because from the fucking second one he knows what's actually going on.
Oh, absolutely. There would be a huge heist movie twist halfway through the game or something like that. Yeah, I mean, because it's worth noting, like, not everyone on the Persona 5 cast is Naoto, but they're all really smart. Like, even Ryuji, who's sort of like the punk of the group, he's a really smart dude.
Yeah.
He's not like book smart, but he gets what's going on. Like, compare him to Yosuke. Ryuji, I don't think would be sold in by the copycat killer thing.
Yeah.
You know, in Persona 4. Like, it's fun to compare. Like, the Persona 5 team is so ludicrously capable.
Yeah,
but
they're like insanely effective at what they do, which is one of the things I love so much about them, is because they need to be for the structure of the plot, because they are so proactive in the plot of the game. But it's like, it is fun to think about, like, man, yeah, they would have the Inaba shit, like, just solved immediately. Like, Makoto would just, like, look at it and be like, yeah, of course, obviously it's this dude. Like, of course, no shit. Young detective, my ass.
Indeed, it's kind of like having a whole team made of Naotos.
Yeah.
No, I would actually, if they ever do their Persona 5 spinoff, I want Naoto and Makoto to get in a room together and realize they probably love each other.
I mean that's like my like ideal fan spin-off, is like Naoto has to like try to track down and catch the Phantom Thieves. Like, that's just like would be so brilliant, like a spin-off novel or something.
Indeed, she's a better detective than Akechi.
Yeah.
He's really just a dick. No, but there's more to Akechi, which we'll talk about. But anyway, you get through all the twist stuff, and then it starts building up again, where it's like, well, what do we do next? How do we we've turned the tables effectively. This guy's dead, all of that. What do we do next? We're going to go after the source of this. They realize it's Shido. The main character realizes, oh, Shido's the one who fucked me over.
Yeah.
Which you as the player, I mean, I assume you were the same way, been aware of it from the moment you saw him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and in fact, to the degree where early in the game, before I kind of realized what the larger structure of the game was going to be, I thought Shido was going to be your second target, because you meet him at the restaurant while you're looking for a target, and I'm like, oh, that's the guy who did that. Maybe that's the next thing you do. And I didn't realize the game had much grander plans for Mr. Shido than that. But it did. So anyway, you get to that, you're going to go after Shido. It's really tough to figure out his palace. And when you figure out what his palace is, that it is the ship of Japan.
Yeah.
That is an amazing reveal. And the music on the Arc, it's called Arc on the soundtrack, which is just, it is, what I think of it as is the getting fucking pumped song.
Yeah.
Of like, we have gotten here, this is the bad guy, we are going to fuck him up, and this guitar lick is telling me that.
Yeah.
It really does an effective job at that.
Yeah, it's a very, very good dungeon music. And yeah, I loved that reveal of, it's just... the whole time you're thinking like there's got to be something fucking crazy, because you know a lot of the dungeons have been like kind of going up in scale as you go through it, to like this just being this giant fucking casino in the middle of Japan, and then now it's, you're like, well, what is it going to be? And then it's at first it's like, oh, well, it's just the National Diet Building or whatever. It's just, you know, it's basically Congress. And then you realize, oh, it's Congress on a giant ship, like sailing through a like sunken Japan. And I feel like it's another area where the game has done such a good job up to this point of like the sort of hammering home all the rules of the supernatural stuff, that when you see Japan, you know, flooded, you know instinctively what that means and what that represents, because you've been through this enough times and you understand enough about how the subconscious world works. That's like, okay, like this means this dude is like bad on a scale we have really not dealt with up till now, like because of his distorted desire or whatever encompasses the entire country. It's not just, you know, this one building. It's way more than that.
Yeah, I mean, get another connection to Trump. It's the narcissism thing of this guy. Literally, his only way of seeing the world is as his ship he sails through.
Yeah.
And it's all sunken and everything else is fucked, but he and his rich friends are okay because they're on the boat together.
Yeah.
And, you know, it obviously recalls Titanic and things like that of like, the ship's going to sink one day, jackass. But yeah, no, I mean, let's talk about that palace. Because I think that palace is really interesting to me.
Yeah, me too.
It's very different than the other one. I mean, they're all different, I guess. But you finally get to... They kind of keep bringing in more and more, like, people into the palaces until the seventh palace is sort of all populated. Like there's people everywhere. It's a ship. There's all like you're in some back rooms and stuff, but most of you are just in the customer hallways and stuff and talking to the people. And there are shadows just kind of intermingled.
Yeah.
And you do a lot of fighting, but it doesn't feel like kind of the main thrust of everything, because so much of what you're doing is going around, talking to people, getting information, moving on with the story. It's really interesting. And I there's so many of them. Is this the one with the mice?
Yes.
Yes, this one, right. And so that is where you get the puzzle thing is, Shido is so narcissistic, he views you all as mice, and so there's specific puzzles where you have to, like, turn into mice and stuff like that, and that's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
But I still think the most striking thing about that palace is how much of it is just your like the shadows and the people and the dialogue are all intermingled together, and there's no clear boundaries between them.
Yeah, and it's something that I love. The dungeon sets up, like, the first time you go in as, like, the scouting run before you can really tackle the dungeon, and it sets up at the end of that, like, okay, we need to go track down, like, these 5 people. There are these 5 people in the dungeon. It's like, this tech dude, blah, 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 like, all these people. And then you leave, and then you come back, and okay, like, you have a clear objective of what you are trying to do, and it's like this, because this is the longest dungeon in the game, and so it's like it has these staged objectives that sort of mark your progress through it. That also means you're doing a lot of different stuff through the dungeon, and one thing I like is that, like, you will sort of, like, go through an area, sort of like find the person that sort of controls that area, take care of them, like get a little story scene, because there's also a lot of story scenes in this dungeon that revolves around all of those, and take care of that, and then move on to the next bit, and, like, connecting each of the bits are those, like, big hallway sections where the mice thing comes into play. So it's like you're doing one of those puzzles with the mice thing, and then you go to another section that, like, is a little bit different, that is revolved around, like, the swimming pool or whatever, and then you go back and do a more complicated version of the mice one. And, like, the structure of it, I think, is very, like, deliberate and interesting. Especially, I think appreciate a bit more my second time through of, like, okay, yeah, like, this is really different than any of the other dungeons, and how, like, it is paced and structured, and that it, like, by the end of it, you have I really love the, like, grid room with, like, all the different mice, the, like, holes and stuff. That's, like, the mice puzzles boiled down to, like, it's like barest essentials, where it's just, like, basically, like, 9 rooms all assembled in a grid. It's like it's a very smartly constructed dungeon.
It is. I thought it was maybe a little too grindy at points, because, like, there are some portions where, like, I leveled like 15 levels in this thing, because there's a lot of enemies. They respawn a lot because you go through doors and stuff, and I ultimately enjoyed it very much. It is very long. I mean, honestly, it's because I, like, binged the fucking thing, and it's like 8 hours long, and I did it in like 2 days. So, I probably played a little too much of it all at once, but, and I thought ultimately I liked the way they laid it out. My initial instinct was, oh, is this going to be kind of like Breath of the Wild-esque, where you have 5 things to get and you can kind of do them in any order? It's not ultimately like that. And I think it's okay. I think there could be a version of it that was maybe a little less linear that could have been interesting. But I like the way they did it, and that, as you say, it keeps kind of varying. And some of the scenes you get are so great. Some of them are dark, and some of them are so funny. There's each of the characters kind of gets a big moment in this area. Like, there's the one where all the girls have to get in the bikinis to go talk to the pervert dude.
Yeah.
And then An has a big moment there. But, of course, the best moment on the whole fucking boat is Futaba's scene.
Okay,
where she goes in, and she's basically... She's trying to convince who's her target? I forget.
It's the dude, the hacker dude, who's basically like the fake Medjed during Futaba's Palace section.
Right, and she's basically bragging to him and building herself up and all this stuff. It is one of Futaba's best scenes in the game.
But it's like one of the things that's really important about those scenes. It is something that, like, is one of my favorite things about what Persona 5 does with its characters versus Persona 4. It's kind of like Persona 3 had, like, it was a bit more similar with Persona 5 in this respect, is in Persona 4, when you finished your social link with the party member characters, like, their development was basically done. And, like, that was how that game sort of dealt with its characters was, you introduce Chie or Yukiko or, Naoto, Kanji, whoever, like, in their sort of dungeon, and you take care of their shadow, and you learn something, a problem about them through that, and then through their social link, and that storyline, you deal with that problem until you get to the 10th rank, where, like, you sort of, like, solve that issue, or, like, as much as one can solve any of those issues. And then they, get their, like, super awakened persona or whatever, and then they're kind of done. And it's sort of fine for what Persona 4 does, because it's kind of like the character cast in Persona 4 is much more sort of cartoonish in their portrayal and in their personalities.
And Persona 4 being about internal psychology in the way it is, I think it's actually one of the smarter moves in that game and how it does it. I see where you're going with this, though, and I agree.
In Persona 5, the way it sort of builds the character development is kind of tiered. that where like in Persona 3 it is much more about like the characters developed through the main story, because not every single, especially in like the original version of the game, not all the party members have different social links. It's only the female ones, and even then their social links do not necessarily resolve their core issues. Like it sort of like helps some of like their core issues, but it's not like the same thing as the Persona 4 social links. So in Persona 3 it's like their character development is almost entirely through the main story, with like little like sort of additional elements through the social link. Because it's like in Persona 3 you have the social link with Yukari, that where you kind of help her deal with her dad's death, but it's way more focused on her relationship with her mom, but her relationship with the death of her father is her main character's sort of turning point, and that is accomplished through a scene with Mitsuru in the main story. And so all the Persona 3 characters awaken to their second awakenings through events in the main story, and that's how Persona 3 set it up. Persona 4 was way more social link driven, which worked for that game. Persona 5 kind of does both. That you get introduced through any of the characters through a palace section that is built around a villain, but also sort of relates to a core issue that character has. And then once you resolve that palace, they become a party member. And then through your social link with them, you sort of follow up on the issues that were raised during that palace and kind of bring them to a bit of a conclusion. And that's like dealt with through the second awakening, happens like with Persona 4 through your social link. But they continue to also develop through the main story, because your relationship with them in the social link doesn't necessarily take them 100% of the way there, because something that's really important about all of the characters is how they function in the Phantom Thieves, and their role in the Phantom Thieves is a core part of their identity. And so one of the things that the Shido section does is I think it really brings that approach to a head, and each of the characters through their moments, like they have to grapple with something that they've been dealing with that like is something they sort of have to deal with in the main plot, but is also something they really have to deal with in their social link. And so with like it's her, like a big part of her storyline is that with Kamoshida, her entire life was being with him was sort of, she was being objectified. She's being objectified by everyone at school because she's very attractive and she's exotic because she's a foreigner. And so everyone sort of like, her life is defined on everyone else's terms based on how they see her, and she can't really like move in that framework, and they just kind of put her in that box. And then she's slowly sort of breaking out of that, and a lot of that is her sort of, in your socialing with her, taking her modeling career into her own hands and sort of deciding, like, this is the kind of person I want to be. I want to be successful. I want to pursue this seriously. I want to be like attractive. I want to be sexy. I want to be sort of like commanding. I want to be like, the villains and superhero shows I watched when I was a kid, is basically the line she says. And by the time you get to the Shido Palace and her scene here, it's a resolution to that character arc where she now is able to put on a fairly convincing performance, like sucker this guy in, get what she needs from him by being like attractive, foreign, and sexy, and then dumping him immediately once she gets what she needs, which is exactly what the sort of rival model was doing in her social link arc, that she was sort of like anger about, but also very envious of how powerful this woman was compared to her. And she's able to achieve that in this scene in Shido's palace. And that to me is like probably the most explicit one of those sequences, but also like, Futaba has to deal with her social anxiety. Yusuke has to deal with like his relationship with his art by trying to do this tattoo and deciding I'm going to like make this like beautiful expressionistic version of a phoenix, and it's going to be like what I see this as, and that dude accepts it because that I love the Yakuza Shadow dude. It's so really great. Fucking cool. And then you also get one thing I love, and then Makoto's is obviously she learns to be able to stand up to adults and is able to sort of like, because her whole arc was how everyone just sort of like tells her what she to do, and she just does it because she's the nice, kind, like calm honor student, and in her story arc she gets to stand up to that dude. And then Ryuji, one thing I love is that his is basically in the cutscene at the end of the game, where he decides like, we need someone to go run to this boat. Ryuji's like, I'm gonna fucking run to that boat because I'm the track dude, even though he broke his leg in the like before the game starts. And you have the cutscene, I think it's at the end of the Kamoshida Palace, where they're all running away and he trips and falls and can't quite make it, and you have to like go back and help him up. And then over the course of your social link with him, you're helping him train to be able to run again like he used to, and that gets resolved in the main story thing. And that is something I loved so much about this section of the game, was the sense of, I think Persona 5 does very well, of this feeling of an interconnectedness of all the different parts that like you maybe don't see it immediately, but like those social links are all coming into a head and like are all related to what's going on in the main story, and they're not just sectioned off in their own weird like sort of alternate reality part of the game.
No, and I think it works, totally fine in Persona 4 because of the pace of that game and the nature of its story. But you're so right in Persona 5. We've talked about this before, how interconnected everything in Persona 5 is and kind of how mind-boggling that is given the scale and scope of the game. But I love exactly what you're talking about, which is those echoes of the social links that, and the Ryuji one is an easy one to talk about, but it's one of it is the first social link you get, and you go to the end, and it's this really nice little story about Ryuji kind of building up his both his body and his kind of soul again after it was so thoroughly broken by Kamoshida and the world itself. And then at the end, he's able to, very selflessly run and use his legs and get that again. And there's that moment even while he's running where he, does that thing he does a lot in the game where he punches his leg in the area where it hurts to make sure he can make it. And that is such a powerful denouement to his story. Yeah. And it's because you played the social link. And the game, I think, very much encourages you and wants you and even times the social links in certain ways to make sure, by the time you get to that area, for instance, you've seen your party members' confidants and you've had the chance to do that. It very much wants you to see all parts of the game. Yeah,
absolutely. It's one of the things that the game accomplishes by mostly separating out the party member social links and the other social links by day and night. There's Takumi and Shinya obviously also are day progressed social links, but by and large, all the social links you progress during the day are your party member ones. And so it feels like there's a dedicated part of the game that's this is you are dealing with your party members here. And then at night is when you're going out and hanging out at CD bars and shit.
You're doing a lot of weird stuff at night.
Yeah. Yeah, you are.
I'm paying a fortune teller $50 every single night so I can get some attribute up.
Yeah.
I gave the fortune teller a lot of money.
Yeah, Chihaya was very rich by the end of the game.
Very rich and worth it. She's useful.
She is very good at what she does.
She is an effective goddamn fortune teller. Yeah. Absolutely. Can I talk about that Ryuji moment for a moment?
Okay, sure. Here? Yeah.
Both with Ryuji and with Morgana, in the last half of the game, there's a big scene where they either die or seem to leave the cast. Is it a cheat in either case? I think it's a question worth asking. Yeah. Kind of especially in the Ryuji case, because I think in both actually, because Ryuji, it's built as the big self-sacrifice moment. With Morgana, it's the big, literally he fades away like a fairy in a movie, and it's beautiful and tear-jerking, and they both come back. With Ryuji, it's 5 minutes later, and it's kind of a joke. With Ryuji especially, it is kind of an anime archetype. You've seen that kind of scene before. Ultimately, I think it works, but I did notice, they do play that card twice in the final hours of the game.
Yeah. I think one of the reasons, though, why they play the card twice is to set up that Morgana is going to come back. Because I never really believed that Morgana was going to go away. One, because in the philosophical or supernatural representation of the show or of the game, they establish Morgana represents the hope of humanity. So if Morgana goes away, it kind of doesn't make sense with how they've set him up. Right. But I do think it's something that I think because it was something that the first time I played through the game, I've had that exact same feeling of that feels like a bit of a cop-out, because it's in Persona 3, when someone died, they fucking died, man, and so there was something where it's I kind of was feeling that, but then I think by the time you get to the end of the game, I feel like it's such an intentional thing of the game is sort of, you keep on thinking it's going to set up that it has the big dramatic thing that happens. The huge, Ryuji dies, Morgana disappears. It's the big tragic, Persona 3 style thing that happens. But that's not really what Persona 5 is trying to do with its ending. That's why it ends with all of your friends on a car trip with you staring into the camera, with a smile on your face. Is that I think it is trying to undercut that, and it's sort of setting it up and saying no, that's not really what we're doing. And something that I didn't really like so much. It's not that I didn't like it. I didn't know how I felt about it the first time. The second time through, I like it though.
Yeah, and I didn't know how I felt about it at first. Ultimately, I'm very happy with it because one, it's just a tonal thing. This is not a game where you could do the final hours as they do them if the specter of Ryuji's violent death was hanging over you. That's the biggest thing, is that when they did that, I felt so sick to my stomach of oh my god, did they just kill Ryuji? And when he comes back, I felt the same way and everyone else did of you idiot,
asshole!
You asshole! Yeah. I love you, why did you do that? That kind of thing. And so my happiness told me what I felt, which was happiness. And I think with Morgana, it's a whole other thing, which we'll talk about later, which is they do bring Morgana back, but there's still a lot unresolved, and they leave it unresolved, and that's so intentional.
Yeah.
And the number of things that this game suggests and evokes at the end rather than putting a ribbon on is really important. And here's the thing about death and storytelling, it puts a ribbon on things.
Yeah.
not necessarily for the people who experienced it. Before that character arc, death is final. And it's often an easy way out in stories, not the most complex way out, unless you're really going to follow through on like the legacy left behind. And Persona 5 is not going in a direction where they can explore that with what would happen to if Ryuji actually died, which would be this. I mean, it would fundamentally change the arc of the game.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like the whole ending of the game would have to be completely different in a way that wouldn't totally makes sense. I think
as Persona 3, when Shinji dies, it fundamentally changes the arc of the game.
Yes, it's like it needs to happen at that moment because that is the story that game is telling. Like his character, there's no way his character like lives past that point. Like that, I don't even know what that story would look like if he didn't die there.
Exactly. So, I mean, that's the comparison I would ultimately make is I think, again, the game probably wants you to ask the question.
Yeah.
I don't think the game is unaware that it is intentionally copping out on something.
Yeah. I think it also definitely helps that I found both of those scenes very funny. I think like they are very well.
Oh, they're hilarious.
Yeah, they're like really well constructed. Like the time, even though it's a kind of scene I've seen done a billion times, the timing on them is really good.
Especially Morgana's because you get the cat portrait for the first time.
You get the cat portrait, and I just also like they get a lot of effect out of the bell ringing when the door opens to the coffee shop in a way that almost like by the time you get to the end of the game, basically feels like it's a sitcom. That's something that like sitcoms do all the time. Is you hear like the bell or whatever, someone coming into the bar in like Roseanne or something is like, okay, yeah.
I was going to say it's where Kramer's coming in.
Yeah, exactly. It's like it's that sort of thing that they do. It's just like, okay, yeah. Like I love those little moments.
Think piece. Morgana as the Kramer of Persona 5. Let's write that think piece.
Like, fuck you. No.
I'm kidding.
No, that's terrible.
Haru
is obviously the Kramer. Just look at her hair.
If Persona 5 sold like 10 million copies, Polygon would have 3 different versions of that article already.
Yeah.
Let's just admit it.
Absolutely.
No. All right. So backing up a little bit though, the ship, we talked about all those things with that. This is also a part of the game where, if you're like me, you are frantically drawing maps, seeing if you can finish all your social links.
Right.
And then
luckily, I was well done with my social links at this point. I had fucking 2.5 weeks of this into this game of just pure, utter debauchery. It was just going on dates with like 8 different women, going home at night and just playing video games until I was fucking sick. It was amazing.
It's funny because I had like a half and half where I had very few social links left. So I actually had majority was free time. I just was very stressed about it because I had to hit these specific points.
Yeah.
But I had the debauchery too. I went on a date with almost every woman.
Yeah.
Got to play some games. I read actually a bunch of books and stuff like that. It is kind of funny. I love saying it as debauchery because that is what it is basically. I went to the bar a lot.
Yeah, it's like because it's just compared to the intense stress of like having to fix all your social links and like keep this in your head of like, oh, I want to get this parameter up and then I want to get this person. It's like, oh, what is my best way to spend this day? And then when you're just let go of that and it's like it is something where I was amazed by like I had like a basically more than a whole extra week at the end of this game compared to my first time playing it through. That's like I couldn't believe that like I could have that much more extra time than how I managed to do it the first time through. And so it was like, holy shit. Like I had practically the entire month of December in the game of me having completed literally every single social link. And even like for a couple of weeks before that, I had completed most of them. So I had like your scenario where,
right.
You know, most days I am kind of doing whatever, but there's still a social link out there in the back of my mind where it's like when you have all of them done, it's just like, I can do fucking whatever. I can just go fishing. I can just go watch movies for no reason because it's just like, I've already ranked everything up. I'm just going to go to the batting cage. I'm just going to go to this maid cafe because I almost never went to the maid cafe.
I never went to it.
I can go work out now. Like it was just like, the world was my oyster because I've never played these fucking games in New Game Plus because I've just never really had the opportunity. It was so beautiful. Just I can do anything here.
I did not discover the maid cafe until my charm was all the way up and I was kicking myself because that would have been a good tool to have.
Yeah, it's very good. If you use that along with Chihaya's ability, you can get like 2 in charm and 2 in something else, and it's a very good way to level things up.
Yeah, this game in maids. It likes its maids.
You know, Japan likes its maids.
I was playing a little Fire Emblem today, and it does have a class that's maids. And it's a very different kind of maid in that game.
Yeah.
But like I saw the maid character who I love, and I like saw her in a very different light after playing Persona 5. I'm like, you're the Kawakami of this game, and I'm not sure what that means.
Yeah.
No. But yeah, I mean, I think the day that the confession happens is the 19th, so the last day effectively is the 18th, and that is I finished the Shinya social link on the 18th, and like was so fucking happy, and then I just played through the end of the game, and it was beautiful. But no, so let's talk about you get to the end of the palace, and then it's time to send the calling card. The cutscene when you send the.
Well, before that, we haven't wrapped up.
Oh, I forgot.
Because we only talked about the first half of Akechi Goro's story in Persona 5. Here you get, and this is something where the first time I played through this game, I was like, I knew I was basically at the end of the dungeon, because you like basically what happens is the last dude left is the Yakuza dude, and he's a lot of fun. And you go, and so like I knew, okay, like I'm gonna beat that guy, and I'm gonna save. I'm gonna go to bed tonight because it's like 2 a.m. Like I've already pushed this past the point of it being reasonable, but it's like I'm just gonna, because I know that's the last dude. I'm gonna beat him, save, and I'm gonna be done. And then you fight him, you beat him. It's like, oh, that's great. And then the game immediately, without any opportunity to save, rolls into this whole huge section where Akechi comes in, and it's an awesome part of the game. And it was also like, oh fuck, it's good. It was. I did go to bed till like 3:45 in the morning.
It's a long, it's almost like a boss rush. There's so many stages of all that. The end of the Akechi arc, it is interesting, and that is very much the last time you see Akechi. They don't even do, like, unless I miss something, the ghost echo you get with other characters in other games.
He's totally gone.
Yeah. It's really interesting. So everything, I mean, I thought the Akechi thing was coming when I played it, because
I thought it was going to come up at some point, but I thought it was going to come up like after you sent the calling card and went back into the dungeon.
Okay.
Then he would show up on that day.
Okay, so yeah, the Akechi scene, big scene in the game.
Yes.
Exciting scene. Sad and maddening, and so many different emotions that come up during the end of the Akechi arc, because you go into that scene hating him pretty intensely.
Yeah.
Fucking douchebag. And
dude, he tried to shoot you in the head.
Yep, and he shows his true colors, and he goes full Light Yagami at the end of Death Note on you.
He very much does.
And again, this is I kind of complained about this last week. This is where I fully realized I don't think the English performance works totally. I don't know if it could, because that is such a Japanese character to do. Again, you just can hear Japanese Light Yagami in that. They might have just, I haven't played the Japanese version. They could have cast the same actor for all I know.
They don't, but he is definitely pulling from a similar playbook, especially when he sort of like cracks at the end.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's, like, he's not just dropping the F word every other word, but the fan subbers would totally do that, which is what I remember from the Death Note fan subs back in the day.
It's the only way you can get across the fact that he's not speaking in Keigo or polite language anymore is by having it be you literally saying the F word every other word.
Yeah.
It's the only equivalent in English. I think that exists.
No, but then you do come out the other side of that. I don't think it's full-on sympathy. I don't think it's full-on, like, you know what, he was all right. To me, it's he was a dick and I didn't like that guy, but I feel horrible this whole situation ever happened.
Yeah.
And that's, I think, a more complex version of that arc that I found really rewarding by the end, was not making me renege on, like, my kind of hatred of Akechi, but making me rethink the whole situation in a way that was very powerful and again, makes you reconsider your base assumptions.
Yeah, because there was a part of me that was, like, the first time I played that scene that was like, maybe, like, he does become a party member again. Like, maybe that is a path that is still open, because, like, it's something that I think the game does so smart, is that you have those two spell types that no party member fills up, and then Akechi fills up, and then they take him away from you, and you're like, well, maybe because, like, there's just, like, a, like, weird gameplay completionist side of it that's like, well, you're going to have someone who uses those fucking spells at the end of the game for, like, the last dungeon.
It would be like if in Persona 3, Shinji was the best party member.
Yeah.
Like, he could just do everything.
Or it's like he was the only party member that had, like, fire spells or something.
Right.
It's like, well, what the fuck? What am I supposed to do? Like, apparently I have to have a fucking fire persona all the time? Come on.
Yeah.
Like, it's something where you just, there's something about that where you feel like, each game, like, you have a party member that fills all the different roles. It would be like if in Mass Effect, you just, like, had a party member, like you had Liara, who was your full biotic character, and then she, like, turned evil and left your party, and you never got another full biotic character, and the whole time you're thinking, like, this is crazy. Like, there's all these spells that I, like, almost never use that it feels like I should be using because I should have a party member that fills that gap.
I think you're right, because I did feel the same thing during that Akechi scene where, again, I didn't think they were going for a full redemption or anything, but they were enough of, like, we didn't want the dude to die, obviously. It's like, come back to the light, Akechi, and maybe he would have joined us for the final fight with Shido or something.
Yeah, exactly, because, like, you find out there his whole backstory is that he is basically he's Edmund from King Lear. Like, he's the bastard son of Shido, and so he has grown up hating this dude who's his father, but who's abandoned him, like, basically abandoned him and his mother, and his mother died several years ago, and Akechi doesn't think that Shido knows that Akechi is his son, and Shido doesn't really 100% know, he doesn't really 100% care, But so Akechi has been trying to sort of using his powers to warm himself up to Shido, get close to Shido, to then ultimately be like, hey, bastard, I'm the bastard, I'm going to kill you. And that's his whole plot. And so there is this moment where you're like, well, maybe like, we're not going to kill Shido, but maybe you can, like, we are both working toward the same objective here. And it's like like Morgana has that really great line in this section where he says, like, I mean, the way you feel about like him, like the main character, that's not a lie. Like, come on, like, be honest with yourself and like come over, because it's like obviously that you have two personas, you have two outfits that can exist here, and like you can try to make the argument that, oh, like that I have my powers make it so that I really can like have a fake persona or whatever. It's like, but deep down that's bullshit. Like that's a part of who you are too, and like come on. But like, of course, like, and like, if they make the right choice, like it wouldn't really make sense for him to actually be your party member. But there is this sense of like, it could have been that, like it could in like some like alternate universe gone that way, and you could have come back over here and stopped being a complete asshole, and put on the like the silly white suit again and fought with us. But of course, like he's too far gone.
Yeah, and not to constantly reference Death Note, but it is kind of like the arc of Death Note where Light has his memories wiped and is working with L, and you see like, if Light had made a couple of slightly different choices, look how good a dude he could have been. Yeah. And that's the whole point of that arc, is that it hurts that much more when they stick the knife in and Light goes back to being evil and kills L. Yeah. Spoiler for a 15-year-old show.
Yeah, sorry, you're going to watch it on Netflix for the first time.
This is still on Netflix?
No, they're making that like TV movie or whatever.
Oh,
thing.
right.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Forgot about that.
I don't know. Who knows if they're even going to do that plot? I don't know.
Yeah, if it'll have anything to do with the Japanese show, that's the question.
Also, I'm pretty sure Death Note is still on Netflix.
Okay, things go off and on.
Last time I was looking at the anime on Netflix, it was there.
Okay, nice. But anyway.
So was Persona 3 the movie number 2, by the way.
But not one.
Not any of the other ones. Right. Just Persona 3 the movie number 2. I have no idea what licensing issue makes that true, but that is the case.
It's a good movie. We recommend it. I just would recommend you watch all of them.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, so, no, I mean, you're right. It is this, there's so many complex emotions rolled up with the end of the Akechi storyline there.
Yeah.
And I was trying to think of where to go with this next. What would you say about this next?
I don't know. Like, it's just, it's something where, okay, well, you have
Sorry,
to, yeah.
I was trying to think of what I was going to say. There's one criticism I would make, which is that, we've compared some things where we're saying, hey, this game did this better than Persona 4.
Yeah.
I'll say one area where I thought this did worse than Persona 4 is with Akechi. I couldn't help but compare him and his social link to Adachi, which goes in a very similar direction. And of course, this is only true of the Golden version of Persona 4, but accepting that, we'll just talk about it that way. In Persona 4 the Golden, the Adachi social link is so fascinating because for like its first 5 or 6 ranks, you meet Adachi, he comes home and hangs out with you and Nanako, and you really bond with this guy. And you actually get a lot of a sense that something's up with him. He's not satisfied in life. He's got all these issues.
He's got all these cabbages.
Indeed. But you do see this side of him where, like, hey, there's something here that resonates with me, and I think we are friends on this level. And it makes the final levels of the Adachi social link just dynamite. Because what you see there is that, like, it's not about redeeming Adachi, but it's about seeing this side of Adachi that, like, you could have been this. Yeah. And I am, this part of you is the same as me. And like, there's this kind of thin line between us. And it leads to this one scene where you go meet him like in the TV world at night. And it is the creepiest, most atmospheric scene in all of Persona 4.
It's like if David Lynch made a social link scene in a Persona game.
Absolutely. It's like that. It's like something out of Firewalk with me. Yeah. And it is chilling in so many different ways, and I think part of it is because you had that active interactivity on the social link, and I think they put some, and again, it's because one of 2 social links they added to Golden, they could do this, but they put so much work into honing that social link, and it adds so much to the Adachi character if you manage to play it with that. Yeah. And I wish they would have done something like that with Akechi, because I think the automatic social link they do with Akechi is the most throwaway social link, I think, in any of the Persona games. I don't even remember what the specific scenes are, except for like the last 2 ranks, which happened during the final confrontation. Yeah. And I think they leverage that pretty powerfully. But because it comes in fits and starts, and you never really even remember you have it, it's automatic. But even the scenes where it goes up automatically aren't like Morgana or even Igor in some moments where they feel like meaty scenes. They're just kind of like, Akechi was in this scene, that's rank 3. And I think they could have done something where maybe Akechi was out in the world, because again, he's introduced very early in the game compared to when he becomes important to the main plot. And I think you could have had something similar to Adachi where like there's 4 or 5 ranks that you do with him, and they leverage that, and it would make, I think, that last scene resonate a little more if you felt you had some kind of agency over your friendship with Akechi. Because as it stands, I don't know if I bought 100% the amount of sympathy we wind up feeling for Akechi, because it was all on rails with that character. I never felt I had any agency in that relationship, and I think they could have done more with that. Still a interesting character and a really powerful final set of scenes. Everything that happens with, he has that Robin Hood persona, and then finding out his true persona is fucking Loki, and everything that happens with that. Really cool stuff, and I think the final move of him basically sacrificing himself for you, because Shadow Akechi of Shido comes, and they like basically kill each other and all of that. It's really, really good stuff. I just kept thinking, man, this could have been even more powerful to me if this was a little more Adachi-esque in how they handled that social link.
Yeah, I agree. I would have liked it more if they had done that with the social link thing. Like, as it is, but it is also something where it's like, the Marie and Adachi social links in Persona 4 the Golden are like the most highly produced social links in any Persona game, because they are like they put so much effort into those, because they're the only 2 ones they had to make for that version of the game. But there is something I really like about with Adachi. There's like this sort of
Akechi or Adachi?
Sorry, Akechi. They have very similar names, and they break down in very similar ways. Like, I kept on waiting for Akechi to just start talking about the bitches. But like there's like this weird connection between you and him that is something that if they had found a way to sort of like reveal maybe part of this earlier or something, you could do maybe more of a social link thing with it. But of the fact that both your life and Akechi's life have been completely fucked over by Shido, and that's like he's this weird like fulcrum around which both of you have like the last couple of years, for him longer. Your lives have revolved around these decisions that this one piece of shit has made, and it's just unfortunate that like because Akechi was caught in that orbit for longer, and he didn't have like anyone else with him to pull him out. Like, he's stuck there, and you can't quite yank him free of that. And it's something that adds like a little extra oomph to when you encounter Shido and you see like 100% like this dude just does not care about people. No, like, it doesn't matter who it is. He sees everybody as disposable, everybody as a tool. And especially that moment where the Shadow Akechi comes in, and you see like, okay, yeah, like Shido, like Akechi's an idiot for not knowing this about Shido, but you totally understand why he's way too close to it to be able to see Shido doesn't give a shit about you. All he sees you as is 100% as a tool, and once you've fulfilled your purpose, he's going to discard you.
Absolutely. And there's the other thematic parallels where both the protagonist and Akechi are the number 0. They have unlimited personas, theoretically. They are both chosen by evil Igor and all this stuff, and awakened, and they both get the app that way. But the issue is, all of those things are themes and ideas the game tells you rather than showing you. And the game is very, very good at telling, so it's okay. It's just that most of the time the game is also good at showing. And it's just that's that one area where I think they drop the ball a little bit. And maybe not even drop the ball. It's just I can theorize in my head a way it could have been even better. Because the baseline is it's really good. It's just it's not as really great as other parts of the game.
Sure. Yeah.
That's all I would say about it. Yeah. But it's a really powerful scene, and like it's, again, by the time you're done with that palace, you feel pretty battered in a lot of different ways.
Yeah. It's like seeing all the different sides of the fucked up part of society, and like the criminal, like socio-political influence that Shido is a part of. It's definitely, it's one of those things where the game has been building up slowly from the beginning, and it's something I've kept on wanting to mention on these podcasts. It's something I love about the beginning of the game is there's this sense of like impending disaster on like a larger social scale that is always like kind of on the horizon, and the mental breakdown cases are a part of that, of like every time you go home, like if you're talking to people or like you like random people on the street or you like go like listen to what is going on the TV, like it's just constantly you're hearing about murders and train accidents and like rapes, and it's just like the world feels like it, and specifically Japan feels like it's completely falling apart in a way that feels very like real and modern, and here of just like that's what it feels like every day. Like it just feels like if you are tuned into the news or media at all, like you are constantly getting bombarded with so much information about just awful shit that is happening everywhere that it feels like at any second the world can crumble to pieces. And what you find out here is like Shido and the people around him are making it feel that way on purpose. Like both in that like, you know, Akechi is pushing things using his powers to cause some of these accidents to happen, but also just Shido's entire platform is about like creating a strong Japan, creating a strong nation. It's incredibly nationalist and saying like we're rejecting the rest of the world. Like we want to be able to be on a position of power above other countries, and like we want to take control of our fate, take control of our destiny, and the only way that kind of platform works is when people feel scared, and you have to make people feel scared. And it's like the kind of platform that Trump runs on when he says stuff about how, you know, like the carnage of America and the carnage of like living in the inner cities and trying to make arguments that like are statistically completely unfounded about how like the crime rate is the worst it's ever been or whatever, when it's like there was a slight uptick in like specific types of murder rates in specific parts of America, but in general the crime rate is as low as it has like basically ever been. And you need to create that sense of fear. You need to distort that perspective of the world for someone like him to be able to take control of everything. And that's like, you know, that's something that is being set up literally from like second one of the game, of like you seeing like the train stuff. And just all throughout the game, you're constantly hearing stuff about how, you know, a CEO of like this major like food corporation died in a car crash. And it's only when like you go through the second time that you know, because you hear about this in like, you know, the fucking April or something. You're like, oh, that's Okamura. Like Okamura is like kind of working to create those things. And you hear about all these other sort of situations of like, you know, all the students having their money being stolen and like being hired to sort of ferry drugs by the mafia and stuff like that. All that stuff comes to a head when you find out that Shido is involved, has his like toes in all those little kind of criminal pies, and they're all working together to ultimately sort of like create this administration that will run Japan from a nationalist perspective.
So let's move through some of this next stuff a little faster, just because we're running a little low on time. But yeah, so we send the calling card, and this cutscene that happens where the Phantom Thieves unveil themselves to the world is one of the most badass things I've ever seen in a video game. Discuss.
The moment where, like, you know, he has been the most talkative of all the Persona protagonists, but he just straight up has a full-on line he says about basically, like, we are the Phantom Thieves and we're going to take the world. It's just like, fucking yes. It's like you've just been waiting the whole, because you know this dude has shit, like, he's very quiet, but you know he has shit to say in a way the Persona 3, Persona 4 protagonist did not, and he gets this moment to say it, and like, you know, getting up, like having the most spectacular calling card of all of them, like in front of the entire nation. And Futaba gets to, like, you know, when they try to shut it down, Futaba gets to use her hacking skills to say, haha, fuck you guys. Like, this is, we have control of everything.
It is interesting when, you know, we talk about how the game kind of builds to a false climax here. Yeah. It's a hell of a false climax, because that sense of escalation of, this is not a little investigation team in the outskirts of Japan. You are unveiling yourselves to the nation and realistically the entire world.
Yeah.
It is incredible. And just throwing down like, Shido, we're coming for you, you motherfucker.
Yes.
It's fucking great. And it plays the instrumental version of Wake Up, Get Up, Get Out there during that scene. And oh, it's so great. So great. Love that. We haven't talked in general about the sheer quality of the animated cutscenes in this game and the tonnage of them. There must be like at least like an hour of footage.
I think it's about an hour. Yeah.
It's so good.
Yes.
I wish. Does this game? I don't think this game has something like Golden did of like a viewer of all that.
No, it does not have a cutscene viewer.
That'd be a great DLC to add or something. Yeah. That would be really cool, because I would love to just be able to go into the game and see some of those again.
Yeah.
Because Atlus isn't letting them get upload to YouTube. No, that's for damn sure.
You can find them if you want.
I know, but not easily necessarily. Anyway, that's really great. And then, we talked about it a little bit already, but when you go back onto the ship and you fight Shido, the progression of everything that happens in that boss fight is incredible. First, he's on this giant golden steed made of like corpses and people, writhing in pain.
And
And
it's a
terror.
giant golden lion specifically.
Lion, right.
Yeah, and it's like a giant golden lion built out of like the mass of humanity that he's going to ride on the election, basically.
Yeah, exactly. And once you beat him once, he just throws down, rips his shirt off, and it's like, I'm just going to punch you guys to death. And it's incredible.
It's amazing. And he gets like, as the fight goes on, he's using these abilities to make it so that he can take multiple turns in a row.
Yep.
I think is a really fun mechanic. But it's and then like once you like beat him in that stage, he has like a further stage that's like, if you have ever watched Yu Yu Hakusho, there's the Toguro character from that show that like as he like keeps on power, he's that kind of anime character that says like, I'm at 60% of my power level or whatever. He does that, and like as he powers up, he gets like more like bulked up and like crazy looking. And Shido very much has like that kind of look to him at this point. And it's something where Shido is, I think this is probably my favorite from like a narrative, like constructed in like framework perspective, my favorite boss fight in any of these games, because they build up Shido so well as a villain. And then when you get to this point and you find out like the kind of dude this guy is, where it's like he's not quite 100% a Trump figure. He reads way more to me like Vladimir Putin, of like, he is, as much as you hate him, as much as like an evil motherfucker this dude is, like, you can't help but respect a part of him of like, he started from like nothing. Like, he was not handed a fortune. He was not handed anything. Like, he worked and like fucked everyone over along the way and just destroyed everything to climb up from his own power to the very top of the nation, to the point where he's about to be the prime minister. And there's something about that like you kind of have to recognize when, like, his whole boss fight is about him discarding everything. Like, he throws away the masses that are helping him. He throws away like his uniform and everything. It's just him as a man, like, fighting you. And there's something, and like, you need to have like this whole team of people with magical personas to take down this dude's like distorted view of his own like ego, is so kind of like impressive in a way, and backed with what is like definitely the best boss fight music that Persona has had, which means it's like basically the best boss fight music that exists in video games, which is Rivers in the Desert, that starts from the instrumental version, and then when he casts off all the stuff around him and like rips his shirt off basically in a very Yakuza kind of way, then the lyrical full version of the song starts playing, and it's just the most like just pumped up, excited fucking boss fight in a turn-based game I've ever seen. It's amazing. It is
definitely my favorite boss fight in this game. I'd have to think about comparing it to all the other games, but like, I remember when Rivers in the Desert started, I was like, this music is so good. I grabbed my wireless PlayStation headphones and put them on just because, like, normally I use those when like there's other people around and I don't want to make noise. The house was empty other than my dog, and I was like, I just want to hear this as close to my ears as I can. And so I had the headphones on. I was getting pumped, and you're totally right. It is that like you and Shido kind of meeting each other in this moment as equals, and it's like, we are gonna throw the fuck down. And it is just this long, dragged out, down and dirty fight with that amazing, amazing song playing.
Yeah.
It is utterly incredible.
Yeah, he doesn't turn into a giant monster. He's not crazy. He just rips his shirt off and starts punching you. And it's like, it is something that's like, it has a weirdly similar feel to some of the boss fights in like Yakuza 0, where it is just like, we're gonna rip our shirts off and we're just gonna beat the shit out of each other while we yell our names at each other. Like, that's what's going to happen, and like that's how this is going to go down. And it's like the most like testosterone fueled fucking thing that you could possibly have. But man, is it satisfying.
It's so great, and it's such a beautiful, perfect melding of like visuals and music and game mechanics and everything else. I'm like slightly annoyed that they use Rivers in the Desert for some of the later boss fights, just because it's like, that's the song for the Shido boss fight, and it's like so perfect. I don't mind hearing it again. Love that song, but it's like just a little bit in the back of my head of like, there's kind of a purity to just having it for that moment, because it is such a perfect culmination of that arc.
Yeah.
And goddamn, is it great.
Yeah. I also just have to give a shout out, because I've already talked about Gundam once on this podcast. The voice actor for Shido, and this is something that's like very specific and deliberate, is I can't remember his name off the top of my head, but he's the guy who plays Char in Mobile Suit Gundam, who's like the main big character in that game that like was the breakout kind of iconic character that like you could see in like fucking everything in Japan because.
And you're talking about the Japanese version of the game.
Yes, the Japanese version of the game. Yeah, obviously. Although, well, no. When I was looking this up, apparently the guy who voices him in English did voice Char in the 2012 Mobile Suit Gundam: The Origin movies. So
that's amazing that they went to that length.
I assume that was on purpose. That would be an incredible coincidence. So like there is a Char connection there. But one of the things that's important about Char is he's an incredibly iconic character who's like a pseudo villain in the first series, but also like by the time he comes to the end, he's sort of like maybe the real hero of the original Mobile Suit Gundam series. But then he keeps on popping up in the next couple of series from like the 80s and becomes more of a heroic figure. And then becomes ultimately a more villainous figure in the end when he becomes... I mean, he literally ends up as a politician in, like, the Char's Counterattack movie and, like, is very much like how Shido is in this game. And it's a very specific bit of casting. Like, this guy doesn't do a huge amount of voice acting these days. Like, he shows up every once in a while, like, if they're doing another Gundam thing. Or, like, you know, very occasionally he'll do a voice in an anime or something. But generally... You know, he's off doing other stuff, but they got him for this game. He's playing a very Char-esque role. And then when you get to the last boss fight and you're fighting him and he's on the giant lion and he's wearing that costume, he has a hood that is basically just Char's hood from the show with spikes on it. And it's like that moment where you're like, okay, they 100%. Like they built this character to get this guy to voice act this dude because he is... so good, because it's not just that like it's a really iconic performance, it's that guy is a really great voice actor, and like what he brings to that role is so powerful. And just the moment where I realized it was him, because especially early on when he's doing like you have the flashback to him being drunk, like he's like really putting on a lot to make it kind of hard to tell that it's him. And then the more you see that character bit by bit, like the realization of like, oh shit, holy fucking shit, that's Char from Mobile Suit Gundam, like one of the most iconic characters in all of anime, and he's gonna rip his shirt off and I'm gonna fight him. Yes, thank you very much, please.
And I will say this is another actor in English, kind of like a Akechi, where I think did as well as he could. I'm sorry, English, American, English-speaking actors can't cut loose the way Japanese actors can. Yeah. It's just a thing in Japanese voice acting. I don't know. I don't think there's any English actor who can quite do it.
There's no other actor on the planet that could give that performance the way the Japanese voice actor did.
Yeah, so I would love to, one day maybe I'll play this game in Japanese, and I'd love to hear that. Yeah. But
also, just a brief shout out. I love Shido's character design. Also, he's got like it's a really minimalistic look, and I think his like orange sunglasses are such a nice touch. It's like it's the detail that makes that character just like. There's something that, like, yes, this dude would wear orange sunglasses. That's the kind of guy this is. It's a really good character design.
Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, fantastic. All right, so we move on from that, and as we've talked about a lot of this section of the game before, where you move on past that, and suddenly people aren't paying attention to Shido's thing, and you're kind of going back to school. And you can kind of do that because no one's paying attention to you or the Phantom Thieves, and everyone's ignoring you. And it gets to December 24th, where the majority of the ending of the game takes place. So much so that the ending of this game, really, given how much happens around Christmas, should have been the Phantom Thieves going to get KFC. Let's be honest.
Sure. Yeah.
Just a little cultural thing. The Japanese people love getting KFC on Christmas. Yes. It's a long story.
If you go out with Futaba on Christmas Eve, she specifically shouts that out.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, I went with... Haru, so that's funny. Anyway, but yeah, so December 24th, shit gets real because like you go. That's when you decide we're gonna go to the Mementos and we're gonna steal the public's cognition.
Yes, because obviously something is off. Like nobody is reacting to what has happened, and it's something that like is another part of like where the game feels like really current is like. It doesn't matter that Shido confessed all his crimes on live fucking television in the way that it didn't matter that we literally had a video recording of Trump admitting to sexually assaulting women. The dude still got elected to be president of the United States. Sometimes the public does what the public does, and it don't make no fucking sense. And it's very much that kind of situation here.
It is weird. Now I really know what you're talking about playing this game in October of 2016.
Yeah.
Of like, how could the game be more prescient than that?
Uh-huh.
Like, yeah, Shido gets on TV, confesses his crimes. Trump was on TV confessing his crimes. We don't even talk about it anymore.
Yeah.
That this dude is a rampant sexual molester.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. So we're going to... And that's where we tie in Mementos, and it's like, yes, I knew this was coming. We're going to go to Mementos and figure out what's at the bottom of this. And a shout-out I have to give to Mementos is there are plenty of games that have, like, the side mechanic.
Yeah.
Which is, this is the side place where we go grind for stuff. In fact, you know what? A good example of this is a game we love, Digimon Story Cyber Sleuth.
Right.
Has, like, you can go visit the side or, like, past dungeons and kind of see things. I feel like in most JRPGs, that's what Mementos would be, where it's a place you can go grind, but it's not really narrativized.
Yeah.
Mementos is just as important as anything else in this game. It's
Yeah.
not necessarily as, like, fully produced as a Tartarus, but it actually fulfills a very similar function where it's this thing you have to get through sort of on your own timetable by the end of the game, because once you're there, there's going to be something at, in this case, the bottom, not the top, that's really important. And so Mementos winds up being the 8th and final palace, and that's so interesting. And everything that happens in there where you get down and it's a world of prisons. And it literally, I mean, as you say, this is the game just gets more expressionistic as it goes on until what is at the heart of the public's cognition is a giant prison where everyone wants to go and lock themselves up so they don't have to think for themselves is almost a banal way of saying it. It's more complex than that, I think. It's that they don't
have to live their own lives.
Yeah.
Like their lives can be lived for them by the state, basically.
Yeah. And it is, there's so many nice touches in that part, because one of the things I love, because it's not the most interesting palace, I think, from a design perspective, although there's a lot of cool stuff in it, and I like the little puzzles you have to do with the lights. Not that they're the most elaborate or anything else, I don't think they're supposed to be, because it's a palace you, like, do in one day.
Yeah, it's like a 3-floor palace. It's not supposed to be as elaborate as the other ones.
Right, but throughout that palace, there are people in cages you can just go up and talk to. It's an incredible amount of text. Another place where I'm like, translation team had a lot of work to do on this game. And but every one of those is illuminating in a different way of, like, you keep seeing all these people these are the cognitions of the public, and it's just this mass of, why would I try? It's these people who've been beaten down by life. It's people who were probably like the Phantom Thieves when they were kids, and at some point just realized it was easier not to try. Yeah. And that's kind of where they're bringing in the horror at the heart of this game, is that feeling that everyone in the world has felt at some point of, it would be easier just to give up than to try in this world.
Yeah. And you have that moment that I love so much that, like, seals the deal for me on, like, how they treat their villains in this game, which is when you find all the villains that have survived and are all, like, in these cages and are sort of talking to you, and you see this version of, like, basically the version of them that you created, and you don't realize until up to this point that it's like, oh, you didn't, like, because you didn't destroy their shadows had to have gone somewhere. Like, because, you know, the villains never awoke into their personas, their shadows weren't destroyed, so it's like their shadows have to be somewhere. What you find out is you have been working as a fucking, like, jail, like a warden the whole time, and you've been taking all these people who have been, you know, they're evil, but they are also, like, living outside of the normal boundaries of society, and are, like, in a dark reflection of you, forging their own paths and, like, living their own, like, free lives in power of themselves and in power of their lives through committing crimes and being awful, but still have that kind of strength of self to live that own life, like, completely driven by their own distorted desires. And so you find out, well, when we've taken that away from them, we have taken all their shadows and locked them up in these cages. And you find out, and for me, it was where, like, I realized kind of how weirdly affected I was by seeing Shido locked up in this cage, completely passive, not caring about anything, and realized, like, you know, this dude was fucking evil, but again, there was something I could kind of respect about him, that, like, this is not the fate he should have. We should have found a way to make him productive. It's not just enough that you need to confess to your crimes. It's like you need to repent for them and work in, like, for a positive force, not just, like, become completely passive. Right. And that, like, it felt like I think this is really appropriate. It felt like a caged up lion that's, like, been drugged. And you look at it, it's like, well, sure, this lion ate, like, 3 people, and that's why it's been, like, drugged and put in this cage. But also, like, there is something beautiful and terrible about this lion that seeing it in this state is, like, a weird sort of shame.
Well, talking about political themes, I mean, there's a very real critique in Persona 5 of the prison system in the world.
Absolutely.
And frankly, Japan in some ways has a more progressive prison system in some ways than, like, America does. America has, like, the least progressive prison system in the world, so it's especially prescient from an American perspective. But, you know, the way they translate it in English, at least, is Igor is constantly asking you about your rehabilitation.
Yeah.
And you ultimately find out this Igor at least doesn't really mean that.
Yeah.
Or he means it in a very backwards way, because the goal of prison should be taking people who are making, the wrong moves in society and rehabilitating them so that when they re-enter society, they can be productive again. It's supposed to be a social service.
Yeah.
And yet, I can only fully speak to this from an American perspective. In America, it's all about getting people in prison and keeping them there until they fucking die or hang themselves. And it's really awful and it's really gross, and that we politically want people to get out of prison, commit a crime, and go back in. That is how the system is built for those people, and it's awful. And this game is kind of seeing the entire world as a prison of that. Yeah, they did something evil, but just throwing them in a prison with nothing to live for is an evil thing to do in and of itself as well.
Yeah.
Not that the Phantom Thieves mean to do that or anything, but realizing that, and that there's something bigger they're working for, not just for themselves, not just for their loved ones, but even for these villains that they met. Again, we've talked before about how crucial empathy is to this game. That's one of those moments of empathy of there's something bigger here, that even these people need to be freed from this prison because it's not productive.
Yeah.
And again, it directly ties into the revelation that is coming about Igor and what he's been doing.
Yeah, so I think we can just talk about that, because at the core of Mementos, you find there's the Holy Grail, the Say Hi, and there's something about hearing that it's very good in Japanese. But anyways, you find the Holy Grail, which is hooked up by all these veins to all the people in the prison in a very Matrix-esque fashion in a way, and you hear the Holy Grail talk, and I assume in Japanese or in English it's the same voice as Igor, right?
I mean, it's always hard to tell, but I believe so, yes.
Yeah, so because in Japanese, it's very definitely this is new Igor's voice coming out of this Holy Grail. That's kind of weird. And then you fight him, and then you find, because how does this whole sequence, because then you go into Mementos takes over the real world, and then everyone disappears, and then you find out that Igor's evil. But
yes, but before, I think on December 23rd, maybe, there is an event where Igor kind of plays his hand a little bit and talks about the filth of Earth and all this stuff.
Yeah,
and
that humanity is going to have to be wiped clean because you have failed your mission.
Yeah, you realize something's up with this dude.
Yeah, because even Justine and Caroline are this is maybe not what we signed up for. This is a bit weird. We're supposed to because they are legitimately trying to rehabilitate you.
Yes, yeah, and throughout their social link, there's a lot of something's up here. So. Yeah, everyone disappears. Very dramatic, scary cutscene. Another one where I'm did I accidentally get the bad ending?
Yeah.
And then, you go back to the Velvet Room, and Igor sounded different for a reason.
Yes, and this is maybe the most unbelievable twist and gotcha I have ever seen in any video game. Because in the Japanese version, we talked about this a number of times on this podcast. I'll just go over it briefly. But so in Japanese, the voice actor who recently played Igor died almost 5 years ago at this point, and so he was a very iconic part of the franchise. People were very attached to his voice and his performance, and so even though he passed away, they kept on using that character and using his performance in the anime and in Persona 4 the Golden, in Persona 4 Arena. Whenever that character would show up again, they would just take lines from the different sources from the original performance and sort of put them together in ways that's okay, especially since Igor generally talks in a very broad philosophical way, you can kind of do that and get away with it and leave the heavy lifting to the Velvet Room attendant or whoever. And that's how they had handled it. And so then Persona 5 comes around, you see the trailer where it's okay, clearly they have recast Igor because everyone was sort of curious. What are they going to do? You have a whole new game that's a 100-hour RPG. There's no way you can just have this character be that performance stitched together. It's just impossible. So it seems okay, they have recast him, decided to go in a totally new direction with him. It's he's this darker Igor, but it really fits the tone of the game. It's really interesting. It feels it's kind of sad, but obviously the choice was either recast him or don't use the character anymore. And so you're playing the whole game just assuming this is Igor, they've just recast that actor, this is what this is, and then you find out, no, this isn't Igor. It's it's the evil god you're going to find at the end of the game that he's been taken the form of Igor. You find out he's evil. He floats up, disappears, then actual fucking Igor comes out of the nether, rematerializes in the Velvet Room, and it's the original fucking voice actor, and holy fucking shit, how crazy is that? It was It blew my fucking mind that they did that when I played this game.
This was going to be my question, though. It blew my mind, too. I loved it. But what I was excited for is I thought they were going to use original Igor's voice. In English, they don't do it.
They don't?
No, they recast it.
Sucks.
It really muted that moment for me, and I wanted to ask you if in Japanese they just used the old lines.
It is 100% the old lines, and that's one of the reasons, like, Lavenza, your new... We'll have to talk about that, too.
Oh,
your new fused together Velvet Room attendant has, like, a lot of lines... compared to, like, Igor has just, like Sai-all and stuff like that.
And he spoke little enough that I thought that must have been the case in Japanese. But no, it's a totally different actor. It doesn't even sound much like English Igor. And it broke my heart a little bit because... look, this whole stretch of the game is amazing. All the stuff that happens in the Velvet Room, it did not mute it overall for me. But that one moment, I was so ready to hear original Igor because that dude's not dead. He's an English actor. They could have used old lines. I mean, in America we have SAG and things like that. I know it's harder to do that, but you could have paid him and gotten the lines and stuff. But for some reason, it's someone else, and he sounds kind of like Igor. But it definitely, that is probably the biggest point where I think the dub dropped the ball.
No, that really sucks because I just assumed that it would be original Igor because that's like the whole point of that moment.
Yeah.
Is if you're a fan of this franchise, like, holy fucking shit. Like, obviously it has a whole other dimension to it also when, like, the original actor has passed away and realizing... They have found out, like, they've come up with maybe the most ingenious way you possibly could to keep that performance alive. It's really sort of beautiful. It was like... It was amazing. It was like maybe the most mind-blowing thing that happened in the whole game. Even though, like, compared to some of the other shit that happens with, like, Akechi and stuff, it's a relatively minor plot twist. Like, it still is like, oh my god, I've just never... I don't think I've ever seen something do that before.
No, and I think there's tons of things I still loved about it. I think the whole idea of turning Igor into the villain and that there was this evil god who basically used the archetypes of a Persona game to fuck with the world.
Yeah, and to be that, like, because of course, like, your whole thing in the game is you're, like, fighting against power, like, you're fighting against the power systems that exist in the world. What higher power system is there in a Persona game than motherfucking Igor? Like, he's the dude who runs the Velvet Room. Of course, at the end of the game, you have to fight him. Like, of course, they have to find their, like, way to make him evil and stuff. But yeah, you have to fight that guy because he's the biggest power system that exists in this universe. Like, or like in these kinds of games. Obviously, you have like the earlier Persona games where he's working for Philemon and stuff. But
yeah, so yeah, I'm really disappointed that the dub did not use our Igor because I also love the performance of English Igor.
Yeah.
And you know, look, it has been like 8 years since Persona 4 was dubbed. I don't know how much that guy has even done in the spin-offs. So maybe there just really was a contractual issue where they could not get him back and use his lines. And I understand maybe they tried their hardest. Whatever the case, it's still disappointing.
yeah.
So, but let's talk about all the other awesome things that happen.
Yeah.
The scene where Caroline and Justine realize what's going on, and Igor full on says you're going to be executed, and he tells Caroline and Justine to fucking cut your head off, and they realize what's going on, and they say we need you to do one last fusion, and you decapitate Caroline and Justine and create Lavenza. That's the point where I tweeted, Persona 5 goes to some fucking places.
Yeah, huh?
I mean, the payoff to the Persona fusion in this game, that it's through these fucking guillotines, and then it becomes, there is this attendant, and actually I thought because this might even be, Caroline and Justine might be voiced by the woman who does Elizabeth in English. Like, it sounds close enough that I thought the reveal was Caroline and Justine might just be fucking Elizabeth from Persona 3. It's not that, and that's totally fine. But, like, Lavenza's first line before you see her sounds a lot like Elizabeth. So for whatever reason, and there's so many twists coming, I was like, I was ready for anything. Like, you know. But no, Caroline and Justine were originally one person. They have to be reunified, and now you have this character, Lavenza. All of that is just incredible.
And who's also, like, that has been the voice you hear every time that, like, you start a social link or complete a social link reading. I assume in English they did that as well, reading the thou art and I art thou thing. It's the voice you hear at the very, very beginning of the game in, like, the confession room and stuff. So it's, like, something that, again, like, there are so many things building up to it. Like, obviously, then also Caroline and Justine's character designs, that when it happened, I couldn't believe that I did not see that coming. It seemed like, of course this is what they're going, like, maybe not the you're going to cut their heads off part, but like, of course that's where these characters end up, is they were the same person, because they haven't told us, like, where that voice is coming from and stuff.
Yeah, and that voice is, in English at least, it sounds enough like both Caroline and Justine that I wasn't sure. But then as soon as you hear Lavenza, I'm like, yes, that's exactly the voice I've been hearing all this time. So yeah, that really nice touch there. And then of course, one of my favorite parts of the game is after Good Igor comes back, and I love that Good Igor is sort of like out of it at this point. You know, he's like, something happened, I'm not sure. And then you have this, Lavenza says, your friends are here too, and one of my favorite stretches of the whole game is going through the dungeon of the Velvet Room and the Velvet Room music playing.
Yeah.
And you have to go find everybody in their separate prison cells and talk to them. And like the music and the dialogue and how the last line is voiced for all of those, absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
So much good stuff going on there.
Absolutely. It's something where I love when this game breaks down the weird barrier between the Velvet Room and everything else that happens in the game. That's like, it's something that almost never happens. Like, you get a little bit of it with Elizabeth interacting with other characters in Persona 3. You get it in a much bigger way in Persona 4 the Golden, in the Marie dungeon section. And here it's like, I love everybody is brought to the Velvet Room and is in their own dungeon or in their own cells, and you have to go back. And I like it. It's just like a brief little scene where you have to go up to them and give them this extra little push, and they like transform back into their Phantom Thieves clothes and blow off the doors to their prison while the song plays. That's sort of building up to the ending.
They have to reaffirm what their arc was. They have
Yeah.
to reaffirm their reason for fighting. And again, it's expressionistic. That's how they get out of their prisons, both literally and figuratively.
Yeah. And just like the whole thing of, you know, you have literally been playing this 100-hour RPG, like every time you go into the Velvet Room, you're stuck in this little tiny box and it made so much sense once you get to this part of the game of why you can move your character in the cell when you go to the Velvet Room, where traditionally you just go to the Velvet Room and it's just basically a menu with like a cool background, you know, but here you've like physically exist in the Velvet Room, can walk around, you talk to, you know, you have to walk up to the left side of the bars to be able to talk to the warden, and then you have to walk up kind of like in the middle to talk to Igor, and you can go sit on the toilet if you want to or whatever. It doesn't really do anything much, but like, you know, you have this little tiny cell to walk in, and then of course the reason why that is at this part of the game, that door is blown off, and you get to just walk around in the Velvet Room and just, if you want to go walk to Igor, you just go walk up to Igor and say like, hey man, what's up? And he's like, oh, what's up, dude?
It's such a wonderful mind fuck.
Yeah.
And then you're back in the town. Life Will Change is playing again.
Yes.
You gotta climb this tower. I love, actually, there's a bunch of good fights on the way up there. There's the boss fight, like, rush you have to do, but then also just, like, the enemies they pick is, like, a good challenge, and you can do a lot of leveling here.
Yeah.
And you're getting your way up to fight Yaldabaoth, or however you say it.
All the sort of mini bosses you're fighting along the way are going up, like, basically the chain of the Justice Arcana personas of, like, all the different sort of, like, top-level angels, like Gabriel and stuff.
And then the final boss fight in this fucking game,
man,
is something else.
It's so good. It's so just everything about it. The music is amazing. The boss design is amazing. I like the both the boss like character design and the design of the boss fight. I like of like the different stages of bringing out all these different items that sort of represent different things.
It's a clear callback to the Persona 3 final boss, where it goes through the Arcana and it keeps changing, and this game finds another way to make the last boss interesting, where it also has this repetitive structure, but things keep changing in the fight. It actually took me a while to realize I could attack the individual arms, because I just kept going for the main body, and I'm like, oh wait, I can attack everything. And so it's a good challenge, but it's like a puzzle again.
Yeah, because all the different arms have different like resistances and stuff, so you can't just like cast the spell that hurts all of them at the same time.
Other than Megidola, which I had, luckily.
Oh, sure, yeah. But that doesn't do quite as much damage as, like... I mean, you know...
It does if you're ridiculously overleveled.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I was level 93 because I just grinded at the end of the game and got the most powerful persona. So it's not like it wasn't a big deal, but yeah.
No, it's great on all those levels, but like the presentation and the narrative stuff that happens here, it just, you leave it breathless. Let's talk about some of that.
Okay, yeah, so, like, I mean, like, one, it's just, like, the scale of it is so important, and, like, the scale at the beginning, and then when they sort of, like, bring that up again at the end.
Oh, one of the best things is, so the boss is, like, just absolutely enormous, and your characters are dwarfed, and one of the best things they do is they shrink down the menu of, like, what you do, triangle, circle, X, to, like, this tiny little version of itself to represent just how small you are. Like, you can't even really read what it says. They've shrunk it so small. It's, like, this great Photoshop effect that they've done.
Yeah. So it's like there's this huge sense of scale of you fighting against God, like, and that's I like how they frame it all around like it's like the Holy Grail. The Yaldabaoth is like supposed to he's like this like ancient sort of creation god from myth, and so it's like this, you know, again keeping with the themes of the game, like you are the trickster, like you are like you're not evil, but you're not on the side of the law necessarily, because the side of the law is not necessarily the same thing as the side of good, and so like you're fighting against God itself, and then you have the whole audience of all the people watching this fight.
but it's also, it's not just a god. I love the thing that I think makes this a more even philosophical fight between the god and the main characters is that the god specifically says, I came from the cognition of people.
Yeah.
This is a representation of what they wanted. And of course, the game will ultimately go with the persona you summon. But like the whole idea of like, no, we know that's not the case. There is another set of beliefs. It's not just the prison. This is, you are distorted in your own way, like everything else. And so there is this kind of evenness there. So I just want to say it because it's also amazing. And again, it does tie into what is the public actually thinking. And so you have this great back and forth between the boss fight and then what's going down on the ground level. Again, very reminiscent of Persona 3 in that way.
Yeah, and it's something where, like, because also, like, Yaldabaoth is, like, more coming, like, from the Judeo-Christian perspective of God, like less like, Nyx is obviously like pulling from like a Greek god. It is more obscure. In Persona 4, it's Izanami no Okami, and it's like it's a Japanese Shinto goddess, and so like that has different connotations too. Like this feels like, especially when you bring out Satanael at the end, which is like supposed to be like a sort of like version of Lucifer, basically. Has this almost sort of like Paradise Lost-esque dynamic between like, it's God in the sense of like the God of order, and that's like, that is what you are fighting against, is that like cold, emotionless God that is seeing everything as like, I have designed this for you, I have created this for you, like this is my game I have built for humanity, and like you are going to, you are my pieces that are just going to live your lives the way I decide you to live them. And so that's like the kind of God he represents. And then, then you have the whole audience there, and the way they do the section that's, every Persona game needs a section of where you have things like, oh, we're doing well in this boss fight, but like we actually are starting to lose. And then you have all the social link people like cheering you on, but here you have all your social link people along with like all of basically Tokyo watching this like fight in their weird abstract memento space, cheering you on. And this is one of the places where I feel like the way they have set up the social links really works to its benefit of like all the characters, the social link characters in the game, I think are particularly memorable, partially because they have a gameplay link to them. So like, then like so many of them are people you have to keep on visiting because they're like merchants and stuff like that you have to buy stuff from. And so you don't have the situation like in Persona 4 where you have your whole like weird list of people that are also in that game has a sort of an issue of like, they're rooting you on from some like sort of subconscious space because they're not actually technically aware of you finding this person because they're never aware of your activities in this like sort of supernatural space.
Again, it's something they tried to graft from Persona 3 and 4 without really adapting.
Yeah, so like, but also in Persona 4, you have like some social links that by the time you get to the end of the game, you're like, oh, right, there was that kid I tutored. I kind of just forgot about him. Or like, yeah, there was like the young mother social link. They're like fine social links when you experience them, but never, once you finish them, they never come up. Whereas in Persona 5, partially because you have to interact with a lot of them over and over again, but also because before this point, some of them pop up in like story-related events around Shido and stuff like that. You have a lot more stuff of like bringing up the confidants, seeing them again and again, seeing them in different scenes of the game, being involved in different things. So when here they come in and they're all cheering you on, like you recognize all of them and there's some of them like, they're kind of interacting together like Sojo and Mishima in ways that like it's kind of fun to see your like social link characters pal around and have a couple lines of dialogue with each other when normally they're completely separated. And just having that personal connection made it feel like with Persona 3, there's much more of a sense of like, you understand why these people cheering you on is giving you the power it's giving you. Then plus you have the great narrative device of the percentage meter going up of all the people believing in you and getting to 100% and blowing up the meter, because of course it blows up the meter.
And then the best Persona summoning in the fucking series.
Yeah. Yes, this is where the scale comes in 1,000,000,000%, where you find out, where it's such a beautifully played scene where you summon this persona and it's like, nothing kind of happens, and then you have Yaldabaoth just is like, like, of foolish humanity, your power could never like possibly come like and face me, like you could never bring all this disparate power together and fight against me. And then like you hear lightning strike and thunder go and like, oh fuck, and the guy looks up and the clouds are parting, and then Satanael, your like evolved version of your persona, fucking descends from the clouds, and he's gigantic. He's the same size of like, not a little bit bigger than Yaldabaoth. And then when you cast your spell to defeat him, this is also where you're getting like just the most incredible fucking song that's playing.
Yeah.
And then so you do your thing to fight him, you cast the spell, and your main character points his gun, and it zooms out.
Oh my god,
and
it's
you
so
see
great.
Satnails pointing his fucking gun. And you're the main character basically says, like, get lost. Shoots. Satnail shoots. Fucking blows a hole in the head of the fucking... basically the god of Christianity, of like the Paradise Lost god, fucking blows a hole in his head, and then the camera goes up and looks through the hole, and behind the hole you can see the sun rising. It's so fucking good.
It's unbelievable. Like, more than any other moment in Persona 5, it's like, this is how they leverage like the technical advancements they were able to use in this game of these in-engine cutscenes. Just like the scale of it, you leave that just breathless and like jaw drop, like, what did I just see?
Yeah, it's like, you know, they took like the best ending to like a giant monster movie or something, or like more like a giant robot movie, I guess, with like the designs. But it's like the scale of like how just immediately it becomes so huge, and it's just such an unbelievable power fantasy. It's so much more powerful than I feel like a lot of like the Persona 4 version, where it's like, you know, you feel kind of cool when you get Izanagi no Okami, but it's like, but he's still a relatively normal sized Persona. This is like, of course he has to be gigantic. It's the World Arcana. Like, he represents the hopes and dreams of all these people. He's gigantic.
Yes.
It's so good.
It is unfucking believable. And again, on that thematic side of what this means expressionistically, why this works where I think like Persona 4, for instance, doesn't, is that, again, this persona you summon that is so grand and all that, you have seen the legwork going into humanity could summon this also. Like, we could create Yaldabaoth, but we could also create Satanael.
Yeah.
And we could bring this up, and it could ultimately win out for everything we have seen over 100 hours of this game. That is an achievement of so many different things, but ultimately it's an achievement of good fucking storytelling.
Yeah. And it's just, and it feels like, you know, you have played 100 hours of this game. You deserve something ridiculous and epic at the end of it. And it's like, man, does that scene deliver? I was just, the first time I played that game, I was just so ecstatic. I was just,
It's amazing.
It's just so good. It's just such a like incredible relief to see it happen. Like, it's such an incredible execution of that. And just, again, the music playing there is amazing. That, like, in the way the music is paced out, like it's supposed to sort of, because you can, you know, the music plays however the music plays, but it's sort of designed to reach this like zenith right when you shoot. That is an instrumental version of like the best part of the ending credits song, which is like where the ending credits song comes at this like huge high point, and then it like softens down and quiets down as Yaldabaoth sort of slowly falls down, and you see like the sunrise coming up, and it's like, it's so beautifully executed.
Just perfect in every way. End of the game, we've talked about most of the stuff at the end. I mean, the fact that you have to go to juvenile detention and all that is like, the game goes places again. And yet it's with a sense of hope, because you go there, but your friends are not going to leave you there. And as you said, it's back to this political discourse of this kind of grassroots organization that you have built up coming to work for you, and getting this person out of prison, and getting another chance at life and everything. And with that, of course, Morgana comes back.
Yes.
This is the one thing we kind of haven't talked about with this area of the game, is that Morgana comes back. Now Morgana is just a cat. And we even get a new cat portrait, which is kind of amazing and creepy and wonderful.
Yeah. And, also, like, I love when Morgana comes back at first. The way he talks I don't know how much this comes across in the English performance, but the way he talks in Japanese is much more subdued. Like, it's still a little weird, but it's like he's clearly like trying to be more respectful and humble. And then like slowly as the scene goes on, like now, like, yeah, no, he's still Morgana.
Yeah, no, they do it basically. The actress just subdued is the way to say it, of how she does her performance, and then it gets kind of bigger. Yeah. They obviously can't do the same linguistic things you would do in Japanese, I assume. But no, really good moment. But Morgana, and this is one of my favorite things about the ending, is there's so many evocative, suggestive things about the ending where they don't tie things off with a bow. And one of those is that Morgana is just a cat at this point.
Yeah.
And Morgana never was human, never becomes human, but Morgana has decided, hey, I have a goal, and I want to see if I can become human one day. And if not, I'm going to stick with this guy and live my life. And there's something so wonderfully beautiful about that I love that the mystery of Morgana is solved only to a certain degree.
Yeah.
And that Morgana is, still out there and with you and part of this cast, and we'll see what goes beyond that. But that is like a specific goal we're looking at. But then the entire ending is about things left unsaid and about the roads these people will still travel, and that it's something I love about this ending is that it has to rely on the suggestive nature of an ending, of that they're going to go off on another adventure and we're going to see what happens, but it has to be left to the imagination because that's what makes it powerful.
Yeah.
It's like the point where I feel very similarly with this game as I did with Persona 3, where I don't need or even necessarily even want to spin off to this game because like the ending is such a great, perfect ending. I don't need to see what happens next.
Yeah.
Because what happens next exists in the eye of the beholder. It exists in the mind of the player. And because there's so much you can imagine about what happens next, that ending is so immensely powerful to me. And having that one thing of Morgana is still a cat, but might become human one day, but is going to look for his path forward, whatever that is, adds so much to the ending of the game.
Yeah. Although, but then at the same time, like knowing that obviously, you know, this game has sold fucking gangbusters, especially in Japan, like they're going to do spin-off stuff with it. I do like that, like the ending of this game is perfect, but it also leaves enough room that if when they do spin-offs, I feel like there's more stuff to do with these characters, whereas like the Persona 4 cast didn't really have that much to like keep on doing with them is the thing that's like you see it really heavily in the Persona 4 arena games and they do it better Dancing All Night but still not great, and that like those characters don't have that much room to develop, and it's like all the story heavy lifting is on the Persona 3 cast in the arena games and then also the new characters, and it's like in Dancing All Night the main story heavy lifting stuff is on the new characters and on Nanako because those are the characters that have room to do stuff with. And I like that with the Persona 5 cast, like I can see if you do a Persona 5 arena, I can see more stuff to do with these characters and more like layers to see with them and more stories to tell with them.
Here's the spin-off I want.
Yeah.
Because they're going on a road trip, I want Hajime Tabata and the team from Final Fantasy 15 to come in and do an open world road trip game with these characters, like what Final Fantasy 15 frankly just should have been.
Yeah.
But with the Persona 5 cast,
Sure.
I think they could really do a good job.
Yeah.
I
can see that.
They hit that out of the park.
Yeah. But Morgana's just a cat the whole time. Never gets like turns into the like weird chibi cat man.
No, I mean it's the open road ending that I think can be so evocative and powerful, and the kinds of ending that you will think about because it's about the suggestion of what's still to come.
Yeah.
You know, it's better than this, but it makes me think of one of the first endings in literature I remember, which is the book Stuart Little, where there's just let me do this.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Have you ever read Stuart Little?
Yes, I did when I was in the second grade.
Right.
Yeah.
But it sticks with me because Stuart Little, and this is because I think the book was unfinished, so this is not a great example, but it taught me something about the world, which is that the whole like second half of that book is Stuart Little gets a bird friend, and the bird goes missing, and so Stuart gets in his little mouse car, and he goes off and has a couple of adventures, doesn't find the bird, and the last chapter of the book is he leaves and is still going off to find the bird, and never does, and there was never a sequel or anything, and it's just Stuart Little is still out there looking for the bird. Again, I think it's because E.B. White just didn't finish the book, but it's still something of like, that's an ending that sticks with me really powerfully, like even though I read it as a really little kid, because I don't know what happened to Stuart and the bird, and I think that is instructive in that sometimes those endings are the ones that stick with us the most. And this is obviously a much more intentional version of that ending. It's not because the Persona 5 team, I don't know, had a stroke or something. I don't know what happened with Stuart Little. But like, there is some of that same quality where they are off and the story continues, but it continues in our minds and our hearts, and that's what makes this a powerful narrative.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
No, definitely.
Persona 5, we will talk about this more next week.
Yeah, we need to, because there's a lot of stuff I still want to say that we just don't have time to talk about.
Yeah, I want to talk about some superlatives with it. I want to do some wrap-up thoughts. I want to talk about the music. I want to talk about the social links.
Yeah.
That'll be next week's show, but I think this was a good wrap-up of the final arc of the story to go with our other Persona 5 spoiler casts.
Yeah.
We will have at least 5 Persona 5 spoiler casts. That sounds good to me. This is number 4. So, next week we'll talk about that, and we'll probably record a 5-hour podcast. Who knows?
You know, they're just getting longer and longer. You know, I'm just really looking forward to our 20-part Dragon Quest podcast series that's going to start right now.
Hello and welcome to the Weekly Stuff Podcast with Jonathan Lack
and Sean Chapman.
We are here to talk about stuff this week on the show. Another packed episode. We got a new episode of Doctor Who, Knock Knock.
Who's there?
Persona 5?
Yes, it is, motherfucker!
That's a weird-ass joke.
There we go.
Knock Knock, Doctor Who, Persona 5? I don't know.
That's the only joke our podcast knows for the past 4 weeks, so let's just roll with it.
All right, so Sean, Persona 5. We've talked about the game in spoiler depth, but now we get to talk about the game in general.
I thought it was crazy when Harry Potter showed up at the end of the game. It was like, why do you, main character of Persona 5, look weirdly kind of like me?
That's true. I had not made that comparison.
That's the Japanese fan base for Persona 5 took to calling the character Potter-kun, which is pretty good. It's pretty good. There's some good Twitter images you can find if you're so inclined.
I love you, Japan.
Yeah,
I do.
It's pretty good.
All right. I can't wait for the crossover game where that's going to be the big Persona 5 crossover, is a Persona / Harry Potter game.
Yes, and then the Guardians of the Galaxy coming at the end. It's a whole thing.
Running jokes. Anyway, so Persona 5, there are so many things we could talk about this game now that we've done the whole thing. Where do you want to start?
Oh, geez.
Or do you want me to pick a topic, because I have?
You could pick a topic if you have them prepared.
Okay, I want to do, and we've promised this, so I thought this was a good general topic to start with, is to talk about the confidants.
Yeah.
And the social links. And, you know, we touched on some of them throughout, but that's a hard thing to do in a spoiler cast where, you know, people complete those at different rates. So we didn't want to spoil the end of, you know, the teacher social link when people might still be on, you know, Ryuji's or something like that. So let's talk about the social links.
Yeah, and just like to recap, like we both finished the game with all social links completed. Yep. Most people are not going to do that because that's not a totally reasonable way to play the game. So like, you know.
Although, let me say one thing about that in general. Persona 5, more than 3 or 4, way more than 3 or 4, feels like at the end it wanted you to do that. And just in terms of...
It has way more payoff for it than the other games do.
Yeah, maybe saying wanted is the wrong term, but you're right. There's so much more payoff of like... It does feel like a lot of how you see certain characters in the final stretch of the game is informed by you having seen their whole confidant, their whole social link. And yeah, I think you could still love and enjoy the game if you missed a couple, but... You know, like, this is not a game where you could play through Persona 3 and 4 and miss whole social links. I don't know if you even could do that in Persona 5, but if you did, that would be bad. But, like, not finishing them is a different thing. But yeah, so there might be minor spoilers if you haven't finished all of them.
Yeah, but that also means that we can talk about all of them, which is fun, because that would have been a little bit annoying if you hadn't finished a couple of them and be like, well, shit, now I can't talk about Charisma Gamer or whatever.
There's so many good ones.
Yeah.
And, you know, I guess we could just start with a simple question. What's your favorite social link?
Yeah, a simple question.
It's easy for me.
Yeah, I guess I would probably say Sojiro, I guess, would be mine.
I would say Futaba with, like, Sojiro at 1A. You know, like those two.
I mean,
together,
they're very sort of like intertwined in a lot of ways.
They are, and I made the comparison in a previous episode to the Dojima and Nanako social link in Persona 4, where those very much feel like you're supposed to kind of play them back and forth, and I think they ping pong a little bit thematically. I think that's true here too. The Futaba one, just in particular, I think is insanely well written and like just is so good at the art of making all 10 social link events feel meaty. And like they move that character forward, and that by the end you really feel like you've gone on a journey with that character, even though the journey for Futaba is like going to a video store,
right?
You know, and I think that just speaks to how great that character is too. But I just thought that was a particular standout. And then Sojiro was one of kind of the last ones I finished, which the game is also kind of built to make you do that.
Yeah.
And I think you see kind of the flip side of that story, and you know where the Sojiro one goes in terms of like how far a social link takes a character. I think it's unparalleled in this game, at least. Because Sojiro just, over the course of the game, changes a lot, but over the course of the social link where that family unit is forged, there's a lot of tearjerkers.
Yeah.
I also think Sojiro has the best social link event in the game.
Yeah.
And it's Hierophant 7, and I know that because I wrote it down because it was so good, but that's the event where like shit goes down, and he almost implies that he's going to give Futaba away, and she gets mad, and you go talk to her, and then he comes up and reaffirms that they're a family, and reaffirms his love for you, the main character, and all this stuff. Between those two social links, there is a world of greatness.
Yeah, and then also with Sojiro, I think it might be the 9th, or maybe it's the last scene where you go to church, and like...
That's his last scene.
Yeah, so where you sort of like visit Wakaba's grave, basically, and there's something about that scene I love so much of. There's something I really like Wakaba's character, Futaba's mom, that's like, obviously she's dead before the story starts, and so you never see her personally, but you get like sort of images of her and stuff, and you get the sort of monstrous version of her in Futaba's palace, and I just like kind of peeling back the layers of like who this person was to these people that you, the main character, and you, the player, care about, but who's gone, and like sort of like what she has left in her wake, and like I just love so much the relationship that Sojiro had with her, and like how sort of complicated and mature it feels, of like it's this weird sort of like what could have been and maybe what should have been, and what like maybe like the position Sojiro probably should have sort of like been with her but couldn't at the time, and then kind of trying to make up for that in some ways by taking care of Futaba. There's something about that dynamic that I just found so powerful.
Because so much of this game is about characters learning to live with and making peace with circumstances that are not ideal, you know? And it's Sojiro not having the family he thought he was going to have. And it's, Futaba not having the parents she thought she was going to have. And it's Makoto, not having the loving sister she thought she was going to have. And all these scenarios, you apparently not having the parents who care enough about you to go send you away to the cafe dude and things like that. And you're right. I mean, that scene in the church is this beautiful affirmation of we're at peace with the family we've made. Things worked out. Yeah. And I think it speaks to something I think Persona 5 identifies in the human spirit, where it's an idea I think people often reduce to the everything happens for a reason, which I find kind of an infantile way of looking at the world.
Because it's like, no fucking shit. Everything happens for a reason, in the same way that, like, that's how fucking physics works.
Yeah.
But,
But I think what the truth in that is that humans are adaptable. Yeah. And bad things happen and unforeseen things happen, but we are good at making meaning out of those things and getting to a point where we are who we are because of those things. And I think that's where a lot of the social links in this game wind up, is that place of affirming those things within themselves and within their lives. And I think that scene in the church is great, in part because it doesn't take itself too seriously. And of course, how Futaba often expresses those things is by being silly and goofing off and things like that. And that's how Sojiro knows she's happy and is content in life.
Yeah.
And you get a lot of great moments with that in both of their social links near the end.
Yeah, another thing I really love about it's kind of confusing because of how intertwined it is, but because it's in Sojiro's social link, right, where you get because for most of the social links you hit a point in them where you have to fulfill a mementos request, and for Sojiro's to do that you have to talk to Futaba and go to the palace alone, or is that for Futaba's palace?
No, you're right. It's Sojiro's, and if you hadn't completed Futaba's by then, it also halts Futaba's. Right. And I had already completed it, so that didn't happen.
That's right. Yes, that's right. Yeah, because you try to talk to her and you can't do anything with her other than go into the dungeon when you talk to her once you're at that point in Sojiro's. And it's like, that's one of the things that I love about the Persona 5 social links in particular that Persona 3 and Persona 4 didn't do, is there's like this, it feels like they exist in tandem, like very directly with the rest of the game, and they will interact with different sort of elements of the game in ways that it tended to be in Persona 3 and Persona 4. A social link like existed in its own bubble, and maybe like you had like Dojima and Nanako's kind of like intersected, but generally it was like, I'm going to the daycare and hanging out with young mother, and that's what I'm doing. I'm going to tutoring. I'm going to like hang out with like the sexy weird doctor lady at night. I'm going to talk to this old lady, and it's never going to really like sort of directly intersect with the other characters I know, and it's never going to directly intersect with like the whole dungeon part of the game and the sort of supernatural part of the story setting. And in Persona 5, it's a constant thing of, like I need to go in and take care of this person in Mementos, or like with Yusuke, you have some like his first and last ones for his social link stuff. You actually are in Mementos for them, and like those scenes take place in Mementos. And for Yusuke's first one, you actually have a battle scene like in the social link. And then for a lot of them, you have different characters from different social links, or like for the main party members, will intersect and like show up in some of the scenes with other characters. So like Futaba has that happen all the time. Like in Sojiro and Futaba's obviously like there's a lot of push and pull there. And then for some of the other ones, like you'll just have like Mishima will be a part of like, maybe he doesn't pop up all the time in like Oya's social link, but he's a character that is a part of the social link events with her in a couple of places. And like that's something I really love about this game. It's how your sort of team of confidants and everything feel like they exist in a web kind of together, even if they don't always interact with each other directly. And they sort of exist in a sphere that incorporates the rest of the game as well, instead of being off on their own.
Yeah, there's very few degrees of separation, right? Like some confidants have never met each other, obviously, in this game, but they all know someone who knows someone else in the web. Whereas, like, if you go to, like, Persona 3, nobody on Seas ever meets the monk,
Right, yeah.
And I actually think that's completely thematically appropriate for that game and stuff like that. But for the story Persona 5 is telling, it's so important that web is as close as it is. And you're absolutely right. A lot of those moments are just they make the game feel populated and alive in a way that's really powerful.
Yeah, and it's something that once you get to the end of the game and you get, this whole string of scenes in the last 10 hours or so of the game that incorporate different confidants, being at Oya being at Shido's palace, not at his palace, but at the diet building and stuff like that, or at the very end, you have all these different characters sort of interacting, but oh, hey, you're the Phantom Thieves person too, yeah, go do it. There's something about that feels very natural and exists. I like that exists diegetically in the universe in a way that in Persona 4 it really didn't, of the social link people supporting you. And it's just something that adds to the sense of these being real people that exist in a city together. And you sort of creating these relationships is breaking down these walls between all these different people. Because at the beginning of the game, you are sort of presented to this city of millions of people, but everyone is completely alone. And you have to sort of realize that you break down these walls and make it so that people aren't alone through effort and by creating friendships and creating families. And it's not just something that's handed to you because everyone's in close proximity to one another. And there's something about that just feels very real and sort of is motivated very directly by your actions in the game.
Absolutely. Yeah, and going off what you said about, in Sojiro's Social Link, you have to go into Mementos. That's a common thing they do in these. And I just wanted to mention, you were talking about that, and I started thinking through that and why I like that, and then, that ties into this thing and all that. I realized, in other Persona games, we've been able to have the conversations where we're let's just talk about the social link events, and that's easy. With this, that's going to be so hard, because anything you talk about in here, you wind up thinking about an ability I got, or a Mementos thing I had to do, and then how that ties into this system, which ties into this system, where nothing is on an island in this game, and there is this interaction. So it's actually something I love about the social link system we haven't talked about a lot yet, is that most of them have a block that is not arbitrary, go hang out with them 5 times. It's go to Mementos.
Yeah.
And you kind of build, and it can be actually a challenge of how many of these can I build up before I can have to go into Mementos, and can I maximize the number of social links I can hit off at once and that sort of thing, and then can I go home and get a massage and then go finish a social link that I did the day of, and you can, and it's awesome. But I actually really like just focusing on you have to go into Mementos. It does feel like you get more agency in the helping of your friend. Of if you use Sojiro as an example, it's this evil uncle. It's part of the story. Yeah. Well, not evil, but he's not a good dude.
No.
And it's this guy who has obviously very distorted desires and his plans for this family. And you keep hearing about that, and finally you keep reaching these points in the story where the main character just says, "Hey, what's this guy's name?" Feels very mafia-esque, where you're hey, what's this dude's name? Let's.
I love that basically every single confidant or social link has that moment where he's very directly. And I always have 2 options. That's hey, what's his full name? It's hey, what's his name? It's they're basically the exact same option, but they have to just give you 2 of them, because it'd be kind of weird if they only gave you 1 and had the prompt just pop up. But I love that they all have that moment where he's okay, what's his full name? And they're oh yeah, he's Hey, why did you ask that? Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it. Yeah,
it's it does really, feel it's really good.
It does feel like I'm going to go out to my car and get a baseball bat and break their legs.
Yeah.
Right? And extort them for money and then take a cut. Yeah, but ultimately you're doing something much more altruistic. And the whole thing of going into Mementos and stealing these people's hearts and all that, and then riding the ship, just again makes you feel like you have a little more agency and connection to these events. And adds, I think, some real emotional weight to those final scenes. And again, helps broaden that definition of the Phantom Thief, where it's not just what you do in the big 8 palaces.
Yeah.
It's all these things day to day that ultimately you change dozens of people's hearts over the course of the game. And that makes it feel a lot more organic when the Phantom Thieves are becoming a bigger and bigger deal.
Yeah, and there's also just a small thing that for some of those characters that don't ever directly interact with the other Phantom Thieves members in any of the social link stuff, it's something that's okay, all of my team knows that these people exist and I'm hanging out with them in some way, which is one of those things that in Persona 3 it kind of makes sense because the main character just sort of seems so antisocial that he's not just going to tell everybody about everything he's doing all the time. But it always felt weird in Persona 4 that you never mentions to his best friends and these people he's so close to that's oh yeah, no, I'm working at the hospital and there's this weird sexy nurse lady that keeps on hitting on me and I'm helping her with all of her deep intense personal issues. It's they're he's off having all these relationships with all these different people on his own, and it feels kind of weird that it's as cloistered as it is when that guy seems like he should be really sort of forthcoming with everything that he's doing with his friends, particularly like in regard to like all the stuff they're doing with the investigation team. And I like that with Persona 5, there's at least this sort of direct acknowledgement, both with, like, eventually the Velvet Room stuff comes in, which is another thing that I've always felt was so bizarre that, like, it's just completely off on its own. It's never really addressed. And I love that, like, that comes in, and that is addressed, and the other team members are aware of that part of the game. But they're also aware that, like, you know, I'm hanging out with the sexy doctor. I'm hanging out with the, like, weird reporter lady. Like, I'm doing all this other stuff, and you guys are aware of it and a part of it, and you're going to help me sort of solve these issues with them.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, there's those moments when you're going to Mementos and Morgana will, like, get up on the table and, like, give you the rundown.
Yes.
And especially for the ones related to confidants, those are great because it's exactly what you said. It's those moments of recognition of, like, oh, right, that dude at the gun store, we know that guy. That's horrible that guy's doing to it. And, like, there's this moment of, like, team unity around, let's help this dude. You know, we don't know him as well as you do, but he's our friend and we're going to help him out. And that's just, those moments are, like, really nice when it all comes together.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's fun. So, okay, we talked about Futaba and Sojiro. Just going, you know, we don't have to go down a specific list, but what's another social link that you caught your eye and you'd like to talk about?
Like, I have always found Mishima's really interesting in this game. Like, it's one where he's not a character that, like, stands out as being, like, he's not very flashy, and he's not likable, and he's not supposed to be likable. Like, he's this, I feel like everybody knows a kid like this in high school where it's like, you're not a bad guy, you're just annoying. Like, you're just fucking annoying, and I know you don't mean it. I know it's just like, you're just a little bit awkward in a way that's like, you just annoy me, and it's like, I like you, you're fine, like, we can hang out, but it's like, oh my god, you get on my nerves sometime.
This is how Sean and I became friends.
Exactly.
No, I'm kidding.
Yes.
But, no.
And you just wouldn't fucking stop talking to me. It's like, okay, fine, I'll go in Mementos and fucking kill your shadow, whatever, man.
No, it's great. And the game is so aware of it, because there's that Hawaii section
Yeah.
where you just, every answer is some form of making fun of Mishima whenever he's around.
Yeah.
Because, like, he wants to share your room and all this stuff, and you're just like, not Mishima. And that was the moment where I knew, like, okay, they know it.
Yeah.
Because I went through some of that social link being like, are they aware of how, like, kind of off-putting Mishima is in some ways? And then the game, like, in the normal game parts makes it very clear, and it all kind of clicked for me.
But it's also something that, because of, like, how he's introduced into the story as being, like, one of the sort of, like, most severe victims of Kamoshida's abuse. Like, it always made me feel really bad for having that reaction to him, because it's like, this is the exact reason why Kamoshida could abuse him, is because this kid is just sort of awkward and weird and off-putting enough to people that, like, he just sort of, like, blends into the background and nobody cares when he shows up to school with a bunch of bruises. And it's like, it's a really sort of, like, weird, tense relationship you have with him because of that. And I just love the way his social link progresses in a very non-standard way, which there's a couple more of that in Persona 5 than there tends to be in these games. And his is tied completely to completing the Mementos request that he gives you. And I just like that, like, it gives his social link a very different sense of pacing, that you can't just, like, focus on his all the time. Like, you have to wait until you get to a certain part of the story for more Mementos requests to come up to sort of go through that. But I also just like, again, sort of like the way that the social links blend in different elements of the game setting and narrative story stuff. There's that, I think, is about halfway through his social link is where he starts kind of like going way too far, and he's letting the Phantom Thief thing get to his head, and like he's clearly under a lot of pressure, and he's just like, he has almost kind of like a Ryuji kind of like thing going on with him. And so you go into Mementos to see if he has a shadow, and you confront his shadow, but you decide not to destroy his shadow and come back out and like kind of confront him about it. And that I found was like really interesting. It's something that just makes really great use of the sort of larger paranormal mechanics of the setting to tell a different kind of story than they're telling in the main story, and a different way to use that, because it also just feels like it's this acknowledgement on the part of the game and the characters, like the player characters, the Phantom Thieves, that the thing they're doing when they're going into Mementos is like not totally okay. Like it's a little bit fucked up. Because if it wasn't a little bit fucked up, they would be totally fine with just killing Mishima's shadow and changing his heart that way. But because they know him and he's like, he helps them, they like have enough of a debt to him that they're like, that's just not right. And I really like that element of his social link.
I think Mishima's social link, the whole second half of it is really good. I think parts of it can feel a little rote here and there, but then you get to, I think that's the turning point, and the final scenes where he is both humbled and also comes out of his shell to the degree where he can kind of, as is often the case in Persona, own what it is he wants out of the world.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's easy to make fun of Mishima as that awkward guy who no one really likes. But by the end, it's like, he's a good dude. He's going to have a good life. He's going to be a successful person. Like, there's some really nice moments like that near the end of his social link. And I particularly just think, because it ultimately becomes less about, oh, I owe this big debt to the Phantom Thieves as, hey, I found something I'm good at and those sorts of things and found a place in the world. And I like that there is a significant high school character in this game, Mishima, who's not part of the team.
Yeah.
And you generally don't get that kind of thing, I think, in the Personas. Sometimes with other social links, but in terms of someone who's that central to the story, I feel like in Persona 4, he would have gotten a Persona somewhere.
Right,
you know?
yeah.
Like, and he doesn't, and that's important to this game, that he's just a character.
Yeah, and I think another reason why I like Mishima's social link is I think the aspect of you having a social link with a character that's like deliberately and actively unlikable feels very much like Persona 3. Like the way that Persona 3 handled it a lot of the time of like, I see a bit of Kenji, from Persona 3 in Mishima.
I see a bit of Kenji, and Mishima is one of the several social links in this game that go back to the Persona 3 thing of what you have to tell them to get the notes isn't always the right thing. It's like the thing they want to hear.
Yeah.
Mishima has a lot of those.
Yeah.
And that's very Kenji-esque, where if you were really being a best friend to Kenji, you would be like, stop trying to fuck your teacher. But to get the social link up, you have to say, cool, dude.
Yeah. But the nice thing about Mishima in that regard is that you don't need notes to progress his social link.
Right.
It's just entirely through the memento stuff. So if you want to sort of like stroke his ego, that's kind of totally on you. And you will get your nice little like, and like the notes pop out, but it doesn't really do anything for you.
No, totally, yeah.
And I do like that I can be, it helps you be like, I'm just going to, in this moment, I'm going to be straight with Mishima and just be like, hey man, you're walking a weird path. You maybe don't want to do this.
Question I haven't asked, and maybe you know the answer to this. Can social links reverse in this game?
No.
Okay, they took that out?
Yeah. Yeah. Because that was just a weird, like, it's an interesting idea, but I feel like Persona 3, it was just so, like, so much of, like, the way that a character is going to respond to a piece of dialogue is, like, up to, like, a weird amount of interpretation. Whereas it's like, I didn't in any way expect that character to take this way. It doesn't kind of make sense. And it's really harsh for that to, like, cause me to actively lose social link progress.
Yes.
So I like that they didn't bring that back because it just felt needlessly complicated.
Yeah, I think that's right. Although there's the hilarious moment in the Kenji social link where you can laugh at him after he fails with the teacher, and that will reverse his social link, and it's like the cruelest thing you can do in a video game.
Yeah, fuck Kenji.
Yeah, all right. Anyway, so I like that social link. One I wanted to talk about that I really like. I think we're saving some of the best for last, but another good one is the politician one. I really like that one. It snuck up on me. I think at the beginning it's one of those ones that can feel a little Persona 101 of like, Mad Libs, I found a official of some form around town, and he is sad because X, and he is lonely, and all of that feels a little Persona 101, but as it gets going, I think it's just very well executed. I like a lot of the rewards he gives you as a confidant, and also just, I don't know, I think the vocal performance in English is really good on him, but I think just generally the writing of this guy who is a politician who is very aware of the trappings of politics. It's like he's a reformed politician. Yeah. It's very key to the main themes of the game of a guy who abused his power or had something happen and is aware of that and is trying to atone. And ultimately you find out he wasn't as bad as he's selling himself to be, and there were other factors going on. But it's this guy who has really a snowball's chance in hell of getting elected to anything, keeps getting offers to be an important person in this administration or with this guy or whatever, and just kind of keeps straight to his course of getting on his little crate and talking in front of the train at Shibuya Square or Station Square, and you're just there helping him. And I think it's a really nice story, and I found it pretty affecting by the end.
Yeah, I agree, and it's just something that I think it's important because it's one of the earliest social links you have access to. In fact, it's like the one that before you can go out at night, that's like the kind of the one that's triggering like, oh, you could go out and like probably do this thing and then like attend this guy's meeting at night, but we can't go out at night because Sojiro won't let us. So it's like sort of like setting up, at some point in this game, you're going to be able to go out at night, and that's where a lot of the social link stuff will happen. But I also think it's important for that early on the game to start showing the broader sort of political themes that eventually, obviously, by the time you get to the end, and Shido is the main villain, that it's so important to this game. And I just like how, like, in some places in the weeds that social link is with like Japanese politics and the Japanese political system in a way that like, I know more about it obviously than like the average American, but I am in no way an expert. Like I've never like directly researched it. It's mostly just like stuff I picked up through like the textbooks I read for Japanese classes and stuff like that. and just like the weird details and shows, like watching like Shin Godzilla or something like that. And then, so it's like, there's something fun about being like, yeah, I understand the gist of what it is, because obviously Japan is a democracy, but every democracy has like very specific, like intricate systems by which it, like on the micro level it operates. And I love that, like, how willing the game is to just be like, yeah, no, like this is just totally about like the bureaucracies and like the inner circles of political like machinations in Japan, that like is, again, it's recognizable, but it definitely has its own flavor than like that kind of story would have been told from an American perspective, like involved with the American government.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, I think one of the other things that's notable about Toranosuke is that depending on when you start actively playing that social link, he's kind of the first adult you get to know in that game who is fully cognizant of the problems adults have in this world and will own up to that to you.
Yeah.
And that part of why I think he sees something in this kid and you see something in him and they start hanging out is it's like the debt he feels he owes is more to young people than anyone else, because he knows as an adult the world's kind of fucked up, and that's no one's fault but, you know, his and his generations and adults and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And you know, him being able to own up to that early on, you know, we don't see the arc by which he went through that. He's already been through that, you know, gauntlet. The way we see, like, Sai Nijima go through that gauntlet. But he's already there on the other end of it. And so it's got this interesting kind of mournful atmosphere that also, I think, helps introduce you to the, as you say, the larger themes of the game. And so, yeah, I find the character very useful for that for a number of different reasons. And he's interesting because his social link advances automatically no matter what. But it does take a couple steps to get to his social link. And I like that. You have to like go work at the beef bowl shop.
Yes.
A couple of times and he'll notice you. And then you go talk to him and then you talk to him again. So, but it's actually a fun kind of startup because of course he's not just going to meet you once and be like, hey, you want to hold the sign? It takes a couple of times of getting to know this kid. And I like that.
Yeah. I also, it's something that is true of most of the non-main character social links in the game. But because Torres is like kind of the first one you get, I always like kind of like attach this to him, is how much like social stat progress you make by hanging out with some people. And like when you hang out with Tora, and like for most of his social link advancements, you get 3 points in charm, and it's like
so great.
It feels so good. It's like this just endorphin rush of like, yes, it's so good. I got like, you've just, even if you know that obviously the game is designed like to be sort of paced in such a way that they're taking into account you're getting points that way, it still feels like you're getting free points.
It does.
It's like I'm advancing my social link thing and I'm getting my charm up. And it's just one of those things that sort of, it's an extra little incentive to, even if you're like maybe at like rank 3 or 4 or something with a social link and not super into it yet, to still motivate you to be like, okay, yeah, like I get a little extra something. Like I get both this stat boost, and then I will work towards getting whatever next sort of like core ability these social links give you. It's a nice bit of motivation.
Like pretty much every confidant in this game, there is a great story to be told by hanging out with them, and there is an immense amount of strategy in deciding what to do with anyone in this game. So yeah, there's that one. What's one you would want to talk about?
Let's talk about some of the ones that unlock over the summer, because I like those a lot. So let's talk about Chihaya, the fortune teller lady.
I would
probably the best abilities of any of the social link people.
It's a battle between her and Kawakami, but I would go with Chihaya because if you go far enough with the fortune social link, you get the one where you can just straight up get extra points and advance your social link without having to waste time. And if I had known that earlier, I would not have finished on the very last day because it is unbelievably useful.
I would have warned you about it, but I wanted you to have the real experience.
No, you have to have the real experience. And man, I gave Chihaya so much money. Like, I don't know if you should ever have a girlfriend you pay that much. No. Even if it's for professional reasons. No. I gave her pretty much 100,000 yen like every day, right? Like, because not 10,000, because it's 5,000 like twice a day you can do because there's so many useful things she does. She's great.
And it's something where it would be great if, depending on how much money you gave her, like, and you got, like, you know, you dated her or whatever, and she invited you back to her place, and, like, they actually modeled, like, a set for her, like, in her apartment, and depending on how much money you paid, it's, like, eventually, near the end of the game, you go there, and it's, like, the walls are fucking, like, made out of gold bricks. It's, like, man, Chihaya, your fortune-telling business is very successful on the back of me. I mean, you're making money by fighting demons, so, like, I don't know where this money really comes from, and probably the government is going to crack down on you at some point because, like, these expenditures, there's no way to justify them on, like, the income you make.
At a certain point, your actions in, like, the palaces and mementos and the money you bring back in would affect the inflation of the yen.
Yeah.
Right? Like, you are bringing in so much from nowhere.
It's a tremendous amount of money. But,
and I mean, there comes a point in the game where most of my expenditures were Chihaya.
Yeah.
Because pretty much every day I was going to her for something. Because that's the big one at the end, is the social link stuff. But you can ask her for, like, the luck readings, which is the next thing you do in terms of any of your attributes. You'll get, like, an extra note on it, depending on the thing. And that's super useful. And I would do all these... A lot of my reloads were like, okay, what can I do with a mixture of Chihaya and the things available to me to get a 3-point boost in this? And so that's great. You also have the things where you can get extra money if you go into mementos or the palaces.
Yeah,
and those can be like, sometimes I would turn that on and then go into mementos and just be like, I'm turning on a podcast and I'm going to kill some monsters and do some all-out attacks, and I would get a gross amount of money.
Yes. And so that's all the ability stuff you get from Chihaya. But I think it's also, like, it's one of the things, again, that before we talk about the story with her, it's something I really like about how they handle a lot of the confidants in this game, is that it's not just you're advancing the social link with Chihaya, and it's also not just that you're getting, like, unlocking the more of those abilities. It's that you're going back to her all the time, and there's something about that makes her memorable. That it's like, okay, yeah, like... I love that you have social links with, like, the shopkeepers, basically, of the game. Because it makes it so... I talked about this on the last podcast we did with Persona 5. That at the end of the game, you don't have the phenomena where a social link character pops up that you haven't seen for literally 50 hours of playing the game. And you're like, who the fuck is that person? It's like, oh, right, I tutored that kid. There's like 3 or 4 of those in Persona 4. Even as you're doing those social links, they're very good. By the time you get to the end of the game, they're just so far in the past you've completely forgotten them. And I love that with a lot of these characters, either they are, like, in a place like with Oya at the bar that you're going to go back to if you want to, like, work at the bar, or there's someone you directly interact with periodically over the course of the game that you're constantly sort of reminded that these people exist, or you're directly interacting with them. That makes it so that you feel like you have a relationship that exists with them outside of just very sort of, like, callously advancing their social link and getting to, like, rank 10 and then dropping them by the wayside and never seeing them again because they exist in, like, some menu option you had to pick at the end of the day at your house or something in Persona 4.
Yeah, and, another thing I would say with this and some of the other people you go to and talk to a lot because they have different abilities, and you do it the most with her, but, like, you use Kawakami, and obviously you see the gun dude all the time, and you will go talk to the doctor, hot doctor lady,
Takemi,
all the time and stuff like that. It's so much better than if it was just a menu option.
Yeah.
And, this is something we talked about earlier on the show with Dragon Quest, that there's something kind of fun and charming about there's a person you have to go talk to save. And I totally understand that can be, like, kind of a burden and things like that. But there's also a charm to it. And Persona has gone way beyond that. And it really does matter that you have to go talk to these people. Because if it was just, I could hit triangle and call Chihaya and, like, activate her power.
Yeah.
The character wouldn't mean anything. Those powers wouldn't feel like hard earned. You would just get you would go bad with power. You wouldn't really feel the impact of it because it's like, okay, I have to spend my 240 yen and go up to where she is in the red light district, and I walk over there and I talk to her and I activate this, and then I get ready to go.
And you get, like, the little tiny voice go like, or, like, whatever weird noise she makes. I don't know what her English voice actor does, but in Japanese,
she does that exactly.
It's like, why do you always make that noise, Chihaya? Like, what, you're thinking so hard about something, I just don't know what it is.
Yeah, she must have, like, taken that exactly because you get that exactly. So, but yeah, they feel like characters. You feel like the world is more lived and living and breathing, and also feels like you get a sense of the protagonist's day, even though some of the time of, like, how much time you spend on the subway makes no goddamn sense. Yeah. That's totally fine.
Sure, yeah.
But it's a fun thing to do.
Yeah. So anyways, let's talk a little bit more about her character and
because it's also a good character in Social Link.
One of the things I love about her Social Link is how it starts. Like, there's a lot of, like, both of, like, you have to pay her, like, for, like, the point of where you meet her in the game. It's a large amount of money, and I knew it was coming, so I had saved up my second time through. But the first time through, I hit that, I was like, oh, motherfucker, I don't have anywhere near enough money to do this.
I was like, I'll have to go into mementos or something.
Yeah, so it's like you have to pay her, like, 100,000 yen or something like that to get the magic stone that's a scam. And
rock salt.
Yeah, it's basically rock salt. And I also love, like, that at first, the first time you sort of encounter her before you have to pay money, it's like you go back home and Sojiro like says like, oh, I won the lottery or something. It's like here's a couple of bucks and that was off of like the fortune she had told you earlier that day when you were talking to her, and Morgana's like, oh man, she must be the real deal. And there was something that's like, okay, yeah, like this is interesting, and then but like, oh, she's actually a fraud, but no, her fortunes are weirdly accurate, so she's real. And I also love how combative your relationship with her is at the start, of where she's so defiant. This like, no, the magic stones, they help people. Like I'm doing like a service, and you can't defy fate. Like that's just ridiculous. And you're like, listen, lady, I can't tell you how I'm doing this shit, but trust me, I can fucking defy some serious fate over here. I've got some stuff going on.
It is kind of amazing from like the moment when you meet Chihaya, which is not the same as when you start her social link, to when you like max her social link. So much happens in that relationship of, you know, that combative stage to when she starts thinking you're useful, to she just wants to like observe you, so you're going to come do a fortune reading with her, to when you start learning about some of her problems and her past life, and then like, you know, you realize she was in a cult basically and all this stuff. Like, she goes on a journey.
Yeah. And another like really fun detail about her character is that she's basically a country bumpkin. You know, she's basically from the same kind of town as like Inaba from Persona 4, and that adds a fun dynamic to her relationship to Tokyo, because she's an outsider the way that you're an outsider, the way like a bunch of the characters, like An is an outsider to the city, and that's fun. And then also, you know, I think it works maybe a little bit better in Japanese, although I'm sure the English performance does it well. But like her, you know, she's trying to speak in this like very formal standard, like Tokyo-esque Japanese, and ends, but like you can tell it's a put on in the Japanese performance, because she ends every sentence with like really over exaggerating like des and stuff like that in a way that you wouldn't normally, because in her normal sort of like village dialect or whatever, you know, it's a very sort of like Goku-esque, like bumpkin-y sort of, you know, not appropriate for business Japanese kind of language. And there's something really fun about, because you have to get so far into her social link before like you get that little peek behind the curtain and she slips up, even though like, you know, she's got to have some like really weird shit rocking down behind that, like the whatever she's saying, because you know it's such a put on. I love that aspect of her character when she like finally lets it slip, but then has to put it back on again.
Yeah, I thought the English actress in the localization did a really good job with that. Like, as well as you probably can in English. Like, I think they really put in the effort to when that switch happens and you hear her accent. They basically do like a southern accent kind of thing. Like, kind of what I always wish they did in English with Goku, of let him like drop a G here and there on words and stuff like that.
Man, I'm dropping a G.
Just like, I just mean at the end
of...
It's not what I meant. But yeah, like, you know, saying in instead of ing and things like that. So like it's kind of like our, you know, same kind of archetypal country kind of accent. They did a good job. And the actress just has fun with it. And, you know, obviously you get more of it in Japanese because it's specifically tied to language and grammar and things like that. But I think, you know, those things are hard to adapt. That was one area where this localization did very well.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, so...
Like, if you haven't listened, it's actually very cute how she does it. It's like, I hate using that word, but it kind of is that, you know?
Yeah, it's adorable. Like, it's just like a weird... It's a really good little character detail that, again, helps... Because it's both just, like, fun and silly, but it does reinforce her status as an outsider in a way that feels, like, real. You know, it feels very real that she has to put on a different voice to be able to, like, conduct business in Tokyo and not feel embarrassed.
I also love that Chihaya is, you know, specifically a tarot card reader.
Yeah.
So you get your tarot cards in the real world in the game.
Yes.
And, you know, Persona 3 did that with, like, the crazy teacher who liked to talk about the tarot. And it's just one thing missing from Persona 4 is not enough, like, tarot out there in the world. Because it's such a part of the games.
Yeah, and I just like all the scenes early on with your social link with her where, like, she's like, oh, yeah, there's no way you can fix this, and you go fix it, and she, like, does the second reading, and she's like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
What the hell? What's going on? Like, this doesn't make any sense. And it is, like, ultimately, I like the message that they have there, because I think it is an important thing because of the supernatural elements of the story to address in Persona 5 of, like, is there... fate, like, is that an overriding sort of like thing that dominates people's destiny, or do you have agency? And, like, of course, like, Persona like is very much on the side of, yes, like, what you do matters, what you do is important and has a real impact, and it's something that when you mix it with the political stuff that happens later, like, feels important, like sort of combating that, like, disenfranchised feeling that a lot of people can have in modern democracy of that, like, oh, your vote doesn't matter, that it's like whoever becomes president is up to fate. And it's like, no, like, you have to try, like, you have to do what you can, and like, if you do, like, you can fix things, like, you can make a difference.
And if you don't, we get Donald Trump.
Exactly.
Just so we keep those references up.
Yeah.
All right, I want to talk about Takumi because we mentioned her earlier, and I love
super hot goth doctor.
Oh my god, she is this game's Yukiko in glasses. She is so great. I not just because she's hot and like that's to a T my type, but like that character design is fantastic, and there are many great character designs in this game. This is Soejima's masterpiece in terms of character design.
Sure, yeah.
But she is actually, I think, because she's one of the earliest you get.
Yeah.
I think that was the character portrait that made me realize just how good the character design in this game is.
Yeah.
And she's just a great character beyond that. That social link is fantastic. It's one that gates you relatively early in that you can go through that one really fast until you hit like, oh shit, I need to be really... I think charismatic is the one on that one. Yeah, and so like there's actually a long period where you can't meet with her because you can get through the early ones really fast. But overall, that whole social link and like it's very funny early on in that she's doing these tests on you and you are her lab rat and you constantly faint and then wake up hours later and you get a courage boost, which is great, or a guts boost in this game. But then as with most of these, it turns into something sweeter and more emotional by the end where Takumi thought she lost a patient and she is trying to find the right medicine for her, and then you ultimately find out the patient is alive, and there's also a mementos trip in this one. I think it's just one of the best all-around social links in the game.
Yeah, I agree. Like, she's a very fun character. I like that she calls you guinea pig, basically.
Yeah. Guinea pig is the word.
Yeah. It's like her, and I think there's something fun about her being one of the earliest ones of, like, setting up kind of a lot of the basic dynamics of how the other social links are going to operate with, like, you know, you find out kind of who she is, basic details about her, and as it like advances, you hit like that point where it's like, okay, now I need to get this stat boost up, then talk to her more, get to the point where it's like, okay, now like that asshole hospital director is someone I need to like really deal with directly. Going to Mementos is like a very sort of like feels like it sets up the structure that all those other kind of normal day like other people social links go.
Early on, she was definitely the one I was most excited to go do when I had the option.
Yeah, and it's just like it's something that, you know, we haven't really talked about that much with the other ones, but I think here it's good with Takumi that all of the social links have this element of, because like the whole game does, of people being trapped in whatever sort of like spot they are, like whatever kind of like social caste or whatever role they are in society through circumstances not of their own, and they want to break out of it in some way, and like, you know, there's always that kind of authority figure in most of them, that's like the uncle in Sojiro's that has like sort of blood kind of rights over Futaba and stuff like that. And in Chihaya's, it's the dude who runs the cult. And in this one, you have like that hospital director. And there's something that's really fun about all the not all, but most of the social links having this kind of like authority villain figure that's like a little tiny version of like the palace figures. That's another element of going into Mementos, is kind of setting up this guy that's like, you know, has distorted desires, not on quite the scale that most of the main villains do, but is still like set up as the small villain and target that you have to like go after and sort of figure out what the whole issue is with this.
Yeah, absolutely. That there's always kind of someone above holding you down.
Exactly.
Yeah. Is this also the moment where we want to talk about statutory romances?
Okay, sure, yeah.
I mean, because Chihaya, it's less obvious with her, but she's older.
Yeah.
Takumi is obviously, she's a fucking doctor. You know, we haven't talked about Kawakami and Ouya yet, but we will.
Yeah.
And, you know, I don't know if there's even much to say about the Ouya social link. It's fun. You're at a bar. Ouya is constantly drunk.
It's good.
It's a good one.
She's very Lois Lane, and I like that a lot.
Yep. In English, she is voiced by Yukiko. Okay. And I love imagining that Yukiko grew up and left Inaba and went to the city.
Cut her hair.
Yeah, cut her hair and became a drunk journalist. A very good journalist. She's good at her job. She's just also like an alcoholic, basically. So, you know, yeah. But anyway, Ouya also you can date, and we'll talk about Kawakami in a minute. But yes, there are many romances outside of pretty much every romance outside of your main group. You can get in a very clearly sexual relationship with an older woman, and I think there's a lot of ways to tackle this.
Yeah.
Because one of the things you said just now is about, you know, the theme of breaking out of social roles and social castes. And I do think that's kind of one of the key themes at play here when they offer that, is that the social script does not say a 16-year-old kid should date like a 25-year-old woman for somewhat defensible reasons, we could argue.
Yeah.
And that is one way the protagonists in these characters are breaking out of those roles, and you can kind of determine whether that is healthy or not. And, I think that is an interesting theme in the game. I think there are ways you could argue this, like, if they had a female protagonist and there were, like, older dudes and they did that, one, they probably wouldn't, and if they did, it would read significantly creepier.
Sure, yeah.
And they basically, tackle things like that with Kamoshida early in the game. And, that sometimes it gets into... if you're just dating the hot doctor across the street, that is a different power relationship than your homeroom teacher at school.
Right.
So there's a lot of things you can parse, and frankly, we could do the Interpreting Statutory Romance in Persona 5 podcast.
Right, yeah.
We're not going to, but we could. So, I've kind of laid out some of the main arguments. Where do you think about a lot of these?
Yeah, I think it's something that it's a really interesting, weird part of the game, because it's not something there is definitely a cultural difference there in Japan, the age differences are definitely in terms of the legal qualifications for that kind of stuff are different in Japan, but not super different. And this is in no way seen as a normal thing or anything like that.
Right.
And obviously it's it is a very intentional choice for them to be a part of this game in a way that they were not in Persona 3 and Persona 4. This is not, there's not, and has never really read to me in my 2 times of playing this game as being the Persona team trying to create this weird sort of sexual fantasy for the player or something like that. It feels like this very deliberate choice to make it so that most of the relationships you have in the game are weird. They're not totally right. It's not like dating Yukari in Persona 3. It's not like dating Yukiko or Chie in Persona 4. It's these relationships are not standard in kind of any way. Even with some of your main team members that you can romance that are also part of high school and stuff, it's just your relationship is just kind of strange. And there's something about that I think in some ways there can be... I feel like there can be some bit of a weird cognitive dissonance with the Kamoshida stuff and the Kawakami stuff. But at the same time, I think there is a weird realm of nuance to say there is something here. There's a taboo here, a social taboo here that is very often not really explored in any sort of serious fashion, that is not really considered in any serious fashion, and is completely ignored as a part of something that while most or the vast majority of people never have any sort of those physical relationships actualized in any way, everyone's had that sort of element of being attracted to someone much younger than you or much older than you, depending on which stage of life you're at. And I think it's an interesting territory that in some ways I wish the game went deeper into that in some places.
I very much wish it went deeper with that.
It's something that's hard to do because there's obviously the very intentional choice to make it so that every single romance is optional, which makes it difficult to sort of make that a huge story fixation.
Well, and here's what I was going to say is that this is one area of the game, and most of this, I did not feel this with Persona 5. This is one area where I felt the general Persona structure of how they structure social links and romances needed to change. The way romance happens in this game is too beholden to what they did 10 years ago in Persona 6, 11 now. Or Persona 6, Persona 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, you know what I mean. It was in 2006. But yeah, in Persona 3, you have it set up and you get to rank max and you can, romance with people and blah, blah, blah. And that it works totally fine in that.
Yeah.
Works fine in Persona 4 and it becomes very much a joke with the Narukami character. Here, it's pretty much the same thing, but I do feel like with a lot of the romances, they want to take them a step beyond, and the structure is not built to allow that. You really can't say what happens with that relationship later or explore it in the depth it needs to, because I think you're totally right. That idea of the statutory romances with this character and the taboo that is being broken, I think is 100% thematically belonging in this game.
Yeah.
It doesn't need to be there, but it is part of the thematic spectrum that this game exists on in terms of, you're totally right. And this is something that, the game made me think of, is that I'm almost constantly attracted to not the people who are my same age, but not a generation, but older than me.
Yeah.
Not the girl in my class, but maybe the teacher's assistant or something like that.
Right.
And I think that's something that is worth questioning and thinking about, especially in a game that is asking about social norms and social mores and taboos. And I do think that is an element of it feels right, but I do think because of the general structure and that they're all optional, but you still can have all the girlfriends you want in the world. That once it's kind of over and you've gotten through that scene, there just can't be any more weight attached to it, you know? Yeah. And I frankly, I would be interested if another team does a Persona 6. What can they do with like the dating sim aspect of this? Because it probably is the most undercooked thing in Persona 3, 4, 5.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's kind of where I come down on it.
Yeah, like I basically agree.
Yeah. And it is important to remember they are optional, right?
Yeah. Like in particular, I feel like you are not supposed to get in a relationship with Kawakami. It feels like the game is very like directly saying like, if like you're going down this path, like that's like the quote unquote like non-canonical route or something like that. It's like, it very much signposts like, you're fucking doing, like, you do what you want. Like, we're not going to totally block this off because there's stuff like interesting material to sort of explore with that relationship, but that's not like the one you're like, quote unquote, supposed to do.
Because it totally feels like the right ending to her confidant
yeah.
is her recognizing, oh, we have had this flirtation and this abstraction, but I'm trying to be the best version of myself and I can't do that.
Yeah.
But then you can talk her into like, come give me a massage and then we'll fuck. Yeah. Yeah. Wear that maid costume.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure, I wasn't going to go as sort of grotesque with it, but
she makes some pretty audible moans when she's massaging you, is all I'm saying.
Okay, well, maybe in the English version, maybe the Japanese version is slightly more wholesome. I don't know what game you've been playing.
Yeah, Kawakami voiced by Yukari, so that just adds a whole layer of romance to
there
it,
you
which
go.
is weird. Yeah, the Yukari grew up and became a teacher who went on to wear a maid outfit and fuck her students.
There you go.
Which does not quite seem like the right arc for Yukari, but
Yeah. You never know where life leads you. It's a weird, long, winding road, I guess.
Yeah, I haven't played the Persona Arena games. Maybe that's what they tell us about Yukari.
That's totally what it was.
Yeah,
they're very weird games that they're M-rated in very interesting ways.
Yeah. But I mean, while we're on that, any more thing else to say on that?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Kawakami.
Oh, right, yeah.
Jesus, that's a great social link.
Yeah.
As weird as it can get, and as much as I think it is the center point of all discussions around the statutory romance and stuff, I have already just talked about how much I love the way that social link starts, where out of the blue, Ryuji comes to you with the maid advertisement, and you and him and Mishima go and do this, and then it turns out to be Kawakami, but they've gone and hidden because they're, kind of wusses about it, and then you start calling her over, and then you start realizing, oh my god, Miss Kawakami has the best confidant abilities so far in this game.
Yeah. No, it's something where, like, her social link and like where it goes and like what it is just so nuts, and something that is present in this whole game is something we haven't talked about a lot that I love about this game. It's one of the reasons why I think from certain sections of the Persona fan base, like Persona 5 has gotten a slightly more cold reception than I would have expected, is that like this game is not interested in actually like glorifying otaku culture and like those elements of otaku culture in a way that like most pieces of otaku culture do. Like one of the things that is, like I think anybody who watches a lot of anime or like is like certainly like learned the language and stuff, like realizes is there's this really weird relationship between a lot of the American fan base for stuff like anime and manga and Japanese video games and Japan. And there's like this really weird perspective on Japan as like a nation and a culture and like a political entity that's like that stuff. Like a lot of anime that paints this like really idealistic picture of Japan. Like it paints this picture of like, even if like you have a character in an anime that's like a hikikomori, so they're like a shut-in who's completely cut themselves off from like all of society, and it's like this really like tragic victim of a lot of like really severe endemic issues to Japanese culture. Those characters are oftentimes played as jokes and like it's fun, like laugh at them as like, oh, they're socially awkward, blah 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 blah,
or glorified
in some ways, and that can be fine in a lot of instances. Like that's not an issue. The issue is when like that is all that people consume, and that's like your entire perspective on Japan is like, Japan is a culture that is like in a lot of ways really fucked up in the way that like every culture in a lot of ways is really fucked up.
Yeah,
and as a country is really fucked up.
Persona 5 has very little patience for your fantasies about Japan.
Yeah, like the stuff that like it's not. Persona 5 is not interested in looking at like the maid thing in like the maid culture in Akihabara and like saying like, oh, this is so amazing and great and like funny and like blah blah blah. It's like interesting. It's also in a lot of ways like really fucked up, and it's like it sort of shines light on like what this is doing and what this is like asking of women and like putting like women in this like role in otaku culture is like really weird and is like not healthy.
Yeah, I mean, it's, we've so far we're gushing about the Kawakama social link because it is so out there.
Yeah.
But what makes it, that's the opening of it. What makes it great as a sustained thing throughout the game is where it starts to poke holes in all of that.
Yeah.
And that you are attracted to her, and I don't mean physically or sexually, I mean you are attracted to her as another person in terms of you want to know more about her because of the sadness endemic in that she's wearing this maid costume and doesn't want to.
Yeah.
Because who the fuck would, you know?
Exactly.
And more power to someone who would, I guess, but there are bigger issues going on, and you see a kindred kind of spirit there where, hey, I've been fucked over by the world. You're wearing a maid outfit. We probably have things to offer each other.
Yeah.
Right? And that's where that story goes. And, just the whole, what you realize about this woman and the deepening of that character is that she's not just some kind of layabout teacher who goes and is a maid. She is someone who wants to be a great teacher, is a great teacher deep down, and who the system, society, because of this issue with this one kid, has basically told over and over again, don't try that hard.
Yeah.
And if you do, you're just going to have to go be a maid at night, because that's what women actually are to this culture. I mean, there is actually very much a dichotomy they're presenting here between the learned woman at school who is the best version of herself and the woman she has to be at night when she's a maid.
Yeah, where she's completely subservient.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's just, man, it's something where I love, it has a sort of similar arc to Sojudo's character, of that you get introduced to her at the beginning of the game, and she just seems like the worst teacher. And it's like every character at the beginning of the game is like, all these people suck, and she seems like she wants nothing to do with you. She's constantly complaining about why are you in her class? Why does she have to do all this? And you just think it's oh man, what the fuck? Come on. You're my teacher. You should be better than this. You should stand up for something better than this. You should be my ally or whatever. And you feel kind of weirdly betrayed and really off put by how cold she is. And then I love that when you get into that social link and you find out what's going on, you realize she's just so tired. She's works so hard because she's working as a teacher, and then she's working as a maid at night, and scraping, and every bit of money she scrapes together, she gives to these people that are basically threatening her with legal action, and out of the sense of guilt for what happened to their kid. That's not her fault at all. And it's how brutal that slow realization is of the extent to which that goes, and how desperately you want to be you need to fight this, you're working too hard to and getting nothing and being subservient to people that don't deserve it. Let's fight this,
Yeah, and it ties in other social critiques of Japan's whole education system, and that this was actually a kid who was overworked to death, which is not an unrealistic thing to that culture.
Yeah, again, if you are someone who hasn't heard a lot about Japan's education system, doesn't know a lot about it, look up the phrase cram school, and if you think that school was hard for you, what the fuck?
Yeah, I mean, Japanese education is vastly superior to American education in a whole host of ways, but you could argue they go too far in a whole host of ways.
I mean, you can look at the data and say they absolutely go too far.
Yes,
in the same way that, there are people that literally work themselves to death, and there's a whole word for that you put on a fucking death certificate for a cause of death is overworking, and it's it's a really big issue with Japan's culture.
Yeah, and Persona 5 is not turning a blind eye to any of these things.
No, that's the whole point of the game. It's one of the things I really love about it is that it's, even going back to Futaba, said that example earlier about anime will use the hikikomori character as a joke. That is so often the case. It sometimes drives me crazy, because one of my favorite anime is a show called Welcome to the NHK that is, the main character is a hikikomori, and it's this whole 25 episode show that is completely dedicated to exploring that social phenomena and other similar sort of issues of sort of college age youths in Japan, and the weird issues they go through, and suicide in Japan, and those kinds of issues. And then you turn around and you most shows that come out today, if it has a character like that at all, again, it's mostly played as a joke. And then you play Persona 5 and it has Futaba, and that's one of the best representations of a character like that I've seen, and really exploring that. And part of something that's endemic to that is saying that, just stealing her heart and her going outside does not fix the problem. She has deep social anxiety issues, some that she was sort of born with, but some that were put on her from other elements of society that have pressured that even more and more and like causes to be exacerbated. And you have her whole social link is working with her through that. And even by the end of the game, she's not like, you know, she's not going out to parties and hanging out with everyone. Like, she still has social anxiety issues. She just knows how to deal with them, you know, and live with them.
Absolutely. I want to go back to something you just said that I think is worth talking, just while we're on this thought of talking about that Persona 5 has had pockets of colder reception. Because I've seen that too.
Yeah.
And I've, you know, not if you look at like mainstream critics, but you're right about fan base. And it's always been something that interests me that, because I think going forward, we're still going to see some of this, that for a lot of Western fans, I can't speak to the Japanese fan base, Persona 4 is the one everyone gravitates to.
Absolutely.
Even though I think you and I would both say, by a pretty wide margin, Persona 4 is the weakest of the three.
Yeah, I'd say so.
And we love that game.
Yeah, no,
but
it's one of the best games, but like it is definitely
I think it's a notch below Persona 3 and 5. And I think some of that, I look at that and it's hard not to see the phenomena of Persona 4 gives people the easy answers in a lot of circumstances. And I don't think that's even the heart of Persona 4. I think it's a way you can read Persona 4. I think it ignores a lot of the heavier stuff in that game. But it is something there, whereas Persona 3 and Persona 5, not just because they are darker in some ways, but because of the way they handle themes, they're not about comforting your easy view of the world or of Japan or of culture or of death or of any of these big things. There are games that ask you to engage with them on an intellectual and emotional level that is heavier than most video games and most works of mass media. And I think Persona 4, you know, happens to slot in the easiest with a lot of the mass media people consume, especially in online culture. And I just do think it's easy, because I definitely thought that when I was playing through Persona 5 was like, yeah, some people are going to hate this game because it asks more of you than a lot of games do.
And it's also just something where I feel like a lot of people's relationship with Persona 4 is, again, it's like there's like that sort of fantasy version of Japan that like Japan courts about itself, about like the countryside and like that connection to nature and stuff like that. So it's like, it's not like it's just some weird total misinterpretation by Westerners or something. But there is something about Persona 4 that, you know, you play that game and you're like, oh, I would love to just move here. Like, I'd love to take a vacation in Inaba and like hike in the mountain and go into like like be at the traditional Japanese inn and eat their steak skewers, and like, you know, it's like this quaint, beautiful country life in Japan. It seems so idyllic. And like you play fucking like that's like the first 5 hours of Persona 4. That's the reaction you have. Like, there's like some murder stuff, but that doesn't take away from how beautiful everything is.
Right.
The first 5 hours of Persona 5, if you play the first 5 hours of Persona 5 and say, I would like to go to a vacation in Tokyo, you sound like a fucking maniac.
Yes.
It's like, I would love to go to this place where everyone's an asshole, nobody talks to you, everyone hates everyone pushes everyone away from each other, and it's like full of like weird perverts and like sexual assaulters and like people being racist to white people, and it's like, what the fuck? This seems like a hell on earth. I would never want to step foot in this fucking godforsaken city. That's the kind of Tokyo that Persona 5 shows you at the start, and then I think it complicates that image significantly over the course of the game. But like even at the end of the game, I think this game is very sort of cynical in some ways about like living in cities and what that kind of like urban life can do to people and how it can push people away from each other and isolate them in very interesting ways.
And I think it's worth talking about the tapestry of Persona 3, 4, 5, and how these games do exist in conversation with one another, and the idyllic landscape of Persona 4 is not at odds with the thematic argument being made in Persona 5.
Yeah.
You know, and you can talk about these as a larger piece, but I just want to make that point. So
Yeah, but it's something that like I can totally get that like a lot of people have had a reaction to Persona 5 of like being really put off by it, particularly at the opening. And I totally get that. But like that's something I love about it so much, because it's something I so rarely see in this kind of media from Japan, is that kind of like really intense self-reflection and like this condemnation of these issues that plague it. Because again, like, you know, I watch a lot of anime. Like, it's something that I do pretty regularly whenever like an anime season ends, is look at like whatever has been going on and be like, okay, this show has been getting a lot of buzz. Like, I'll watch through it and stuff. It's like both is just like out of curiosity and because I like to practice the language. And so much anime is like, they will have like a character, like I've recently watched through this show called Kobayashi's Dragon Maid, or Maid Dragon. Like, don't worry about it. It's a crazy show, but it's really good. It was like really popular from the last season, and it's a really good show. It's very funny and it has a good heart, but also like a main part of like the main character Kobayashi in that show is that she works at a company and like is basically tasked with working so hard, works overtime all the time, doesn't really make enough money, and like is constantly pushed that far. And the show never asks, like, is that okay? Like, it never really engages with that. Like, there's one little story arc about like a manager that's kind of a dick, but other than that, like, there's a whole arc where she's like can't go to her sort of adoptive daughter's sports fair because of how much work she has, and her solution to that problem is, I'm gonna work overtime extra hard for like a month to open up one afternoon to go to the sports fair for my daughter. And it's like, this is so fucked up. Like, that's not the fucking thing you should be interrogating, you know? And there's something about like, but like, it's so rare for otaku sort of media to really interrogate some of those issues in society, because like, it's rare for any piece of media to really interrogate the sort of like the flaws of the society that creates it. And any piece of media that does is going to fail in a lot, if not most respects. And that's like something about making art. And there's something so great about Persona 5, like, you know, all three of the Persona games do that, but I think Persona 5 does it like really intensely.
Yeah. I was going to say, like, to be fair, you could say that about like 99% of American sitcoms, for instance.
Yeah,
of like,
exactly.
Are they critically asking about the more disturbing underlying societal things that create the scenario of the show?
Yeah.
Yeah. And generally the answer would be no.
Yes.
So yes. Anyway, yeah, we got off track. Talking about the last confidant, I think we were focusing on all the non-teammate confidants.
Yeah.
I know we still have the gun guy.
Charisma Gamer, which is, they changed
Oh,
that
I meant the gun
game.
seller. But okay, sorry.
But yeah, you have Shinya, who's...
Yeah, talk about Shinya, yeah.
I mean, there's not, like, he's one of the less interesting social links in the game, I think, although he gives you... I love the fucking abilities he gives you with the gun is really cool. But he's, fun. You know, he's a little kid who plays gun about... Really weird name for a game at an arcade, and, you know... Not a huge amount to go into with his story. The one thing I really love about Shinya, though, in the Japanese version, when you like go into your co-op or your confidant sort of menu option, you know, they have kind of like nicknames for all the characters, or when like the social link pops up, it'll say like politician man or like whatever it says you know about them. In Japanese, he's called Charisma Gamer, and it's like so good. And like the word charisma means something like the English word charisma in Japanese means something slightly different than it is just in English. And they changed it to skilled gamer, which is like a fine translation of that. I wish they just left it as charisma gamer, because it's so good. It's such a great phrase. It's one of those instances where, you know, another country using English uses English better than English countries use English. Charisma Gamer sounds so good.
Yeah, my only comment about Shinya that I would make beyond all that is that they got his voice actress from the same pool of people who did like Ken in Persona 3 or English Naruto, of like, it just sounds like an old woman doing the voice. And it's like, I know that's how Japan does it a lot of the time, but they're good at it. You're not doing it right.
Yeah, his voice in Japanese is very good.
Yeah, like, you're not Nancy Cartwright on The Simpsons doing Bart. You're not that good at this. Like, maybe just get a little kid's voice or something. It didn't work. But yeah, anyway. Shinya, and then I also wanted to talk about the guy at the gun store. EY.
Yune Hisa.
Good character. Like former Yakuza. Shit gets real over the course of that.
Yeah, his social link is very dramatic in a way that feels very appropriate.
It's fantastic. I mean, at some point you got like a gun pulled on you and all this stuff.
Yeah.
You have to get your guts to rank 5 to do this one thing with him. But also, like, the whole story is actually a pretty sweet story about his adopted son, who in this great, like, I can imagine a Yakuza movie ending with EY adopting this kid, you know, because it's basically from this like Yakuza turf war. He gets this kid, and then he's, you know, trying to raise him outside of the family, and it all comes back to him. It's actually a really good story.
Yeah,
and I love the way it ends. But.
Yeah, I really like his son. Like, I like you have like this weird relationship with his kid. That's fun.
It's like another little family you have in the game.
Yeah.
So I think that covers all the confidants that are non-teammates.
Yes, I think so.
And then in terms
no, we forgot about Hifumi, the shogi girl.
All right, there might be a reason.
I like Hifumi.
She is fine. She's she and Shinya both feel very Persona 101 to me.
I like Hifumi.
But yeah. No,
one of the reasons I like Hifumi, her name in kanji is just the kanji for 1, the kanji for 2, and the kanji for 3, and that is very easy to read. And I look at that immediately, like, I know what that name is.
That's awesome.
That's really good.
No, it's fine. I like it. I like some of the stuff near the end where, you know, you realize that she never really was all that good at shogi, and like her mother was propping her up, and
because in some ways I feel like hers is actually like very similar to Shinya's, but just done better.
Yeah,
like they have like the same sort of like controlling mother thing going on.
Yeah, No, but it's all good. She also gives you some good abilities.
Yes. No, she has some like really sort of central abilities about being able to like swap team members in and out of combat.
Oh, right. That's like, her. Oh, my God.
When you start the game and you do not have that ability after having been used to having that ability for like 40 hours, it is really hard to adjust to that.
Yes. All right. So that's all the non-teammates. Yeah. In terms of the teammates, we've talked about most of them over the course of the spoiler casts. So I guess I would just ask, are there any you'd like to highlight?
There's one moment from the On Social Link I want to highlight that there's a really great line that I think it doesn't play quite as well in English as it did in Japanese, though it's still a really good scene. And it's from this first scene where you're with her at the park and you're sort of going through all that stuff with her and she's like trying to practice not being affected by things. But you have this like small conversation where she talks about moving to Tokyo and she has this like really great line which is said basically like Tokyo is such a strange place that it has all these people, it has all these shops, it has all these things, it even has ponds with ducks and stuff in it, and yet everything in the city seems like it's out of your reach. And it's like, and you can't hold any of it. Like that's literally what she says in Japanese. And it's like this really great small reflective moment that happens like in the first 15, 20 hours of the game that I think like for me really kind of started setting up and nailing how important the city was and how important Tokyo is to this game, because Tokyo is like, even having never been there, like having seen a lot of movies and researched it, it's a very different kind of big city. Like I think people don't quite understand how huge Tokyo is and how like varied it is, that it's like it's not just like Manhattan, it's like New York City and like all the boroughs and like New Jersey kind of like all put together in terms of like the scale and variety of what the city is.
When Godzilla tramples through it, he's destroying a lot of shit.
It takes a long time. Like it's a significant distance. It's a massive city. And there's just something about that scene with her in that park of like, because there's also like when I played this game for the first time, it was in October, so it was like a couple of months, like 3 or 4, maybe 5 months after I had gone to New York City for the first time. And there's something about that. Even though New York City and Tokyo are pretty different in terms of like the ratio of building to nature, and like there's a way more natural park stuff in Tokyo than there's in New York City, because Tokyo is on a relatively small island, New York City is on an even smaller island. Yeah. So there's like a really sort of density of real estate, but there is this very similar feeling of like when you go to a park in New York City, or like what they call a park, you're like, this is like 5 square feet of grass and 2 trees that are kind of half dead and a bench. And it's like, this is nature, Or you go to like Central Park and it's like, this doesn't even feel like, this never feels like being outside because there's all these buildings everywhere. And it's like, it's this weird mishmash of all these elements that feels, as someone like from Colorado and like with An says that like, she was like, she's, not from there. Like this is not where she grew up. There's something really alienating about that sensation of like being in nature but not being in nature at the same time that I love about that scene.
Yeah, absolutely. I've talked about how much I love the Haru social link.
Yeah.
I think it's a really good one. It's like the character, I think it sneaks up on you and how effective it is, and that, as I've said before, I think Haru is like a combination of Fuka and Mitsuru from Persona 3, where the Mitsuru side of like being the heiress of a big company, but the Fuka side of being very timid about things.
Yeah.
But I like that, like what you realize about Haru is she's quiet, but I don't think she's timid. Like that's something that you think about her early on, but she really is a very strong-willed person, and I love, it's one of the best social links about just someone following their dream, and her dream is fairly modest, and I like that about her. And it's obviously a specific contrast they're drawing between her and her family and this giant business she is, inextricably a part of. But she wants to be on the roof doing the gardening, and she wants to learn about how to make coffee, and she wants to open a little coffee shop. And I actually found all of that so interesting and attractive about that character. I really like, and we can have our arguments about this, to me, like for my interpretation of how I played my main character, Haru is my canonical girlfriend in that game. And I thought it was Makoto for the longest time.
Because it is Makoto. Like
and I love Makoto's social link, and we can talk about that too, because it's fantastic. But like there's something about that where I do feel like that attraction, and I think the main character would feel it too, about Haru has this very real ambition, but it's not to go like rule the world. It's to find happiness and own a little coffee shop and just kind of live your life peacefully. And I feel like that would be very attractive to the main character after everything that happened. And I also like there's some kind of familial connection with that of like Sojiro would really approve of that.
Sure.
That lifestyle with that.
Keep it in the business.
Keep it in the business, yeah. And I love that of how she interacts with, Sojiro too, of like she goes to, almost like he's her sensei of like learning about coffee. In fact, I would not be surprised if in the Japanese she says that to him at some point.
No,
but,
not quite.
Yeah, but you know what I mean? It's like it's that kind of relationship. So great social link. And then the Makoto one also, where she basically the Makoto social link is just about her branching out and making a friend.
Yeah, it's about being like, hey, like I know what the Japanese education system is. You have to talk to people. Like you cannot just be like honor student council president, and like attend like the 5 fucking cram schools and only prepare for entrance exams. And like is the thing I love about her social link is just the thing I love about her character is how practical she's about everything. Like she's just so sort of like I've made this choice about like what I'm going to do. You're going to help me do it, and we're going to go to like Shinjuku and we're going to do research. This is like bring a notebook basically.
Yep.
And there's like, and that's the element of like for her that I feel like if I had to write like the Persona 5 novel adaptation and had to pick a like love interest in it, that is the character I would pick, because I can just so see the main character in her like having this like, again, like just this super practical relationship. It's like they're physically attracted, they enjoy each other's company, but also, if they didn't see each other for 2 years, they'd be kind of fine with it. If that's just how the way that like dice rolled, like they could have like, it's the kind of people that like they can totally make a long distance relationship work, because it's like they're just so like business minded,
Yeah, no. Great social link. And I just love that it also becomes something of a detective story later on, where you're trying to figure out what's happening with her friend. And and
that douchebag host guy,
he's great.
He sucks.
So
and the scene where like he and Makoto sort of have to like confront and have a little fight is fun.
Yeah, so
like you have to save him from her because you know that she's just going to fucking rip his head off if that fight got real.
Yep. All right, so those are all the social links.
Yeah,
they're great. We talked about our favorites, but most of them are really good.
Yes,
it's fantastic. So yes, what other kinds of things I have been compiling. And I've been thinking about different things I want to ask about, just rapid fire questions about comparing Persona games and things like that. But any more we want to say about kind of wrap up thoughts about Persona 5 as a general, like, I don't know, thematic conversation?
I like the game a lot. It's very
I
good.
love this game.
And it is just the... Here's a thing I wanted to talk about that I forgot to mention. It wraps up into a couple of things. I'll try to make it quick. But it's something that wraps up in a little bit into the localization conversation that we didn't talk about with that, is one of the criticisms that the game has is about the overuse of sort of stock phrase translation, which is a sort of referring to in Japanese a sort of phenomena of the Japanese language and how it's structured, and like relative to the English language, how less vocabulary it has. Is there are a lot of phrases in Japanese that you kind of say all the time, particularly in like a piece of fiction that just comes up all the time. And oftentimes in translating that stuff, you want to sort of find a lot of different ways to translate some of those phrases to make it so that it doesn't feel as sort of rote. Because if you say that literally the exact same phrase over and over in English, it sounds very repetitive. But one thing against that translation method and sort of for translating those things nearly identical every single time it comes up, which is not, Persona 5 does not fucking do that. Like it uses a stock phrase sort of translation for some of those things, but it is not nearly 100% of the time. It's probably like 40% of the time. But when you translate it very, very similarly, what you are ultimately doing is sort of trying to sort of translate the literal phrase into English and trust the audience to be able to understand this is not natural English. Like what you're trying to convey in English is something that's a term that doesn't sort of normally exist in this language, and you're really just sort of like swapping out the Japanese meaning of the word for an English sort of like set of words and hoping that like the audience can catch on. And effectively what they will end up doing, hopefully, is learning what that Japanese word meaning is, even if they don't know how to say it. So anyways, that's sort of like a setup for the phrase sasuga in Japanese, which I think is a really important phrase to this game, and is one of the things that I like. I tend to like the stock translation of it when it is used in Persona 5, because I think it conveys something specific about the Japanese language and Japanese culture. And so the word sasaga in Japanese basically means, it can be used in a lot of different contexts, but it basically means as I would expect of this person. So you can use it in regards to Makoto's character, like sasaga Makoto, like as I would expect of you, like student council president, of course you got really good grades on this test. And so it'd be used in response to her like saying, I got 100% on this test, or it could be used in like any sort of like small instance of her sort of accomplishing something to say, as I would expect of you, you did this thing. And normally sasaga is just sort of like a normal little thing you throw around as a bit of a compliment, or it can be used as a sarcastic joke and stuff like that. But it also has a like, and in those instances, when you're translating to English, of it just being like a sarcastic joke or whatever, you don't need to necessarily keep the expectation part of it in. You can find other ways to say like, this is just saying like, you did a really good job on this thing, and you could just translate it that way. But it is literally saying, this is what I have expected of you to do. And it's generally just used in a context where it means you have done this thing well. But even if it's used in a complimentary fashion, what it is saying is, you have done this thing that I expected you to do, and you have like, and that is what you are supposed to do. And it's like, the phrase sasaga in Japanese, what it does linguistically is it puts people into slots and it pigeonholes them. And so it's used to say, as I would expect of a delinquent, of course you failed this thing. Ha ha ha, Ryuji, you are delinquent. It's like, as I would expect of the student council president, as I would expect of the heiress to this company, as I would expect of a foreigner, as I would expect of a criminal, as I would expect blah, 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 blah. Like, the phrase sasaga is used all the time in the game in Japanese. This is in most things in Japanese. But here it feels like that phrase is really important. And it's like, it's really important to sort of, in translating that, I think, to sort of get across the sensation of all these people, all these kids are all the time being told that like what you have done is you are living up to my expectations of you. And that is also saying that if you are not doing this thing, you are not doing as you are supposed to be doing, as you are expected to do by the standards of society. And that's like, it's something that is all over the place in the game. It's another area where I feel like the game is pretty self-reflective about elements of Japanese culture, is that Japanese tends not to reflect, because it is like, you know, again, it is often not used in any, and it almost never is used in a deliberate way to sort of like really force someone to be that way. And it's meant more casually, but it can carry that weight of saying, like, as I would expect of my subordinate to do this good of a job, to like be like a wink and a nudge to say, that means that you're supposed to do this well every single time. And if you don't, you are failing your role in society. And so it's like, it's a thing that,
I feel that.
Yeah, Japanese culture and society, like every culture and society has these issues, but Japanese culture and society in particular has an issue with stratification of roles and of you being like a subordinate and like a senior and like how you're supposed to talk. Everything you do, all like everything you think is supposed to sort of fit into that caste structure. And it's something that's really important to understanding Persona 5, is that it comes from that place and it's very critical of that place.
And I think I know exactly what you're talking about in the localization, because that phrase, like, just as I'd, I mean, Morgana says it a million times. Yeah. Just as I'd expect of you, choker, or something like that in English. But you hear that a lot. Sojiro says it a lot, and I think what
the principal says it a lot to Makoto. He says it like 5 times in one scene, I think.
Yeah, but I think what you're getting at is it's probably good that you get that, because I didn't know the word sasaga the way you were explaining it. Yeah. But as soon as you kind of started saying what it meant, I'm like, yeah, I know where that is in the game. And that means the localization did its job, because I understood the repetition of that idea, even if linguistically I didn't play it in Japanese. To me, that's good localization.
Yeah, exactly. So that's an interesting part of the game. And it's in one of those things of where localization is really complicated and there's no like right or wrong answer in how to translate something. And like there are a lot of layers to sort of what you can gain out of different methods of localizing a piece of media.
Yeah. So one last thing I want to say with the game is, and this is something I kind of tweeted about, but I want to expand on it, which is that, you know, when we talked about Persona 3 back in the day, this is years ago now, we did our Persona 3 podcast, and of course that's the podcast where I famously got weepy and, you know, was talking about what that game very specifically meant to me in the moment. And I think I've been pretty open about that in our multiple conversations about Persona 3, that game was one of the first games I played after my dad died, and it was a very cathartic experience, but also, I mean, life-changing. I don't say that to be dramatic, but like in terms of my outlook on the world and in my own grief process, Persona 3 was life-changing. And Persona 5, it is too early to say what effect it will have on me in that way. But because of other things that are going on in my life, and more complex and things I'm not even going to necessarily go into and open up about right now, But when I think I hit the end of this game, and we talked about a little bit last week about, you know, the themes of this game and how beautifully it gives you all that at the end with the final cutscenes and everything, this sense of freedom that this game is about fighting tooth and nail for the basic freedom to choose what kind of path you want to walk.
Yeah.
That message has resonated with me so incredibly strongly, and Persona 5 has helped put into perspective things I've been grappling with, I would say, since I graduated college, and maybe even earlier, of like looking beyond that, of like, it's really easy in, you know, we are not as stratified a society as Japan is in these ways, but there is the social script. There's, you go to high school, and then you go to college or trade school or whatever, and then you pick a job, and then you go do that, and then you have kids and fucking die and whatever, you know, and that's it. And I've been spending a lot of time thinking about that and not quite knowing what I want my next step in life to be. And, you know, having certain constants that I like this podcast.
Yeah.
I like doing this. I don't want this to go anywhere, right? And
I like Doctor Who.
I don't want that to go anywhere.
No.
You know, but
I like Doctor Who, and I like talking about Doctor Who. That's my life.
But figuring out where I think I want to go in the world and realize, and that's hard. And I think what Persona 5 has lit a fire in me and like is constantly reminding me of whenever I like listen to the soundtrack or think about this game, is it's like, look, the game is like looking at me and reminding me like, don't sit on those decisions. If you have the freedom to make those decisions, that is a gift and that is precious, and that is something that we all have to constantly fight for, of whatever version of the social script you want to break from or walk or whatever. That is a struggle. And it's something very real, and I can already feel Persona 5 having a pretty significant impact in my life just in terms of how I'm looking at the world, and not a lot of pieces of mass media can offer that.
Yeah. Yeah, like, for me, in sort of like in that regard and that element of sort of the game, obviously this is the second time I've played it, and I've talked about it before, like we talked about it on like our like political episode or whatever we want to call it after the election. I talked a lot about like, you know, the first time I played the game was in October. And like for me, so much about Persona 5, even me playing it the second time, is about that first playthrough and where I was, where the world was. And then also like a big part of it is inextricably tied to that being like one of like the big first things, like projects I sort of undertook of like, I'm going to take the skill I've gained in reading and understanding the Japanese language and apply that to sort of consuming a piece of art, which is, you know, where my training is from school and stuff with books. And so like so much of this game is sort of like there's two sides of it of how I feel like it has changed my life in not like a huge way, but like feel like this game has like it gets under your skin and like just sort of like starts working on you in a way that feels a lot less sort of direct as a lot of what Persona 3 felt to me, which is like had like a huge impact on me as well. And this game, like it has both been a really big step for me in sort of like this exploration of something I've been very interested in and just getting deeper into of different cultures and the way different cultures are different and the ways are the same and how these sorts of social issues come from very similar roots but manifest in different ways, both like in the sense of like those specific like, you know, overworking or educational system problems and stuff like that, and then also in the broader sort of like global geopolitical context of fascism and of, you know, the late capitalism or modern democracy, however you sort of like want to look at those facets of the game. And it's something that the game has sort of helped me explore those elements of Japanese culture and like the differences between Japanese culture and American culture in a very real way that like I very much feel like kind of like with Persona 3, there's like my life and who I was pre-playing this game and my life and who I am after playing it, and like the sort of reference points I have for so many things that I deal with through like what I'm going through in my like personal life feels like it is filtered through something of what Persona 5 is doing. And a big part of that is living under the Trump administration and living in this like world where it feels like, and it really felt like after election day, democracy failed, and like that sort of moment of crisis in Persona 5 has this like really small but really powerful message of like, you know, it's like, you know, you can do what you can do and you can fight with everyone and you should, but also like that big thing, that huge scale, you don't live on that scale. Like you can't move that vector but you can move the vectors of the people around you, and you can have an impact there, and that will have an effect. And it is something that like has been so sort of ennobling that, you know, it's... I think America is way, way worse off having Trump, obviously, as president than Clinton, but it also feels like democracy has not just totally fallen apart because he was elected. There's so much you can do, and it sort of highlights, by having a tyrant in the office, it highlights the kinds of actions you can take and the sorts of things you can do. I feel like that is what Persona 5 is about, and it is a sort of like comforting thing of the thing about like, yes, like, you know, just sort of like helping someone's sort of everyday issues is important, and it's something you should take the effort to do and not like close yourself off.
The Persona games, by this team at least, I can't speak to 1 and 2 because I have not gone too deep into those. They do have a fundamental worldview that gauntlets, you know, going through difficult situations puts people out on the other side in a better place.
Yeah.
Or that they can, at least. I really do think that is a fundamental worldview of these games, that, you know, struggle and crisis can produce the best in people over the long term. And I think that's especially apparent in Persona 5, which, you know, just visually and everything ends a lot lighter than it starts.
Yeah.
You know, which is not the usual arc for storytelling.
No.
Yeah. So, all right. I want to do some rapid fire.
Okay.
Some fun things. All right. We could do a whole other episode on the music.
We probably will at some point.
At some point we will. I mean, do you want to list a couple of favorite tracks? Anything like that? Do you want to...
I mean, there's we'll just put all like the big main lyrical tracks aside because obviously all of those are great.
Yeah. I mean, we've already talked about how we love Behind the Mask and Rivers in the Desert and things like that.
I want a big shout out to Layer Cake. Layer Cake is a great song. Layer Cake is a song that plays when you're in EY's shop, the gun shop.
Yeah.
And it is the best shop music that Persona has had. It's up there with... Okay, wait. It is tied with the Persona 1/Persona 2 pharmacy theme, which is fucking amazing. I'm not going to go into why it's amazing. Look up the Satoshi Tadashi pharmacy themes from those 2 games. They're fucking great. But in terms of this team's Persona team's shop music, Persona 5 has the best one. Really great. It is a perfect music to buy and sell shit to because it matches up so perfectly with the rhythm of the sound effects in the shop. I love Layer Cake. And I love Alley Cat, which is the sad song. We talked about that plays with a lot of Sojiro scenes. And there, you can talk about some.
Butterfly Kiss. I love Butterfly Kiss. That is the theme that plays in Takemi's Clinic. It is my favorite shop theme in this game. I don't know if you really consider that a shop, but that is one of my... I just love that theme to death. And because you go to her a lot less than you do to other places, I kind of... It's always fresh to me when I hear it. I have 3 weeks in a row put that on as our theme song and then realized there was probably a more relevant one to pick, but I cannot wait until I just throw Butterfly Kiss on the timeline.
There you go.
And we'll do Layer Cake at 1.2, but I love Butterfly Kiss. That's one I keep coming back to. And in terms of other songs that play maybe a bigger role in the game, I think the best instrumental track in the game is called Swear to My Bones. Versions of that theme kind of play in various situations throughout the game, but that specifically comes up in the Velvet Room near the end when you go and basically give a pep talk to every person, and then that melody is one of the main melodies of the final song, Hoshito Bokuroto, or whatever it's called.
Yeah, The Stars and Us.
Stars and Us, yeah. I love both of those.
Yes. Also, I really love the song Sunset Bridge. It's one of the main sort of more emotional social link ones, and it's very tied to your main party members. There's a very sort of different version of it is the encounter song from the beginning when you first meet An and sort of Ryuji. It plays at that cutscene, and it's a different sort of instrumentalized version of that. But yeah, Sunset Bridge is also very good.
Yeah. Best dungeon music.
Oh, one, it just has the best dungeon music of any Persona, so you can just say best dungeon music. But then the specific track that is the best, I'm gonna go with I guess Freedom and Safety is what I would call it. The last dungeon song is so fucking good. The guitar solo in that song is so good, and it's just that song conveys so much just musically about the sort of environment and tone of that last dungeon, and the sort of the song is called basically Freedom and Safety, and it so much conveys that sense of people just being in cages and being mollified by it, by the sort of slow, very soft kind of almost music in despair, but then underneath it there's this kind of drum march that feels we're this is a tragic sort of desperate situation where people have given up, but we're marching towards the end. It's a really good track.
It's a great track. My favorite of the Palace themes would be The Days When My Mother Was There, which is the one that plays in Futaba's Palace, the desert one. Both versions of that, just love them. That is definitely my favorite. The one I just couldn't get enough of. But I will throw a special shout out to Ark, which is the one on Shido's boat, which that just is like good get pumped music.
I will then also just give another shout out to Price, which is the Kamoshida, they're not Kanashiro's Palace one, which is just so catchy. It's just a really fun song.
There's no wrong answer. They're all great.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so that's enough for the music. We'll talk more about that, and you'll hear more about it. Anyway.
It will be coming up a lot.
All right, so I want to go with some superlatives. And I'm going to try to start small and grow.
Okay.
And if you have ones, just jump in.
Okay.
I have some on a list. What's your favorite Velvet Room design?
Persona 5's, like, just in terms of, like, it feels like they just decided to go fucking nuts with it in a way that I really love. And we talked about this on the last podcast, but it's so cool the moment when you can just walk around the Velvet Room actively as a character. It's just like, it is the 12th Doctor's TARDIS of Velvet Rooms.
I think I can go with that. I love the prison an awful. I mean, they're all great. The elevator, I really have a soft spot in my heart for the limousine because I think it's ludicrous in a totally different way. But you're right. I mean, the prison and just that every part of it changes. Because like the limousine and the elevator, the actual functions of them are identical, you know? But the prison, like, no, you're not fusing personas. You're cutting their fucking heads off.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Related to that.
Okay.
Rank the Velvet Room attendants.
Elizabeth. Like, I will just put them, like, the Persona 5 ones as a pair. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's totally fair.
Yeah, so them as pair, then Margaret, then Theodore, who's the P3P female one.
Yeah, I would
I'm not going to count, like, the weird people in Persona 1, because there are weird people in Persona 1 and Persona 2s, but we're not counting them.
Yeah, we're not counting them. I would go mostly the same. Elizabeth is number 1. Caroline and Justine are number 2.
Yeah.
I just to be different, I'll put Theodore at number 3 because his stuff in Persona Q is fantastic. Yeah. And then Margaret's at the bottom. No disrespect to Margaret, she's just not the most exciting.
I mean, she's not supposed to be a very sort of out there character.
Right. Yeah. But Elizabeth is the best. But Caroline and Justine, close number 2. I
was looking at some threads about Persona 5 and people talking about the game, and someone posted one of those GIFs from Persona 3 of Elizabeth dancing, and it's like,
Elizabeth's the best.
She's very good.
She's the best.
She's very good.
All right. Boy, now I'm jumping into harder ones. Trying to think if there's any other like smaller ones I can do. Persona. This one just goes to Persona 5 again, but Persona Living Quarters.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Because you live in a fucking attic and it's awesome.
Yeah, no, like it is really cool.
Yeah,
I love opening up the game. Like you have to go up there and you have to like clean everything. It's a very good scene.
Yeah, I love all that.
And you get to decorate it. Put your nude statue in the corner.
Where do you get that from?
I think if you go with Yusuke to the art exhibit, I think he gives it to you.
Oh, I guess I must not have done that. Yeah, that's funny. Of course he would. Of course he would. All right. Best Persona protagonist.
What the fuck? Maya from Persona 2 Eternal Punishment / Persona 2 Innocent Sin, because she has like weird heart things on her boobs over her jacket, and it's like the most absurd fucking character clothing choice I think I've ever seen in a game.
So you're dodging the question.
Yes.
Okay.
Boy with an earring from Persona 1.
I was thinking of between 3, 4, and 5.
Okay.
And it's virtually an imposimple question.
Yes. From Persona 3 episode Igus. She's technically a protagonist.
Okay. Unnamed protagonists.
Damn it.
When I look into my heart of hearts and like, where do I go to just like thinking of it like automatic? It's still Yu Narukami to me.
Sure.
He is a cool motherfucker. Just how much character they get out of him throughout Persona 4, I think is sort of marvelous. And as good as Persona 5 does on that with its character, and it does a great job, it still doesn't quite touch Yu Narukami to me. But I could also make the argument for P3.
I think I might be ultimately leaning for the Persona 5 protagonist. I'm going to lay down my argument here, is that neither the Persona 3 protagonist nor the Persona 4 protagonist, do neither of them ever look straight into the camera and just go, and smirk. It's pretty It's a pretty good trick the Persona 5 protagonist has in doing that. It's pretty fucking cool.
It's pretty cool.
He's got a really good outfit. He's got an insanely cool outfit.
He has an insanely cool outfit. One other thing for Narukami is the dialogue choices you can make as Narukami kind of blow either P3 or P5 out of the water in terms of dialogue choices.
But that's the thing with like the Persona 5 protagonist. It's not about the things you say. It's about the things you don't say.
Yeah,
it's about the things you go, to you.
Yeah. No wrong answer here.
No, they're all great.
They're all great.
But it is absolutely Maya from Persona 2.
In terms of a character design, I would go with P3 because the fucking headphones and the blue hair and everything, it's great.
Sure.
But anyway, they're all great. Persona mascot characters.
It's Morgana.
Okay, Morgana, Teddy, Aigis. Do we consider Aigis a mascot?
No. Like, that's not, like...
I wanted you to fight...
It's sort of split between Aigis and Koromaru,
That's
really,
true.
from Persona 3.
I really just wanted to set up a scenario where you have to fight Morgana and Aigis. But I'm not going to make you do that.
No, because they wouldn't fight, they would team up.
That's true. And I guess
because Aigis could understand what Morgana is saying even without having gone to like the subconscious world, because Aigis can talk to fucking animals.
It's very true, very true.
So they would have an instant connection.
I think they would. Also, Aigis just has a love for living creatures. And,
yes.
No, they'd be good friends. And no one's fighting for Teddy, even though Teddy is a phenomenal character.
I love Teddy, but he's just not quite on that level.
He's a little too horny.
More than a little too horny.
More than a little.
Because here's the thing, like, Morgana has a deep love for Lady Ann, but it's not a horny one. It's a very respectful one. It's the kind of love that a samurai has for their master. He
would court her. If he ever got romantic, he would like go ask her father her hand before anything happened. He'd be very respectful. He's also a cat, so there's some issues with that.
He's a human.
All right. Do you have any of these fun little ones?
Best combat system.
Well, Persona 5. That's like so easy.
There you go.
Here's a superlative.
Yeah.
I think Persona 5 has the best combat system in any JRPG ever, especially with how it interacts with everything else.
Sure.
Can you argue against that?
No, not really.
Yeah.
No, yeah.
Because we can go outside of Persona if you want. I just thought these were fun ways to compare the different games.
Okay. Well, the best soundtrack.
That was one of the ones I was going to go to as a big one. It's Persona 5, but with the asterisk that I love the fucking shit out of the Persona 3 soundtrack. But the Persona 5 soundtrack, I mean, the bigger question is it the best soundtrack ever? Not just for Persona. I mean, it's up there.
It is obscenely good.
It's obscenely good.
It's obscenely good.
The bass just, pushes it over the edge, right?
Okay, the best character designs then.
Persona 5. It's got a lot of these superlatives. I mean, I just think as an overall thing, you look at the character designs, they are just so phenomenal, and I think bold, but with this like kind of grounded realism to them too. Like the Persona 3 character designs I fucking love, and I think they're super striking. They're very anime, they're very people have red hair and blue hair and stuff like that, and that's not a character thing. It's not like they went out and dyed it. That's just how they're drawn, and that's totally fine. I think it's amazing what Persona 5 kind of gets away with, given how grounded everything feels in those character designs. You know,
it's
like
something that it very much feels like is a bit of an influence from the Persona 2 games. There's a more like people living in the city kind of, like you said, grounded element to it. That even like, some of the more people that look slightly outlandish like Takemi is because of like there are people that look like that choose to have like that many piercings and stuff like that, or to dye their hair.
Yeah. All right. One of the other ones I had on my list as a big one is best social links. Which game has the best overall social links?
Overall social links, I would go with Persona 5. I think like the like as a whole, like I just feel like there's again, like I feel like there's, even if there's Shinya's or Hifumi's are not like the most exciting, there's no social link I ran into in Persona 5 that's like, oh fuck, I don't want to hang out with this person. Whereas like there's a couple of them like already, I hate making fun of him, but like the tutor one in Persona 4 always sort of struck me as being like, it's fine, but like
I will pick Persona 4 here.
Okay.
Partially to be contrarian, but partially because I do think Persona 4 strikes a really nice balance for me between the kind of crazy anarchy of Persona 3 and its social links, and that they'll do anything with a social link.
They really will.
They will. And Persona 5, which I think I love the social links and the overall system of it, but I do think just how focused and on point everything is. robs a slight bit of the charm I get out of Persona 3 and 4 and its social links of some of that just discuss. Like, I like that some of the social links are on the side, and I think you're absolutely right, Sean, when you say, sometimes you can kind of forget a social link happened and it doesn't have the same emotional impact at the end as Persona 5. But there's also kind of a greater scope, it feels like, to it in Persona 3 and 4, because Persona 5 has, I feel like, more automatic social links. Everyone on your team, and the team is bigger, gets a social link. So the actual slice of the game that is like people out in the city you go hang out with feels smaller, and I love most of them. There is like Shinya and Hifumi that I don't kind of feel the same attachment to. I do think like the moment-to-moment writing in the Persona 4 social links, and this is a very direct comparison to me because I played it earlier this year again. Sure. I think in general, Persona 4 and 5 are pretty much on par with those, but there are some that just, I don't know, so blow me away in Persona 4, and I think because Persona 4 was the first one I played, and I think that is the element of the game that probably drew me in the most, and I think still is like the key, the secret sauce that unlocks everything in Persona is the social links. But like, yeah, I think I could make the argument for Persona 4 in that, especially if, you consider the Golden, and then you have Marie and Adachi and holy crap. But like, I just think, I look at the general scope of the social links of Persona 4, and there are so many fantastic ones there. And some of this is recency bias. I guess I don't want to pin Persona 5 on this one that fast. The Persona 5 social links are fantastic. But yeah, I think at the end of the day, I might pick Persona 4 on that one.
Yeah, I think for me, one of the main things I really love about the Persona 5 ones is that we already talked about this, but how they wrap into everything and feel like they exist within the whole game. And it's when you get to the ending sections of the game where like the game can expect that you have played through most of the social links, or at least been introduced now to all of them, that the characters come up in the main story in a way that like in Persona 4, it's like their like relationship with the protagonist is like kind of like, it becomes so ethereal. That's like there's a charm to it, but then at the same time with Persona 5, you like seeing all these people that you have touched their lives like really actively working together at the end of the game at multiple different points, and it's not just like the two instances of like we're all like like everyone give me your energy spirit bomb style Goku of like, and we're gonna cast the final attack, and then like on the last day like going up and talking to everyone, which is what Persona 3 did and what Persona 4 did. And I would like with Persona 5 it feels more like like all these people are a part of the story, so it's like we're gonna cut to Oya like when you're in jail out in your like old neighborhood and like interviewing people to find out like what happened with that crime, because she's as big a part of the story as anyone is, and there's something about that I love so much.
I would argue the system works better in Persona 5, absolutely. But if I'm just like, no question, because when you start adding in the like the abilities and all that stuff and kind of how it all ties into the main story, I just there are plenty of Persona 5 social links that I can like. Oya is actually another one that I think has some really interesting stuff, but overall is not like upper tier to me. And I do feel like with Persona 4 there are just so many and they're so good, and I actually do like the tutoring student one. I think it intentionally starts out boring and pissing you off, and then I think it ends in an interesting place because that kid really fucks up badly. But anyway,
I have to admit I barely remember what happens in the social link at all.
I mean, he full up starts cheating on tests, and like his mother wants to kick him out and all this stuff, so it's not a happy ending.
How young is his mother?
Yeah. Anyway, you cannot fuck that mother in that game. That's different than if that character existed in this. That would be a social link. And
they just don't tell you that you can, but like hey, whatever fanfic you want to have. Yeah, it makes more sense with him.
But anyway, the honest answer is I could also make the case for Persona 3, and they're all fucking great. And this is a stupid conversation, but it's fun. Yeah. Anyway, all right.
Best cell phone.
4 because it's a flip phone, and Narukami, the way he does it is so great. I love the chat client in Persona 5, but I'm sorry, smartphones are not as aesthetically sexy as like flip phones, because you can't do the cool flip hanging up and like back in your pocket, and the Narukami animation for that is amazing.
Okay, hold on. Because I misphrased the question. Let's back up. Best phones, generally speaking. Because there's one phone in Persona 5 I'm thinking about. It's a pretty good phone, both in an aesthetic sense and what you use that phone for. It's a pretty powerful, effective phone.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
The rotary phone.
Yeah.
And the cafe.
Yeah, you get your maid.
It's the access to your dreams.
Yeah.
And your ability to go out at night and fucking get your social links up, motherfucker.
Yeah, that's the best phone in the whole series.
Yes.
No doubt about that. I wish it was still a flip phone. Because that'd be cool.
It's a rotary phone.
Can you imagine if like there was just a flip phone on the counter, and after calling Kawakami, the Persona 5 protagonist like flipped it shut and put it in his back pocket?
But can you imagine?
He has like what if he had like a burner that he called Kawakami on?
Jonathan, can you imagine walking up to a phone and dialing a number and that actually being the verb you would fucking use for that because it's a fucking dial?
It's crazy.
It's a fucking rotary phone, son. That's just real.
All right. So since we're running out of time.
Yes.
This is probably a question we're going to have to answer on another show is the actual answer.
Okay, fuck you. I already know what the question is. The answer is go fuck yourself.
On our first episode talking about Persona 5, you said we were going to get here eventually.
Sure.
You said we'd have to ask it. All right.
Yeah, I didn't say we'd have to ask it in episode 5 or whatever.
Okay, but I want to just get the conversation going so people can think about it. Persona 4, we agree, of the three we're talking about here, is the weakest, right?
Yes.
Would you put Persona 1 or 2 above 3 or 5?
No. Like I think there's an argument for it, like taking the Persona 2s together and that basically being on the Persona 4 level for me.
Okay.
Yeah,
but
those games are really fucking good.
I need to play them.
Yeah.
And I'll commit to playing them before Persona 6 comes out. I think I'm safe on that one.
Sure,
Am I safe on that one? All right.
You can just go ahead and say that. I know you're not going to do it.
Yeah. No, I will. I have them on my Vita. Sure. I want to.
Yeah, sure you will.
Anyway, so yeah, we're not saying... So Persona 1, 2, 4 are kind of their own tier, but we agree 3 and 5 are the uppermost tier.
Yes.
You don't have to answer this, but I like the 3 versus 5 debate. My answer is, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. But like, do you have any instinct of where you might pick one of those if you had to for like number 1 on a game list or something?
I mean, it's got to be Persona 4 Dancing All Night, obviously. It's the best one.
Best title is Persona 4 The Ultimate Mayonaka Arena. No, not even that one. The
Ultimax Ultra Suplex Hold.
That's the one I meant, yeah.
Yeah, I don't.
It's hard.
I don't know.
They're
both really good.
I definitely had the thought several times while playing Persona 5, this is probably the best game I've ever played.
Okay,
and
yeah.
that's the only way it could beat Persona 3, let's be clear. So this is a big question to be asking. And the actual answer is, I need a year or 2 to sit on it.
Yeah, but I think there's also there's something that's frustrating to compare it because I feel like my relationship to Persona was so different playing Persona 5 versus playing Persona 3.
Yes.
Where it's like, there's just a lot of things in Persona 5 that are inherently less impressive than it was when I played Persona 4 and Persona 3 because I had 2 or 3 years or longer to sit with that system and this franchise coming to it that I feel like how could we ever know because we didn't play Persona 5 totally fresh. We played it knowing what social links were and all this stuff.
Sure, and I think the other thing you could say is obviously Persona 3 is a much more stripped down game compared to 5.
Yes.
So that's feature rich. It has things I know some modern gamers would consider annoying, even though we like a lot of those ticks in the game. There is something to be said. Persona 3 was the first of its kind in a lot of ways, and whenever you have an innovation like that, there's something about that can almost never be topped.
Yeah.
And Persona 5 is innovative in a lot of ways. It is not an innovation in the way Persona 3, by its very nature, remains.
Yeah, it feels like a culmination of this sort of experiment they created, but Persona 3 was the spark,
And what I ultimately want to get through with this conversation is,
yes,
if you want to know how strong our recommendation for Persona 5 is, this is an actual debate.
Yeah.
We are asking, can this game supplant Persona 3, which we would both agree is the best game ever made, as having the title of the best game ever made?
Yes.
So that is how highly we are recommending Persona 5.
Yeah, that's fine. Here's another thing that makes it really hard for me is my experience playing Persona 5 the first time was so just amazing from a personal achievement point of view of being able to play it in Japanese. That's it's there's a part of me that just wants to say Persona 5 almost on the back of that kind of by default in a weird way.
But and I could see you
but it's so hard to.
But I could see you in 2 years making that argument and it being completely valid. I mean, and if you said that to me today, I'd think it's completely valid. I can just see you're absolutely right. I can totally understand where you're coming from on that. But just on the quality alone, I mean, we can have this conversation. It's because there are a lot of ways in which Persona 5 is better than Persona 3.
Yes, yeah. There's a lot if you're trying to make the pro-con list, I feel like Persona 5 wins in that way, but like that's not how you actually make that comparison. You know?
Right. It's about
your heart. It's about what you feel.
It's about a lot of ethereal things you can't put on paper. Yeah.
Hello and welcome to the Weekly Stuff Podcast with Jonathan Lack.
And Sean Chapman.
Should we talk about Persona 5, The Royal, specifically?
Yeah, let's talk about what's all the, like, big new shit going on in this game.
I think let's save the narrative stuff, and let's just start by talking about mechanically some of the various things that have been added and how they affect the game, Sean.
Okay. You're gonna have to help me on that a little bit, because it's now been like 4 or 5 months since I played the game, and I don't remember, because in my head, at a certain point, it's like, this is just the way Persona 5 always was. Like, it definitely has a lot of small improvements throughout the whole thing, but at a certain point, It just is that thing where, like, it all blends together, and eventually it's like, wait, you telling me that, like, ammo didn't work this way? I no longer remember how ammo originally worked. I just remember that it's different than how it worked in Persona 5 The Royal.
I had to ask my brother a lot, because my brother has played between the vanilla and royal. He's played this game 4 times. He's played each of them twice, so he knows these games very, very well. And I often had to ask him, like, what's new. So here, I just got a list in front of me. So let's talk about the palaces. Inside the palaces, you have, you mentioned it, the guns. They've completely reworked how the guns work. So in the original game, how it was, my brother had to explain this to me because I had completely forgotten. And then I remembered that the guns, I think, are one of the weaker, more vestigial parts of vanilla Persona 5 because the ammo was per entry into the dungeon, not per battle. So they were effectively useless except for, like, the very specific times you had to use them. But now you have the ammo refills on every battle. So every battle you can go to town with the guns if you want, up to a degree. And they became a really key part of my strategy, in part because it's so much more fun to pull out a gun and shoot things than it is to hit them with a sword. I'm sorry. Just like in a JRPG, it is fun to take out, and some people have crazy guns, like, Haru has a fucking RPG or a grenade launcher, and, Makoto has a fucking, like, Clint Eastwood pistol, like magnum kind of thing. They're all so silly. And so you can just shoot to your heart's content. That is honestly, in terms of gameplay changes, one of my favorite things.
Yeah, that's definitely one where as you say, the original system was a kind of about, like, making it a resource management choice for, like, the long-term entry into the dungeon, like what SP was. But because bullets aren't essential for general fights, like, it just ended up with you never using it. So yeah, like, that change then allows you to say, like, obviously there are some enemies that are still vulnerable to piercing damage and you would want to use bullets for them, but also normal enemies that it's just like, I just need to do physical damage and just do a lot more of it in one turn than just running up and hitting them. It's a good just additional tool to round out your kit. That's like a very smart change.
Absolutely. But it also plays into a bunch of other stuff, because so in the original game, gun damage was one of the weaknesses enemies could have, and it still is. But they've added an entire extra layer onto this game called technicals.
Yes.
And the technicals are really interesting because they relate basically to like the fear, despair, those different kinds of, like, ailments you can give. Yeah, status effects, or stuff like burns and freeze that you do from doing fire and ice spells, or shock from electricity. And then there's a technical damage that goes off of that. So even if an enemy has no like weaknesses to an element, you can still get them down. And the guns play a big part in the technicals, because there is nothing more fun in the battles in this game than to shock someone until they are, like, shocked and, like, are electric, and then you pull out a gun and just go to town on them because it does technical damage. That kind of stuff. There's so many little things like that make the battle system even snappier.
Yeah, and the technical thing is probably the most notable and important change, because I think technicals, because I'm looking it up, technicals did exist in the original Persona 5, but they were very different, because they didn't, one thing that's really critical is they didn't give you one mores. They only did additional damage, and they were way more limited in terms of the different combinations of status effect and attack, and it was mostly connected to nuclear damage and psychic damage. And so I think that's one of the reasons why they brought nuclear and psychic back, which had been absent in 3 and 4 but were in 1 and 2s, is that, like, they brought it back as this idea around technicals. But it just was like a thing that you could easily play through the entirety of the vanilla Persona 5, they never end up using a technical, and it was never a important strategy. Whereas now it's like, one, it gives you more options in some fights where maybe it might be easier for you to do with a certain party configuration. You might be able to clear this fight by exploiting their weaknesses normally, but maybe if you have a different party configuration, you don't even need to use their weaknesses because you have it set up and you can just use your status ailments and clear the fight that way. And it's just a thing that it makes status ailments an actual like useful, important part of the moveset to like invest in. That particularly some of the enemies, you basically have to use technicals, particularly on the harder difficulties and earlier on if you're not, where you can't be over leveled, or the game is like, you're not going to be able to clear it. And I think that is just like a way to take those status ailment effects that have always been like somewhat useful, but in a very Pokemon-esque way, have never been necessary enough that you're just going to, unless you really care about it a lot, you're never going to do it because you're just going to do the thing that just does damage right now, because while it might not be the technically most efficient way to clear the fight, it is a good enough way to clear the fight. And so then introducing the technical stuff just really rounds out the whole combat design.
And off of the technicals and the baton passes are unchanged. They were always there. Yeah. But they've added the place in Kichijoji where you can play darts and you can play billiards to get your technical damage up and your darts damage, or your baton passes up, which both is fun on its own, but also then encourages you to go use your technicals and baton passes more. And the baton pass is just one of the most, I think, delicious little parts of a JRPG battle system ever. It is so addictively fun to do baton passes and see how many of those you can chain together. And it's one of my complaints with the game overall, is I do think they didn't do enough to ramp up the difficulty for all of the different things they give you. So the later stages of the game, it's actually very hard to even get into a stage where you can use baton passes because you kill stuff so easily. Yeah. But one of the final bosses, the first stage of the Maruki boss at the end, is all built around doing baton passes, and it is one of the most fun bosses in any Persona game because of that. But we should also just talk about how cool the darts and the billiards are.
Yes, yeah. This is like a very Yakuza-esque thing, because it's just like, oh yeah, let's go hang out and let's do darts and billiards, which is a thing that's been in the Yakuza games forever. And it's just a fun, it's a fun thing to just be able to go and hang out with your friends and do that. And especially it's the stuff where it's valuable enough, like the advantages you get from increasing your technical damage, and particularly for the baton pass stuff, which will regenerate HP, it will regenerate SP, and make you do more damage. So that's really valuable. Those are valuable enough rewards that there's like a good enough reason to go do that instead of doing something to advance your social rank in something now, which has been always a thing that I think the Persona games have struggled with, which is they have a lot of things, and Persona 5 the Royal still has these left over from the original Persona 5, but there's stuff of like going to the gym or in working out or going to the batting center or whatever that can give like it increases your strength by 1, or you get 10 more HP. That's like, it needs to be something where the reward isn't significant, or you could completely break the difficulty curve of the game, but it also then it becomes so small that there's really no particular reason to go do it, and it's better just to go do the social links, or just go do something goofy that's funnier, like, even if I don't need it, I'm still going to watch all the DVDs or play all the Famicom games, because those are more amusing than going to the gym and getting 10 HP and like 1 SP boost. But this stuff is like, no. And I actually wish I had done it earlier, because I didn't understand like that you could get 2 dart rank ups or like boost rank ups from the dart thing in one go if you do it well. That means that's like, it doesn't take up, like 14 in-game days or something to get everybody leveled up. I wish I had done them earlier, because they are like really useful. And the game gives you more than enough time if you're efficient about it, and especially if you've played the game 2 fucking times before, that you can get all the social links up and still have more than enough time to do that and do some of the other fun stuff in the game, and have a good time with it.
No, totally, and I did do it like as soon as I friggin' could, because it was so much fun, and my brother was telling me like, don't miss out on those darts, Jonathan, the darts are great, because my brother has a very like encyclopedic knowledge of the inner workings of the Persona games, and it was very funny about that. I do, Sean, just for a second, I want to say something about the gym, because this is very funny. I'll talk about this in a second a little more. I do have a slight complaint about the Royal that I think mostly it's that the battles become too easy, but I also think like you do have the amount of free time, if you're playing it very well and you know what you're doing, you can wind up in those last couple of months with just an overwhelming amount of free time. And there's a couple of things that I think they maybe could have done to address that, like maybe adding an extra rank to all of the social stats or something, because like I did not wind up having to use most of the DVDs, and I think I only played one of the Famicom games this time because I'd played them all before. But I did wind up, because I thought it would be funny and I wanted to see what would happen, I did wind up going to the gym and working out in my room a lot. And I did it so much, the gym has an entire like little quest line within it where you start doing treadmill, then you go to the weightlifting, then you do the like dummy that you fight with, and you become really good at all of them until with the dummy you have your shirt off and you're doing like fucking Bruce Lee moves on it, and it's awesome. And you're getting like pretty big HP boosts, especially if you're taking protein. But basically I started doing that around the point in the game where Ren is believed to be dead, and so you're going around with your hoodie and stuff. And in my head canon, it was that he has to stay out of the limelight, so he's just getting fucking jacked for the confrontation with Shido while everyone thinks he's dead. And Sean, I got so jacked that in the final fight, I was level 99, and Ren had 850 HP. Which is like 300 more than any other party member. He also had like 500 SP. It was just insane. Like I was withstanding attacks that were killing everyone else. It was hilarious. And I did have fun with that. And I did it to the point where I not only did everything in the gym, but I did it so much that then Morgana was like being like, why are you still coming here? Which was very funny.
Very good, yeah. Like in that period, that's where I did I just like sat and watched all the DVDs and I played the Famicom games. And they did add 2 new Famicom games, one of which is actually really cool, called I think it's Featherman Seeker, which is actually like a cool story if you play it. That is very much, it feels like it's legitimately like one of those, here's this weird like Famicom games that only ever came out in Japan, and like it's got this really cool story, but not that many people know about it, but the people who know about it fucking know about it, where the story is like, the Feathermen are the like in-universe Power Rangers, Super Sentai kind of thing. That's like, they've been cameos in all the modern Persona games. And the plot of the game as you play through it is that you play as a character, I think you're like the Dove or something, that you're a trainee for the Featherman men, and you're going on these missions. But like something seems slightly off, and every time you go on like do one of the levels in the game, quote unquote, which is mostly you just reading text. There's not like, I think you mash buttons a little bit, but it's just kind of text stuff. And as you go on missions, it's more and more like, this seems weird. Like there's something weird about the mentor character, and it's something slightly off. And then the big twist in the game is that you are not actually the Dove, training to be a Featherman Ranger, but you are one of the monsters made by the villain, who has been trained to be like a sleeper agent, basically, to infiltrate the Feathermen. But the Feathermen discover you, and you then realize that like through your training as a Featherman Ranger, even if you were designed as a monster, your like heart of like nobility and justice wins out, and you sacrifice yourself in order to defeat the villain, while the Feathermen escape, never really knowing who this mysterious man that they encountered called the Dove actually was. And it's like, when I hit that end and saw the end of it, I'm like, I was like legitimately touched. It's like, this was a great little story. Like I really want to actually play this game, because it was like, it's got great music. The track for it is on the soundtrack, and it's my favorite of all like the fake 8-bit songs. And that is, felt like they put their back into Featherman Seeker in a way in Persona 5 Royal that it's way more elaborate than any of the other fake Famicom games in it.
I love all the Featherman mythology in general, and I think the song for that is just the 8-bit version of the... Have you heard the full Featherman theme song that Lynn did that's in the dancing games?
Yes.
Because it's also in Royal, if you put on the Featherman costumes, you can get it as your battle music, which I would do in Mementos sometimes, and it's just so fun. That song is great. I really... If I could just snap my fingers and make something happen, I want the 13-episode Featherman anime. I want them to make that. I want them to use that theme song. The Featherman like mythos is like weirdly rich enough at this point that I really kind of want to see it.
Yeah.
Yeah. One other thing that they added to battles in this game, Sean, is the Showtime attacks.
Oh,
the tag team moves that everyone has. That you have all these cutscenes where like two characters like, Haru and Makoto will come together and be like, I have an idea for a move we could do together. And then the star that Jose, the weird boy in Mementos, we'll talk about him later, like shines and you get a Showtime attack. They are so good. There's so many of them. and they're all phenomenal, and I feel like every one you unlock is better than the one before, all the way to the end of the game, where I think the best one might be the one Akechi has.
Yes, no, yeah, Akechi and Rin's is my favorite of just fucking... All of a sudden you're on some, like, rain-swept ceiling, or, like, a rooftop in some, like, noir-ass city, and you just fuck this guy up with it. Yeah, those are great additions. I was very relieved when the game told you this, like, oh, and by the way, you don't have to have both party members in your party at the same time to pull them off, because that was the thing I was worried about. It's like, oh god, that's going to be tedious to sort of want to see all of them and have to manage your party, like min-max, or like sort of like really sort of heavily manage your party in order to do that. But yes, they're just like really good, fun additions that add an element of sort of like another little random element that can pop up in some battles. They're just, it's basically like the super move in a fighting game. I'm always here for some big, crazy, elaborate animation in my video games. Is like the whole reason why I like the fighting game genre in the first place, is just because I really like big, elaborate super move animations.
I mean, but they're all so good. The first one you unlock is on and Morgana, where she has her flowers, or Morgana has the flowers for On, and she pulls two guns out of them and starts firing. You have the one for, it's Ryuji and Yusuke, who are in a beef bowl shop, and Yusuke makes his perfect beef bowl, and then they attack the guy who comes in. You have Makoto and Haru going into a wrestling ring together. They're all so good. We talked about the Akechi one, which is brilliant. Just, I love that one so much. But I also love the one they add for Yoshizawa and Ren at the end, which I'm pretty sure is an homage to Castle of Cagliostro. It's very like Lupin the Third. Specifically, Castle of Cagliostro is the ending where Lupin comes into the church and like swings around, and they basically have Ren do the same thing, and then she does her big ballet move. And that one is maybe actually even more elaborate than the Akechi one in terms of animation, but they're both so good. And I saw them a lot because obviously I had, Yoshizawa and Akechi on my team for the entire last month, because I don't know why you wouldn't. And it's so good.
Yeah, I think my other one that's probably might be my favorite one is I really love Makoto and Yuji's, but specifically the ending of it, because obviously at a certain point you've seen them so much that you end up skipping them, particularly if you're like grinding mementos or something. And so it skips to like the last like 3 seconds of it, and that is my favorite one to skip, because it just skips to Makoto with like a grape soda in her hand, and she fucking crushes it, and then Ryuji does this full 90-degree bow, like he's like she is his Yakuza boss. Basically, is the whole thing, right? Because while she is like the like student council president and like the perfect honor student, she's actually the most badass person in the entire party. So Ryuji's like little juvenile delinquent heart can't help but to like make her his like boss in that sort of like Yakuza-esque way. And that always makes me laugh whenever I saw it.
They're all so good. I love it. Okay, in the palaces, probably the most notable thing that has been added is your fucking grappling hook, because all games should have grappling hooks. Grappling hooks always make things better. And it's a very fun grappling hook that is used the most in obviously the last palace that is designed from the ground up for the Royal. But they've redesigned all of the palaces to a certain extent, not just for the grappling hook, but just to make them new if you've played the game before. But I think in general, all of the new things the grappling hook opens up are a ton of fun to explore. And like we talked at length in the original Persona 5 podcast about how amazing the dungeons are in this game, and they are still just a bundle of fun to play through, this mixture of exploration and puzzles and battles and all this stuff. And that grapple hook, man, it adds a whole new lease on life to these great, great dungeons.
Yeah, it's because it's that, and then like usually in the existing dungeons, that is also revolves around the will seeds that they added in, which are like extra kind of collectibles that give you really powerful accessories when you collect all of them. There's 3 of them in each of the dungeons, and that is also like a nice little just sort of complication, another thing to explore, a way to, particularly for returning players, to just flesh out the dungeons more and give you new areas to explore, that I think is fun, because it also, if you've played the game and you know the dungeons well, it just gives you an additional complication, particularly in the early dungeons when resource management is way more important, especially if you're trying to max out everything and get all the social links and all that shit, and so you want to make sure you're doing the whole dungeon in one day. Like adding in that extra like, oh fuck, that's right, I need to fight this little extra mini boss too, like can I do it with I remember it being very tense in the Kamoshida Palace when I was like, oh, I wasn't expecting this, I was not planning around fighting this dude too. I've got like 12 SP total across all of my party members, like let's go for it. And I like those additions as well.
Yeah, I love the will seeds. And, they're really well placed because they're not necessarily like easy to find in that you're just automatically going to stumble into them, but they're also not obscure and like they're not like frustrating to find. In the whole game, there was only one I ever had to look up, and it was in the first dungeon. It was in Kamoshida's palace, and I wasn't used to how they were all laid out yet. And then I found them all on my own, and that's the mark to me of like a really good collectible, is that they're not like the skulls in Halo or something where you're never going to find them without a guide.
Yeah, because I don't think I had to look any of them up either, because they're it is, you're right, that it is the right level of, you do have to pay attention, because if you're just sort of running through the dungeon without thinking about anything, you would walk past them, but also you don't have to go look up a 13-minute YouTube guide and scroll through for the 30 seconds that are relevant to you, and past the person just talking about whatever the fuck for the first 8 minutes, which is how all those videos are.
Yeah. They also added the rare shadows that are like unstable and have the aura around them, and you have to target them, and if you damage them but don't kill them, they'll damage you. But if you kill them, they explode and take everyone out with them, basically, and drop an item. I like that little wrinkle added to battles. Yeah,
there's lots of little things like that are just like, here's like another kind of pseudo-random element that can pop up that just adds more variety overall to the combat. And those ones are particularly just very satisfying, especially because like the more extra damage you do to the exploding enemy, the more damage their explosion does. So it incentivizes you to take advantage of the technical mechanic, because that's how you do the largest amount of damage, is either through the baton pass system or the technical system, or obviously like combining the both of them is how to get the maximum amount of damage in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's really cool. The Velvet Room, depending on how battles go, will go into the fusion alarm thing, which I'm a little of two minds on. I think it's cool, and I think you can do really fun stuff with the fusion alarm, and there's definitely fun stuff that comes out of that. Late in the game, it started to annoy me how much it pops up, because it doesn't take much to trigger a fusion alarm, and at a certain point, I've fused all the personas, I've gotten all the itemizations I need, there's like literally nothing I can do with it, and it would annoy me a little bit how much it popped up. But overall, I did like that system.
Yeah, I mean, it only pops up if it's gone back to its default state, so I think it didn't really annoy me that much, because I just enjoyed particularly if you're someone who wants to min-max your party and that kind of stuff, I did enjoy the like, it adds an additional level of complexity to fusing personas and strategizing around like how you fuse your personas and which ones you're using your fusion alarms on and stuff like that. That just adds a little bit more to do on that side of the game.
Yeah, overall, I definitely liked it for all of that. Finally, then, in terms of this whole side of the game, you have Mementos has been fairly substantially reworked. It's the same areas, it's the same idea, but they've added new music. So every 2 floors, there's a new track. I think I love the original Mementos theme, but I think this was a good call, and it's much more now like the, basically like the dungeon in Persona 3, like Tartarus, where it's like the same melody, but it builds in each area, and the music is just really cool, until I think the one you get in the Maruki area at the end of the game, the last Mementos stage, is a just killer fucking track, like combining all of it, and that the music edition is huge. It's really cool.
Yeah, that's I think one of my favorite changes to the game, just because while the original Mementos music is good, it is also like that being the only theme that plays for the entirety of Mementos. I definitely started muting the game and listening to like a podcast or something when I was in Mementos when I played it originally, whereas I'm much more inclined to just like groove with that music. It's got a really good bump kind of beat to it that just goes around as you're going through Mementos. And yes, I've always really loved the Tartarus music, and particularly, and this is what this specifically reminded me of, is the Interstice of Time, which is the dungeon music in episode Aigis in Persona 3 Fest, is incredibly good. And this has a similar quality to like how the melodies start to evolve and intertwine in the like subsequent versions. Reminds me specifically of that track, which is one of my favorite, just like put on, because that one is like on the soundtrack, it's a 10-minute long uninterrupted seamless version of all of the versions of the song just kind of cut together, and that is one of my like, I gotta do something like study or whatever, I'm just gonna put that on fucking loop and just let it go and go and go, because it's just very satisfying.
Yeah, I agree with all of that. Mementos also now has Jose, a mysterious little boy whose origin is never made completely explicit. And he is looking for flowers, so there are now flowers that you can find while exploring. The flowers you give to him, and he will give you different goods that you can buy from him. But then also, you can find he has set up stamps throughout all of Mementos, and if you get all the stamps, then you can adjust Mementos to give you extra XP and money and all of that, which means you can effectively break the fucking game.
Yeah.
And this is where I do have a complaint with Persona 5 Royal, which is that you don't even have to work that hard at it, and you can over-level really rapidly just through normal play in Mementos. Like, if you just... And I mean normal. Like, not grinding, but I want to get all the stamps. Just the normal play of business. You wind up over-leveling pretty heavily, because they've also... I forget if this was in the original or not, but if you run into an enemy and you're over-leveled, you just bypass the battle and get the XP.
That was in the original.
Okay, so leveling gets really fast. Like, basically... At a certain point, you will never do a battle in Mementos unless you choose to do so, because you can run through all of them and get all the XP, and it becomes very fast. And the problem is, for me, is that the palaces, they don't level scale to you at all or anything like that. So I would say it started for me around the Okamura Palace, and this is where I moved the game from hard to merciless, the max difficulty. And it just becomes, most of the enemies you can also run through if you want. I think the difficulty becomes fairly trivial, and all of the complex interlocking systems that are the hallmark to me of Persona 5's game design matter a lot less later in the game, because the battles become effectively trivialized. And I do wish they had done something to the difficulty, because while I prefer a lot of the systems added in Persona 5 Royal, I think I felt the ingenuity of the game design more in vanilla Persona 5, because it wasn't so easy to over-level everything and make the combat so trivial. And that is my biggest complaint with Persona 5 Royal.
Yeah, I think, because I don't totally disagree with that, but I also think you might be subconsciously discounting the additive effect that this is the second time you've played the game. Because I will say I felt that way kind of about Persona 5 when I played it the second time, because I knew everything, and it was a lot easier for me to just... Because there's a lot of things of, because I was assuming you were maxing out every single social link, right? You were, as you said, you were trying to get all the stamps. Like that is a level of play that is something that you can only really do because you're experienced with this game specifically, and then also this is the sixth or seventh time you've played through a Persona game, right? So I think there's just a certain thing of, I wish that these games did have a better a better version of a hard difficulty that that changed that either made it so that enemies scaled to you, or it was slightly different enemy configurations that were even harder, whatever it is. Because one of the problems is, if you change it to merciless, it almost makes it worse, because you then get more XP for winning battles in merciless than you do on hard or normal. So each difficulty jump actually gives you a little bit more XP than the previous difficulty, so it actually makes it easier to over level. And then once you're over leveled, there's no way to get back down to doing normal fights, because you're just out leveled everything, and it doesn't kind of matter how hard the game is. But it definitely is the game is easier, I would say, overall than base Persona 5. But to me, having played all these, it is not to me as dramatic as I felt the Persona 4, the golden one, was, where that game felt like it fully trivialized the game, even earlier than that. I would say before the halfway point of Persona 4 the golden, I felt like I had completely trivialized the entire combat experience. And for Persona 5 the Royal, I think it was maybe a little bit earlier than it did in my second playthrough of Persona 5, but kind of around the same point of me being okay, I can kind of just run through enemies and not even have to do fights, and stuff like that. It was at that point the game is kind of over in terms of difficulty, because there's no means the game has to prevent you from totally over leveling at that point.
Yeah, and I just think that's where I wish they had thought about it a little more. I would be fine with how it works if this was a default difficulty, but I do just wish there was a difficulty setting that's hey, I know what I'm doing. Yeah. I'm a Persona vet. Challenge me. I would, if they added that DLC to the game, I would pay for it. That would be a really cool thing. And it's the one thing that I think is substantially missing from the Royal. So there you go. But I will say, all of those additions to Mementos, even though I think they're a little game breaking, they make Mementos really fun and addictive to play.
Yeah, because that's the thing of where, because again, I think like most of the strategies you can use to over level and like that stuff, like all of that just existed in the original game and happened to me in the original game anyways. The thing about this one is that it's more fun to over level and it's more fun to right. That's like the thing with the fusion alerts is like, yes, is there no thing in the game that can actually challenge me once I have some of these end level personas and the fucking like get the best weapons in the game by doing the fusion alert and like sacrificing a persona to get like this magic super sword? Yeah, there's nothing in the game, certainly like not unless you're on like a new game plus and doing the secret bosses or something. There's nothing that you actually need to do that with, but at least like there is stuff for you to do to kind of like become even more ridiculously overpowered, whereas in like original Persona 5 you definitely just like sort of hit a ceiling at which like, well, there's not really anything for me to do because there's no way for me to min-max personas or get like more interesting gear or anything in the way that like you can kind of do that infinitely in Persona 5 Royal with the way some of those systems work.
Yeah, exactly. So I would generally agree with that. And yeah, it is so fun to make some of the end-level personas and just find different ways to fucking kill everything.
Yeah.
Because you can create some truly crazy personas. I think I created one near the end named Alice, who is a persona who you can get a... this is another thing they added for the personas is you can get like an overall like characteristic. I forget what they call it for the persona that is like a certain power it has. And for Alice, I was able to get it would allow you to do any dark insta kill skill for 0 SP. Nice. And then I got her one that is called, I think it's called like Die Now or something like that, or yes. You All Die or something like that. Die
for Me, yeah, because that's a reference to the original Shin Megami Tensei game where I think she's the villain of that game.
Yeah, so it's Die for Me, and it is like it's the severe Mudun damage to everyone, and I can do that for 0 SP, and that is like, I was laughing so hard at what a like knowing like winking game break that is. It's so fun. I love that kind of stuff.
Or getting like a persona that has like all this ridiculous counter stuff, and there's one of those traits that's like double the amount of damage that counters do. Because there's definitely a period in the game where like any character that did a physical attack on my main character just basically instantly died, and it made me laugh every single time it happened.
Well, so I platinumed this game on PS4. I'm guessing you did too, because it's a pretty easy platinum to get. It's the first Persona game that you don't have to play twice to platinum, and thank you for that, Atlus. That's nice of you. But I platinumed this game, and one of the trophies you need to do is to kill the Reaper in Mementos. And I had a lot of fun creating the persona I would use to fight the Reaper, and I used a mix of like fusions and then the item cards to make one who was resistant to all types of attacks, and then just fucking kill that thing. That was very satisfying.
Yeah, that's the kind of stuff that I think like this game is just better at doing those things than any of the other Persona games. And that's like it is more fun to be the inevitably overpowered monster you are at the end of one of these games in Persona 5 Royal than it is in the others to me.
I would agree with that 100%. That's very true. So in terms of the daily life stuff, there's I would say less added than on the combat side. I mean, there's the stuff like there's darts and there's Kichijoji and all of that. And a lot of that is attached to some of the new characters that we'll talk about. But they have little things like the confidants now have new dialogue where they will call you after you've hung out with them. That's a really cool addition. Yeah. That's a very above and beyond thing that they didn't have to add. And, you know, there's a couple of those where I would say like, this kind of was like repeated dialogue that I didn't need. I was amazed at how many of them were like actual like substantive new content that followed up on that social link event.
Yeah.
It's really cool. There's a lot of them that are just very good.
Yeah, it's a smart way to like make a spot for them to flesh out those existing social links instead of just having to have all the new additions be battle stuff and then like here's like our segmented out new content, which is kind of how it worked before. Is like, you know, like Persona 4 the Golden, it was everything is the same until here's like this big story little, you know, rock star event or whatever it is they go on. Whereas I like the like it's more piecemeal, but it's evenly distributed throughout the game where every character just gets a little bit more. And I think that that's a cool way to make it just feel satisfying for a returning player that you're kind of constantly running into little new pieces of characterization through that little addition.
Yeah. One of those is that this was one of the coolest additions, I thought, is that they added new character portraits for conversation. Mm-hmm. So Ejima drew new versions of the characters that you would see, and they're in there from the very beginning of the game to the very end. And there's one for Ryuji where he's like looking right at the camera, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And he's like really happy, and I think that one adds a lot to scenes with Ryuji. But everyone has, I think there's like 2 new character portraits for pretty much everyone who has a character portrait, and that's just one of those like, man, they really know their game and thought about it, and like that's such a cool addition, I think.
Yes, yeah, it's another one of those of where it just adds that little extra spice throughout the whole game, and I just think that's like one of my favorite things about Persona 5 the Royal that's a little bit different than most of the other updated versions they've done. Is it's just every kind of corner you turn, there's just a little tweak, a little addition here or there that just makes everything a little bit richer.
Yes. Is there anything else from just like the daily life or the palaces or those kind of like nuts and bolts, meat and potatoes changes that we should talk about before we get into the big narrative slew of things?
One other thing they added that I liked was there's the challenge battles that you can do. There's not a huge number of them, but I enjoyed that as just a way to, because those are very much designed around you get more points by the amount of damage you do, and so that is where you're kind of solving combat puzzles of, it's not just about winning the fight, it's how can you win the fight while doing the greatest amount of damage, while also incorporating like, oh, Yusuke damage gets times 2 and gravity based damage gets a times 8 or whatever. And so I enjoyed that, and that's something that I wish there were more of those. Like there's DLC where you can get a little bit more, but I didn't buy it because I looked it up. It just seemed like a lot of money for what are like as a pretty minor addition that is mostly a way to do boss fights with the Persona 3, Persona 4 protagonists, which is fine, but I more just kind of skimmed through a YouTube video to be like, oh, that's cool. But I wish that there were, I hope like whatever the fuck a Persona 6 is going to be, I hope that like this concept is continued on, because I think it's a cool way to really double down on the puzzle-like aspect of the Persona combat, and dial that up to 11 with very heavily designed encounters with specific challenge components put on top of it.
Speaking of Velvet Room stuff, we should not forget that Caroline and Justine basically have a second social link in this game.
Yes.
Where in a move very clearly inspired by Elizabeth's stuff in Persona 3, they will now ask to leave the Velvet Room and go out into the world with you. But of course, being Caroline and Justine, they frame it as part of your rehabilitation and are kind of mean to you out in the world. And so you go to places like the gym and Big Bang Burger and all sorts of the places that you can go in the game, the aquarium, wherever you want to go, and you will have very, very, very funny dialogue from Caroline and Justine. And then at the end of the game, Lavenza has one where she comes to your room and looks at all your stuff. Those are some of the best new stuff in the Royal, I think.
Yeah, I love those so much, and it was just always a joy to see Caroline just hanging outside the Velvet Room door and being like, okay, yes, I can go on another one with them, because it was always just, yeah, it's that very much Elizabeth-esque thing of them just trying to understand what the fuck human culture is, and them understanding everything through like weird, complicated, archaic power relationships and things like that, like it's like feudal era Japan or some shit. Yeah, those were fun. And then in general, the like Lavenza stuff is, Lavenza, kind of like Haru, is another character that I think just benefits by the fact that there's just more of the game where she's in it, because in the original game, you know, they fuse into Lavenza when there's only maybe like 5 hours left of original Persona 5, and so just getting to have like more with this sort of fused version of the character, and they get to kind of give her a bit more life and personality because she gets to be there more. That was another thing that I really enjoyed in Persona 5 Royal.
Well, it's that, and she has a more active role in the plot in the January stuff, because she helps you figure out what's going on with Maruki. But then also, you know, it is such a profound joy, that moment when you learn that Igor is not Igor, he's the warden, he's Yaldabaoth, and it's the voice you've been hearing the whole game, but it's not Igor's voice, it's the low, deep, evil voice, and then real Igor comes in, and it's the original Persona voice of Igor in Japanese, going, Yoko sono velveto rumue, and I love that, and because you have January, you now have time to actually go into the Velvet Room and hang out with original Japanese Igor. It put such a smile on my face every time, Sean. It's one of the things they messed up in English, because they didn't do the same kind of effect. And I love it to death. It's so fun.
Yes, yeah. Just all that little, like, just being able to live a little bit in the, like, status quo that changes really rapidly in the lead up to the end of Persona 5 is just very satisfying.
100%. So, in terms of stuff in the palaces, there's a lot of like new little things in the palaces here and there. But there was one I did just want to shout out because it is one of my favorite things in the game. Is that the parts where you turn into a mouse in Shido's palace? Those are in the original Persona 5. I remember that vividly. But in Persona 5 Royal, they have added extra puzzles, including the cheese that you can find on the ground. And all of the dialogue. I think there's like 4 or 5 different dialogues that'll pop up based on the quality of the cheese you find. That is one of those, like, I love how creative they are, even with little, tiny, seemingly insignificant corners of the game. It's just everywhere.
Yeah. It's just, it's like top to bottom. I mean, it would be impossible to list all of the changes the additions, because they are so thorough. Like, here's like another little tiny one, because I'm looking through a list and I had forgotten about this. I really love that they add an all-out attack animation for Futaba that plays sometimes when your main character does it, which is fun. Just one, because it's a very fun animation where like the UFO drops a little bomb and her like the end card of it with her like tongue out and her being like blown like Looney Tunes style by an explosion into the screen. It's fantastic. But it's also, I thought that was a very smart change because, you know, at a certain point the protagonist becomes so capable with your personas that you end up seeing the protagonist all-out attack over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, because he's the one who can exploit every weakness in like one turn if you need to. And so just adding in a like 50-50 chance of sometimes it's him and sometimes it's Futaba, like that is like a little thing, or what feels like a little thing, that I thought actually that little tiny piece of variety added a lot to some of the combat in the game, and just getting to see something slightly different from those all-out attacks.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely true. All right, should we talk about the new story of Persona 5 The Royal?
Yeah, let's talk about what's going on in the story, Jonathan. Where do you want to start with this?
There's a lot.
Yeah.
But you have, so I think the main thing we should talk about is the game makes it actually pretty easy to organize this, because there's 3 major characters who form the crux of the new content of Persona 5 The Royal, and that is Yoshizawa, Dr. Maruki, and Goro Akechi. Yeah. Akechi obviously is in the original Persona 5, but he has been so significantly reworked he might as well be a new character here. And then you have the other 2. With Akechi, what they've done is they have added an actual social link for him that is not an auto-advance one, but one that you go advance like anyone else's. And all of those scenes are new. His level 9 and 10 still are in the same place as they were before, but the first 8 are original. And then obviously everything with Yoshizawa and Maruki is original. And Maruki is very significant. He comes in after Kamoshida, and he is the counselor at Shujin High School to help all the traumatized students there. And so you have a social link with Maruki, but you also have scenes between him and all of the other party members. Yoshizawa is a social link you have, but she is also really well integrated into the game and is there from very early on as just part of the sort of larger friend group. And then this all culminates in the moment after you beat Jaldabaoth, which is the climax of the original game, where suddenly everything shifts. Right at the moment where Ren is about to basically take the hit for all of this and go to jail to help get Shido prosecuted, Akechi steps in, who you think is dead, and decides to do it instead. And then you start to realize that you are in an alternate reality, and that leads to the January events and the basically new seventh act of the game, however you want to say it. Yeah, it is. And that is the moment. Let's talk about that moment where it shifts, because that is the thing where, like, when that happened, I was like, wait, what? Like, because I think I mentioned this on an earlier Weekly Stuff podcast when I started to get into the new stuff at the end. But I had, because didn't know anything particularly specific about what was new in the Royal, other than I knew that Akechi had a lot more stuff. I knew that there was this new character named Kasumi. I knew that there was this new counselor dude who was a new social link. And then I knew that there was some, like, new semester or something near the end of the game. And that's all I knew. So I didn't know the context of, like, where or how that stuff popped up. So in my head, I had just assumed for the longest time that how Persona 5 The Royal worked was that you took what the original ending of Persona 5 was, move it back, like in the in-game calendar a month or two,
put in a new thing there that is all about, you introduce a new character, Kasumi, and she's like another new party member, and she has, and I assumed at that point that probably Maruki would be the villain one, because it's like, well, they're only adding in these two new characters. One of them is going to be the good one, one of them is going to be the bad one, and that ends up being right. But I thought that he would just be the normal kind of villain, and you just do another palace and just sort of add one onto the sequence of palaces that you originally do in Persona 5, and just add a new party member that way, and then incorporate Kasumi into the existing ending of Persona 5. And that's just how I assumed it would be done, mostly because Persona 5 has a very tight ending that is like, everything about that ending, about your character going to jail and then all of the social link members like getting together and starting this grassroots campaign to get you released because you're, you know, being confined for like crimes you didn't commit. That is, to me, that is the most important thing about the story of the game. Like, that is what the story is about, is the kids.
It is the denouement in a very literal sense. Yeah.
Yes, and it is like the kids realizing that, oh, we don't need our weird magic powers, and that in fact our weird magic powers aren't really good at changing the world, and instead like changing the world through the relationships we can build with the people around us, and creating actual like political pressure to enact actual change to benefit people. Like, that's what we need to do, and that's what it is to grow up and to be a good person as you grow up. Like, that's what the story is about, and that is such a key element to the story, and one that I'm often frustrated in discussions around Persona 5, that I sometimes feel like people like just completely overlook that is like the point that the game is building to, is like your relationships with people solving this problem, not through supernatural fuckery, but through like real world activism. And that's like what the game is about. And so
yeah,
I thought it's just, that's so tight. How would you possibly add in something that could disrupt that ending? Because if you did, you would, in my opinion, kind of ruin the story of the game. And so when my projected version of the ending didn't happen, and instead Akashi shows up and he's going to go to jail, I'm like, oh fuck, this could go very, very bad if they don't know what they're doing with it.
It is intentionally very disorienting, and I want to talk about that disorientation, but I want to back up and underline, Sean, what you were just saying, because I think people absolutely overlook the brilliance of the ending of the original Persona 5. This is a recent Kotaku article by Renata Price. I often like her stuff at Kotaku, but this is ranking the different Persona games, and in the entry on Persona 5, she writes, "This narrative works well, but the game undercuts its strongest criticisms of institutions by focusing on replacing individual bad actors instead of changing systems themselves. It has a revolutionary fervor to it, but no actual revolutionary politics, which is disappointing." That is false. That is not a difference of opinion. And I don't just want to single out this Kotaku article. I have often seen this said, and it feels like it is coming from people who have not played the full game, because that is not true about what Persona 5 is about. Persona 5 has a very clear arc where the characters are going after individual actors, and in going through individual actors, they come to understand the more systemic problems. There's a key turning point where they realize the limits of their own power going after individual actors. And then the game ends with this two-pronged ending where there is the big metaphorical systemic change in fighting and killing God, right? And that is like your big sort of like overarching metaphor sort of like version of the ending. And then there's the extremely grounded version of it where they throw away their masks, they don't have their personas anymore, the protagonist is in jail, and it is through literal, real politics, the hard, grimy, uncomfortable work of bringing people together and getting signatures and getting out the word and hitting the press and all of this kind of stuff, that they change public opinion on that level through a systemic social effort that is what allows them to truly grasp their own power in the world and then go forward as better people. It is just false to say the game has no sense of systemic institutional problems. It 100% does, and that was my exact worry when we get into the ending of Persona 5 Royal, is that I find that denouement so crucial to what Persona 5 is doing. I was worried they would either erase it or ruin it. And what I think is so magical about Persona 5 The Royal is that they do wind up actually doubling back on and doing that sequence again with everyone doing their grassroots politics, and it is made, I think, exponentially more powerful by all the stuff they add with Yoshizawa and Maruki and the new big batch of story that is added. And that is a miracle of narrative reconstitution that I have never seen anywhere else. It's incredible.
Yeah. Like, I mean, it's a thing of where I just couldn't have conceptualized this, like, this structure and how they do it, even though, like, I mean, it's built out of some very, like, familiar parts. And it is a thing that, like, when you work, because this is how I did figure out basically what the story was going to be once some of this started happening, just purely from the reverse engineering of, like, assuming that they're smart enough not to fuck this up, because they must be, because the rest of the stuff in this game is so good. The only way for this to happen would be to somehow get back to where they are, and it's like, okay, dream reality, okay, that means that Akechi must actually still be dead, okay, and it's like, I kind of figured out what they were doing, but only because it was like, my brain was blown by, like, the entire conception of it, because it's the other part of it that is, like, a familiar sort of archetypal story in this sort of broad, you know, shonen otaku kind of genre thing, but is it deployed here probably the most effective I've seen it done, and certainly, like, the most interesting and complicated way I've seen it done, is the villain that gives you the dream of the things that you think that you want, but are the things that sort of betray the core value of shonen media, which is effort and friendship, right? That's like the Shonen Jump way, is that it's through friendship and your bonds with your friends, and through hard work and diligent effort that you overcome hardship. Like, that's what the core of that entire, like, genre is about. Like,
as Persona 4 the animation taught us, bonds of people is the true power.
Exactly. The bonds for everyone's souls. That's exactly what it's all about. And so this is a very archetypal thing. It's so much so that we very recently had an incredibly famous example of it, which is the Mugen Train movie in Kimetsu no Yaiba. But it's, like, all over the place in this kind of media. Not even in just, like, sort of Japanese or, like, Eastern media, but it's an incredibly common trope in superhero comics in particular. Like, one of my favorite episodes of Batman the Animated Series is exactly that plot, where Bruce wakes up in a dream world where his parents are still alive and stuff. And so it's a very common plot type that we've seen a lot, but the way of, like, deploying it here in this, and this is not the first time we're going to make this comparison, but in the Scouring of the Shire-esque fashion, which is an extended epilogue that is a bottle story that takes place after the climax of your main story, but is like a whole story unto itself that, through its juxtaposition to the main story, like, creates this bigger meaning about what it means to sort of come home from war, effectively, very specifically in Scouring of the Shire, and more kind of broadly or metaphorically in Persona 5, where they're not literally come back from a war, but they have gone through this big, dramatic, kind of traumatic event that they have all bonded over, and what does it mean to try to go back to what is normal from that, using this kind of archetype, this archetypal plot structure to tell that story specifically as an epilogue to this pre-existing bigger story. That, to me, is like a really genius kind of storytelling choice that I would have never been able to anticipate or come up with, and I was just in, like, utter awe at seeing it unfold in front of me, and, like, realizing what the game's doing, and being like, okay, all of those nerves I had at this split happening is slowly being turned into just, like, sheer admiration for, like, the boldness and the level of mastery of execution of what they do in this new section of the story.
I very much had a similar journey with it, Sean, and I think when I say the game is intentionally disorienting, I really mean that. I think and I think it's disorienting for people who have played it before, and I think also probably for newcomers, because the moment when you have Ren talking to Sai Nijima, and she is saying, hey, we're probably going to need you to you're going to need to turn yourself into the police, right? Because that's the only way we're going to be able to prosecute Shido. That is the moment when the denouement of Persona 5 kicks in. We've climaxed the story, and this is the moment where the meaning is going to come in, and we're going to get basically the larger message of the story.
Yeah.
And it's in that exact moment when Akechi walks in, he literally interrupts the denouement. Literally, the dream world, the like biggest, the heart's desire, because Ren is in love with Akechi.
Yes.
Akechi walks in and interrupts the denouement by preventing the protagonist from having to do the hard thing that will mark his character growth over the previous 100 hours of storytelling, and then we go off in a different direction. And I think that is where you are kind of thrown off your feet, but I think especially in retrospect, it's very, very intentional that is the moment when they choose to throw you off your feet, because the rest of this story is about the characters almost grappling with the nature of what a denouement is, which is the moment when you look back on the arc of a story and find the meaning within it, right? And this entire extended epilogue is that. It is the process of looking at the journey, the characters themselves reflecting on the journeys they've been on, and finding the meaning that is in there. And that meaning is not usually easy. It often involves hardship and pain and loss that they have all been through. And what they are able to do is they are able to look at the dream reality, the thing they would have wanted at the start of this journey more than anything, and the real world, which is objectively fucking shittier than that dream reality, and affirmatively choosing the shittier world because it means more to them and they are fuller human beings there. And I think one of the ways this is better than any other version of this archetypal story, which is what you were saying, Sean. Like, let's take the example of Mugen Train is as good as I've seen it done before Persona 5 Royal, right? And I think one of the strengths of the way Mugen Train, the Demon Slayer movie, does it, is that Tanjiro is not actually tempted by the dream reality. Once he realizes it is a dream, he is, if anything, kind of offended by them. He's offended by the demons using it to try to ensnare him, and he knows he has to move forward because that is the thing that defines Tanjiro as a person, is being able to pick up the pieces and move on. And so it's a very hard moment when he has to run away from his family, as the game, the Hinokami Chronicles, memorably urges you to do. Run from your family
behind. The best objective in any video game.
Yes. But Tanjiro has the strength to do that, and, you know, we come to see the other characters do as well. They are sad about encountering it, but they are not necessarily tempted by it. What Persona 5 Royal does that I've never really seen a piece of media do is it actually engages with the counterfactual. It really does make... This is so funny. I had pegged Maruki as the antagonist pretty early in the story, like before all the December stuff. I mean, like a couple of events into his social link, and I had texted my brother Thomas and I said, "Oh, Maruki's the bad guy, isn't he?" And he goes, "Nope, not the bad guy." And even up to the point where I'm in January and I said, "He's the bad guy. Did you just lie to me?" And he's like, "No, he's not the bad guy." And I said, "He's the fucking bad guy." And Thomas said, he's the antagonist, but he's not a bad guy. Yeah. And that is, Thomas was being a kind of asshole about it, but he had a point, and it's very true. The game does not view Maruki as a bad guy. He has done bad things. He is the antagonist. He is a detriment to progress, but he is not a bad person. And the game legitimately, fulsomely engages with Maruki's point of view and with the possibility of living in this dream world and what is good and what is bad about it. And I think it is because it genuinely engages with that counterfactual and kind of thinks about the good and bad of this, that the ultimate decision to go back into the real world, to the shitty real world where when you get back there, Ren is in prison and Akechi is dead and Morgana for 5 seconds they think is gone, and then he comes back and it's a very funny scene. Everything's worse, and that's the moment when they have to pull themselves up and do the grassroots politics. Makes that original denouement 100 times more interesting, because it's not just that reality sucks and they have to improve it. They've chosen to live in the reality that kind of sucks because it's the one where they lived and grew and are full human beings.
Yeah, it's a thing of that they need to make the like active choices you're saying to accept loss and accept that like loss is something that you need to use to push yourself forward, and that like that the world and the relationships of the people that you have in the world exist because of the hardships that you've gone through, and that going through hardship and going through trauma, that there is no going back to normal, right? There is no way to put spilled milk back in the bottle, and there's like there is no way to go backwards. And so all the things that you fought for you're not fighting for, and then we get to go back home and everything will be the way that it used to be, right? And this is like, you know, just to use the comparison as we like to do to like modern American politics, right? Like this is like one of the tensions I think that there was in the most recent election that we are still having to fight through, is that like Biden in many ways is a choice of like that, certainly at least the risk, if not the inevitability of the choice of electing Biden, is like this desire to go back to the way things used to be, when that is not possible. Like, and not only is that not possible, that's like that impossibility is exactly the strategy that Donald Trump's campaign was built on, which is the idea of a make America quote unquote great again, right? Which is not a thing. Like, you can't go backwards, and even whether or not that, like, backwards world that you want to go back to even existed in the first place is an open question, right? Like, was Ann's friendship with Shiho actually ever this idealistic thing, and this, like, perfect relationship she has in the dream world? Was the relationship that Futaba had with her mother actually this perfect mother-daughter relationship? Like, there is no way to go back to this idealized world, because that's not actually the thing that you were fighting for. If you think that that's the thing that you were fighting for, then that was a mistake. And instead, the thing you're fighting for is a new world, is a new reality that is built out of that yesterday, but it is a different tomorrow that you're fighting for, not a return to the past that you just had.
This is where we have to talk about Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
So if you've only seen the Lord of the Rings movies, you might have heard people talk about the Scouring of the Shire as this episode that is missing in the Peter Jackson films. I sometimes think people actually oversimplify that, because I think Peter Jackson is able to get the larger thematic point of Scouring of the Shire across without literally doing it, because it would be impossible to do in a movie. But the Scouring of the Shire, if you have not read the J.R.R. Tolkien books, one, go read the Tolkien books, they're amazing. And two, the Scouring of the Shire is this big chapter. It's one of the longest chapters in the entire novel, near the end of Return of the King, where Frodo, Sam, Merry, Pippin come back to the Shire. So the climax has happened. Aragorn has been crowned king. All of, like, the basic story of Lord of the Rings is done. And when they get back to the Shire, which is this thing throughout the novel, the big novel, that all the characters are dreaming of, the day they get to go back home, right? Yeah. You hear that a lot. And they get back home, and the home has been ruined because Saruman did not die in the attack on Isengard. He has come back. He has renamed himself Sharky, which is one of the most... That is the thing I'm most sad we never got it in the movies, because I would like to hear Christopher Lee call himself Sharky. Yeah. That would be funny.
And I don't think this is the case in the description of the book, but in the movie they would definitely have to give him an eye patch, and he lost an eye in the Battle of Isengard. And
yes.
He's called Sharky.
That's very true. So he and Wormtongue have come back, and they have taken over the Shire because they have been weakened, and they are evil, shitty people, so they decide to go pick on the hobbits, and they are basically ravaging the land of the Shire and turning it into industry, and all of the horrible things that the hobbits had fought off in the world that they thought they were protecting the Shire from have come home and inevitably changed their homeland, and now they have to fight. And it's not just that they have to fight Saruman, they have to embrace the people they became over the course of this journey. So because of Saruman's interventions, Sam is not able to go home and be a gardener again. He has to become a leader. Merry and Pippin don't go home and be, sort of hobbits about town. They have to go home and be military leaders, the kind of people that they learned to be in the campaigns with Moria, or not Moria, with Gondor and with Rohan. And Frodo, of course, is not Frodo Baggins, head of Bag End. He is the person who can inspire this, movement and all of that stuff. So they learn, in a very real sense, the importance of the people they have become, and that their home has inevitably changed. You cannot go on it's kind of a metaphor in one sense, but it's also very literal. You cannot go on a journey like that and then go back home, and even if home hadn't actually changed, it would be changed for you. That's kind of the road I would say that Peter Jackson takes in the movie. But also, all of those characters have changed, and the only way for them to continue living as people is to embrace the new people that they are. And that is the brilliance of the Scouring of the Shire. It's a super unusual narrative move that Tolkien makes. The reason why it's kind of the only analog we have for what Persona 5 Royal is doing is because it's really rare for a story to do this second climax, basically. But it is so meaningful and so important to what Lord of the Rings is doing, and it builds to the final ending of Frodo realizing not only is he a different person, but he cannot stay in the Shire, and he goes off to the Grey Havens. And of course, if you read the appendices, you see that Merry, Pippin, and Sam just continue flourishing as new, different people. Sam is the mayor of Hobbiton and all of that stuff, right? And I think that is the final masterstroke of Tolkien's book, and I also think it is something Peter Jackson very much understood the theme of in the Return of the King movie. And I would be surprised, honestly, if it were not a conscious inspiration for what Persona 5 Royal is doing, because it is so much an analog of Persona 5 Royal is also about coming home and confronting the new you and the new reality of a world you have fought to change and what it means to live in it. You know, my brother Thomas said something really, really insightful when we were talking about this game the other night. He said, you know, Persona 3 is a game about death, and Persona 5 is kind of a game about life, especially Persona 5 The Royal. It's a game about what it means to go on living, and that is what this entire final act sort of gives you, and I think that's very true. And I think that's, you know, why I compare it to the Scouring of the Shire. I think that's also, it's about how they adapt this line into the Lord of the Rings movies. How do you live when everything, you know, has changed? And it's such a beautiful take on this kind of story, and I think it enhances what Persona 5 was already about so tremendously.
Yeah, because it really puts that emphasis on the feeling of, like, this, that the fight is never over, right? That it's like there's just there is no big bad guy that you defeat and then the world is perfect and then you just get to go home and have whatever your imagined perfect life is, because you have to keep fighting in some way, shape, or form. I mean, that obviously doesn't mean that you have to be miserable for your entire life, but it does mean that, like, that if you're choosing not to fight, you are making a willful choice to accept whatever the status quo is and to, like, shut your eyes and cover your ears to the world around you because you're too afraid of confronting the reality of, like, the injustices and the things in the world that should be fought against. And one of the things that's so great about this section, Persona 5 The Royal, is that it leverages its nature as a video game and, like, a JRPG so effectively throughout this whole process, because you of course have your, like, extra little social link scene with each of your party members where they get awakened to another persona that is like a fusion of their two previous personas, which is cool. It's just like a nice,
and they're all cool as shit, man.
Yeah, they're super fucking cool. But it's also, you have all these scenes that I think really kind of, like, put an emphasis on for each character getting to reflect on the journey that they had, on why this sort of dream world, like, was so tempting to them, and the fact that, like, in the heart of hearts, they, like, there's a part of them that really sort of, like, wanted or believed in this version of, after we beat the bad guy, we just get the life that we wanted, and then it just stops and we just have that life, because of course that's what you want. Of course you want to just be able to, like, vote in the election or whatever, and then your guy wins, and then we don't have to worry about politics ever. It's just, like, back to normal, and it's like we don't have to think about this hard stuff, and we don't have to be stressed about it, and we don't have to go, you know, do any calls or write any letters to Congress people or do this, that, or the other thing, because we just get to, we did it, we won the thing, and now we just get to move on with, like, the lives that we wish that we could have. But you don't, but, like, you know, the world isn't shaped by lives that you wish you had. The world is shaped by the lives that you actually had in the things you do to try to change that life that you have. And getting to encounter each character and have them go through that process of confronting it, and in that process reassert the value of their relationship to the main character, to you, the player of the game, like, symbolically through your social links. It's just one of, like, those things that I think it's very easy to take for granted how effective the core, like, metaphors and symbols and presentation mechanics of Persona are towards, like, relationships and what those mean for people. But it's like this section, like, really, like, allowed me to kind of, like, rediscover that for a thing that is, like, so familiar for us. We've been playing these games for 10 plus years at this point. It's like you just kind of take those mechanisms for granted, but the feeling of, like, if they lived in this other life, their relationship to the protagonist would eventually dissolve, because all the things that make your relationships to the people around you in the game so powerful is that you have fought together, and if you erase that fight, that means that eventually you will erase that relationship, and these people will break away, and you won't have the Phantom Thieves, you won't have this group of friends. All of those social links will dissolve, because those social links are defined by you fighting with these people, not you just coexisting with them.
Yeah, I couldn't say it better. There's the main sort of melody that replaces Beneath the Mask in the main January stretch is this song. I think on the soundtrack it's called So Happy World or something like that. But of course it's a very, very melancholy song. And it just expresses that there is this sort of, like, elegiac sadness. Yeah, it's called So Happy World. There's this kind of elegiac sadness to being in this like in-between state, which is what you are in January, between this dream world Maruki has offered you that is seemingly perfect and the harder choices that you have to make. And that tension is so palpable and so finely wrought. And of course, you feel it with all of the main characters. And I think adding that sort of like extra social link event with each of them is one of the master strokes. Those are beautiful scenes. Those are the scenes where I really came to love this stretch of the game, was all those denouements for everybody. But then, of course, you have it felt very finely with the big three characters you have here, which is Akechi, Yoshizawa, and Maruki, who are all defined by this choice in one way or another.
Yeah. So how do you want to break this down? Because I think we need to hit these three characters.
Yeah, let's talk about Yoshizawa.
Okay. Good old Yoshizawa Kasumire. I appreciate that she has very easy name fusion if you want to.
Yes. Kasumi, as you know her for most of the game, but she's actually Sumire. You learn early on that she had a sister who died, and then you eventually find out she is pretending to be the sister who died, and she's the sister who lived. She's actually Sumire. But Kasumi, I think, is a fascinating part of this game, because obviously she's the character who's like on the cover art and everywhere, because she's the new party member and all of that stuff, right? And we've seen this kind of character added. Obviously, the most recent analog would be with Marie, but all of the spin-offs also have, who's the fun new character who they add to the group, right? And I think Yoshizawa is the most successful of these they've ever had, in no small part because she really is. She's not. And then there's Yoshizawa. She really is a core part of the game on top of all of that. So you just meet her at a school event where you're out cleaning up, and she does this weird gymnastics thing to like catch something someone's dropping, and that's how you learn she's a gymnast. And then you make a little deal, and she teaches you some fun gymnastics to use in the palaces. And she's a character who's, had some hardship. She's an honor student, and she's having trouble keeping up with all her gymnastics and academics, and that's sad. But she seems pretty normal. And then the whole game winds up turning on this because she was Maruki's test case, basically, in this new world where he was able to take her and I think this is the moment that Maruki is closest to being a truly despicable person.
Yeah.
Takes her at this moment of tremendous vulnerability over what has happened to Kasumi, the sister who died, and her kind of having this like guilt, self-hatred thought of being like, I wish I was her. And Maruki, and again, it's like, it's both despicable, but also you understand it comes from the goodness within him. He doesn't want to see her hurting. So instead of her encouraging her to work through this pain, he gives her this off-ramp of just be Kasumi. And so Sumire becomes Kasumi and lives as that. And it is, of course, many times more painful when she has to realize the truth.
Yeah, and it's a really good, I think, twist, because this is the thing that like I didn't see coming at all, because it's like it's one of those things that, like, it's impressive that I think it's like I've never seen or heard anybody refer to the character as anything other than Kasumi and stuff like that. So it's just like I was partially because we waited like 2 years to play the game. I was so familiar with the idea of there is this girl with the red hair and the ponytail and the bow, and her name is Kasumi, and she's the new playable character. Or the new like party member in Persona 5 The Royal, that like the whole twist of no, that's not really who she is, that she is this other person, she's Sumire, and all that. I thought that like was a very effective just twist in terms of its sort of its construction. But it also is that thing where it echoes backwards through the game, where there are all these little moments with that character that are very off, and it's hard to like put your finger on exactly what it is, because it's her. It's like the way that people talk about her, some of the ways that people talk to her, and some of it is that like to the world around her, she is still Sumire. Like everyone thinks of her as Sumire. Nobody thinks that she's Kasumi. And it's only her like sort of distorted psyche having been manipulated by Maruki that she hears the name Sumire and interprets it as Kasumi, and so on and so forth, to like sort of have this weird sort of Frankenstein identity that she gets to see herself in this one very distorted way, and the rest of the world doesn't see her in that way, and so it's kind of put off by her because she's totally out of place and completely lost. And I think that turn, I think, is very effective, and it echoes throughout the many appearances and the fully integrated nature of the character, that you have had this person that you like but is weird throughout the whole game. You're constantly getting these little scenes with her, and then to finally like get that moment where you see, oh, this is the thing that drives her, this is the trauma in her past that she must work through, like our other party members have had their own things that they have to struggle with. Like I just think that holistic nature with the characters incorporated into the game and the way that the twist pulls off is really remarkable.
Yeah. We said this a little bit, just you and I going back and forth on the podcast before, that we thought if someone was playing Persona 5 Royal for the first time, they might not immediately peg that Yoshizawa is the addition. And I think that might not be true in the full scope of it, because there's some stuff later on that is intentionally kind of weird and awkward with her. Like, I would say it's the moment when she awakens to her persona, and you have the hint at Maruki's palace, and this happens, I think, during the Okumura stretch of the game. And it's kind of weird because it's just Ren and her and Morgana who go in there, and then she's like, I'm not going to join the Phantom Thieves, and there's all of this. But in general, like, I think the strength that the Yoshizawa stuff has versus, let's say, Marie in Persona 4 Golden, and I want to stress here, I love Persona 4, I love Persona 4 Golden, and I love Marie. She's one of my favorite things in Persona. Marie is wonderful. But Marie very much kind of exists on an island unto Marie. Even when you have other characters coming in, she does not sort of affect the larger story. She doesn't have sort of a big, clear, like, sort of thematic resonance that kind of brushes off on everything else. And when you get to the extra month in Persona 4 Golden, it's the Marie story. Like, all of the stuff is about helping her get through her trauma and understanding that she is a god, or I forget the exact story of what happens there. It's pretty convoluted. And it's very good. I think that whole month is great. I love that palace in Persona 4. I love all the story with Marie. It's great. But what it doesn't do is then, like, have all of the other characters reflecting and rethinking their decisions and all of this stuff. I don't think Marie, like, moves the group dynamic as powerfully, But Yoshizawa really is part of the cast, and especially when you get into January. One, she really helps kind of shake up the group dynamic, and two, her story is everyone else's story. Yeah. It's at a moment when you are dealing with and learning about her trauma and her, narrative here. Everybody else is going through things as well and is changing as characters, and it's a level of integration into the main plot that I don't think we've seen in one of these sort of Persona reduxes, so far, or from any of these new characters, because the common thing they do in all of the Persona spin-offs, be it Q or the fighting games or the dancing games, is they always add in, like, here's the one new filler character, basically, and the story will be about them, and everyone else will be kind of in a holding pattern on their existing character growth, and they won't change that much. And Yoshizawa is not that. She truly is one of the Phantom Thieves by the end. Yeah,
like, I mean, and I definitely feel that very strongly, because I was very bummed, even if I understood they're obviously, like, in a production sense, this just wouldn't really be possible. But I was super bummed that Yoshizawa is not one of the characters in Persona 5 Strikers, because it's like, cause she's so cool, and in my mind she is just like a member of that group, and she's so fully incorporated in a way that, like, while I really like characters like I think her name is Labris, is the Persona 4 Arena original character, and she's very cool and I like her a lot. She's got a Kansai accent and it's very adorable in that game, but like I wasn't really bummed when she didn't show up in Persona 4 Dancing All Night, like it's not a thing where I don't expect that character to continue to be with that group of characters in other spin-offs. Like, obviously, if they ever make another Arena game, it would make sense to keep her around in that, because she's also in the sequel to Persona 4 Arena. But she doesn't feel to me like she is an essential part of the Persona 4 cast in the way that Yoshizawa now feels like that to me. And it's like, they should do a DLC or something in Persona 5 Strikers, at least even if there's no story stuff, just to be able to play as her would be super cool, because she's just a cool character and she belongs in that world.
Yeah, I completely agree. And, we already talked about the vocal performance. It's a great performance. It's a great character design. I think it's just one of those iconic Soejima character designs. And very importantly so, because there's this shift between her hair up and her hair down, and glasses on, glasses off, and the sort of sumire Kasumi identities, and they eventually will sort of merge, and she will have a fuller identity of herself. But I think she just has such a cool design for all of that. I really love, she's such an endearing character too. she really wants to be so good at gymnastics. She really loves her senpai. This is one of the cases where it has always been a really smart choice of the localization team to always keep the honorifics in, because I don't know how you would write this character and not use the word senpai,
Yeah.
Because it is so crucial to her relationship with Ren and Ren's relationship to her. You can romance Sumire, and I do think it's a very sweet romance, but it also kind of feels like big brother, little sister at a certain point,
Yeah, I mean, because that's one of the ones where, because I think she actually she's the one who brings it up. It's not a Ren goes out of his way to be like, hey, we should be romantically involved. Let's pick that path instead of the friend path. It's like she says that, she kind of confesses her feelings to her senpai, right? Which is kind of a trope. But it is one of the things I think is very smart about her design, is that it gives us Persona 5 is now the senpai kohai game, because the Persona games have been defined by your playable character is either the kohai character, kohai meaning underclassmen, or the senpai character, senpai meaning the upperclassmen, right? So Persona 3, you're the kohai, and so you're either are with people your grade level, or it's like you're with a dog and a robot and a little kid. So obviously they're not all, the Persona 3 cast is very eclectic. But in Persona 4, you are like the senpai character, right? So it's like your same classmate, same age class members, and then you have your group of characters like Kanji and Rise, who are younger than you and call the main character senpai, and Narukami Yu, the main character of Persona 4, is like the platonic ideal of the word senpai. When you think of the word senpai, or if it's put in a dictionary, it should just be a picture of that character next to it, because he just it is just that concept. And this is the thing I like with Persona 5. Had the original Persona 5 is a kohai game, right? It's you, class members your same age, and then you've got Haru and Makoto, who are 1 year above you, and they're the senpai characters. And adding in this dynamic of where you have this one other character that is younger, Yoshizawa. I mean, you've also got Futaba, but she's kind of outside of that construct because she doesn't actually go to school, so her relationships aren't defined in that framework. But you've got Yoshizawa, who goes to the same school, but is only a first-year student. So she's 15 years old. She's 1 year younger than your character and your friends. That adds this whole other dynamic that I think also reflects on Ren, the protagonist character, in a slightly different light, and it is a thing that really defines your relationship with Yoshizawa very specifically. And it's also very smart because it's an easy way to have everybody only call her Yoshizawa at all times, because she is younger than you. And so nobody ever actually really calls her Kasumi amongst the main group, because everyone just calls her Yoshizawa, which is a good little using how you address people in Japanese pretty effectively to kind of cover the twist.
Yeah, I think if anything, they might slip up and do it in English more, which would be a mistake, but it's a normal thing you do in localization. And I would hear the dissonance between the subtitles and the Japanese. But yeah, and I think Ren only thinks of her as Kasumi because he sees the driver's license that or the ID that she took from Kasumi, obviously.
Yeah.
So anyway, yeah, I think all of that is super cool, and it's one of, and I think this is true of all three of the added characters, they add so much characterization to Ren because of who he has to play off of, because they're very specific to him and they're all very special to him. But yeah, I love that character. I think her entire arc in January is extremely compelling. The just wrenching emotional pain of what has happened to her, and then also this year she has spent hiding from it, making it all the more painful. And then finally coming to, join the Phantom Thieves and start this. My brother said something else very smart about this. I think he thought was that she resists joining the Phantom Thieves for a while. She does not join after she gets her persona, and it's because she doesn't look down on Ren for it, but she doesn't fully agree with their methods of imposing their will, and it's not until someone else is trying to impose their will on her, and that being Maruki, that she joins up. And I think that's a very smart little, thematic thing going on too.
Yeah, that I think it's that thing where it's that feeling of wanting to make sure that doing everything the hard way and through hard work and effort is very much the Kasumi thing, and not wanting other people to impose their will over you, or using the Phantom Thieves. I think she sees as this easy way out of change in the world, which is legitimate, it is true, it's the exact thing we're saying, but it's also, I think, what you then realize is the real reason is not because it's not coming from the Kasumi personality. It's more coming from the Sumire personality idealizing this other vision and part of like the world and how it works, and her feeling like she is so repressed and put upon by these other like wills and entities that are making her into a person that she actually isn't.
Yeah, exactly. I said at one point, I think during maybe like the Shido Palace, that I said to my brother I was disappointed we didn't get to use her on the team yet, and he said, just wait until you see this whole story, there's a reason for it. And there's a very good reason. Like, if she joined the team earlier, it would feel weird, they would have to hold back on her in so many ways. They make all the right moves there, I think. It's just a tremendously impressive character. And then all the quality, like, she very much has a Marie-esque quality from Persona 4 in that because she's the main big new addition, they go to town on everything, and they're just able to, like, all of her social link events are really, really good and well written and well thought out. She has by far the most, like, custom dialogue. If you take her on random outings or go play games with her or whatever the case, she always has more cool stuff to say because they put all this extra work into her when they didn't, all the other stuff was done. And that's a fun part of the character as well.
Yeah, no, it's just, she's like, she's a joy to be with, and there is like the absolute mind-fucking moment when you first get her social link and you see that it's only 5 ranks and you're like, what the shit?
What the shit is that? Yeah,
it just is so wrong, like just like the screen, and it's like, that's where you're like, is that just because she's the new character and they didn't have like enough time to build a full social link, or like what the shit is that? But then the moment where it unlocks and like explodes into a full 10 social rank is great. And yeah, like, it's just this weird little, like, whenever you would open up the menu to look at, it's like, oh, where am I at with my other social links, and you'd see this weird half 5 one, you're like, there's something's going to happen with this, because this is just like, it hurts my brain just looking at this. Here's all these meters with 10 pips, and there's this one with only 5, and my like obsessive compulsive part of me just like can't stand this. And it was very satisfying to like, and it's just that pure, like, leveraging your little video gaming systems and menus to deliver a story point. I thought that was, like, a very effective little tiny one. It's not that, like, you just get stopped at 5 and you can't advance it, which is the thing that happens with most of the social links. You have to get to a certain point of the story to push it forward. It's just like, no, as far as you know, with Kasumi specifically, you can only be rank 5. Because she's just a weird rank 5 half person. It's only until the real person Sumire comes out that you actually can get it full rank 10 with her.
Yeah. It's very smart. I also really enjoy her in battle. I think her Phantom Thieves outfit is one of my favorites. Yes. It's so cool. It's very, as in her Showtime, she looks like she could be a character in Lupin the Third or something. I mean, it's this great, like, you know, beauty. I was going to say beauty thief. That is Haru's actual nickname, so maybe that's the wrong one, but it's still very cool. I love the way she, like, poses during battle, all the gymnastics stuff. Her persona is super cool. Just, you know, 10 out of 10. They did a good job on it.
Yeah, 100%.
Do you want to talk about Maruki?
Yes, let's talk about our poor sad counselor boy.
Exactly, our poor sad counselor boy, who I definitely pegged early on as like, oh, something's up about this. He's way too interested in this like psychic world, and he's a little too like weird and sad. I don't know if he's up to good with this stuff, even though he's extremely nice and caring throughout all of that. And I think what makes the character so interesting is that none of it is a facade.
Yeah.
He really is that guy. He really does care. There is a element to which he is manipulating these students that is skeevy in the sense that he is doing counseling, but it is also some weird form of spying and developing his ideas, and obviously that is skeevy, but you also get the sense that he does care about their pain. You don't just get the sense, it's very definitive that he cares about it, because in his head, everything he is doing is to make their lives better. And it ultimately comes out in this characterization in the last month that is just tremendously complicated and fraught and difficult. And you get to that sort of climactic scene the night before the calling card where he comes and meets you at the cafe, and you have this very frank talk about, are we going to fight or not? And it's great. And then also on the other end of that, it climaxes in basically a Yakuza fight where you rip your shirts off and punch each other. I know you don't literally rip your shirts off, but in my memory, like even a couple hours after I finished the game, it had already become Ren and him rip their shirts off and fight and fist fight each other, because it is the most Yakuza-esque thing in any Persona game.
Yeah. I mean, one thing I really love about Maruki being the enemy, and yeah, like I'm also with you that I kind of pegged him as the villain, partially because again my logic was, well, they added 2 characters, one of them is a party member, and they didn't add this dude just for a random fucking social link. So it's like he's got to be the bad guy, right? Like it has to be. I haven't heard about any other new characters in this game. But the thing I really like about it is I always have a kind of complicated relationship with the, like, we fight God at the end of the JRPG, because I've seen it done very well, right? Persona 5 does it very well. Persona 3 does it very well. Tales of Rise recently does it very well. Although, like, Tales of Rise is a very different version of that, because it's not a god, it's a planet that you fight, which is totally different. But I'm always going to prefer it being about fighting people. Like, I just think that there's something about, like, I want the sort of personal element to it. It's like and that like goes all the way to my, like, I will always take like a cool hand-to-hand fight scene over like a car chase or something like that, because I want like the personal, physical, there's a certain amount of intimacy between like protagonist and antagonist in those kinds of encounters, that having the big symbolic god entity be the villain like can do big, cool, metaphoric, symbolic stuff, but sometimes loses that more kind of juicy human element. And so I really like Persona 5 getting to have its cake and eat its too in that respect. That you get this, really good version of the god enemy at the end, and you get, fucking shooting the bullet through Jaldabaoth, that, like, seeing the sunrise.
Most epic.
It's, all that shit. Just getting to relive the original ending Persona 5 is amazing. But then being able to take that big scale stuff and kind of bring it more down to this human level, and having a human enemy that you can like empathize with, you see his perspective, you understand why he's doing what he's doing, but you disagree with him every step of the way and have to stop him. Like, that is, that's like a good core kind of storytelling element that the Persona games obviously do all the way through the games, and then it just becomes a giant god thing at the end. And I just enjoyed getting to play a Persona game where the actual last boss and the final confrontation of the game is between 2 people and not like a group of people and a giant abstract concept.
I think, Persona 3 does it best because that abstract concept is death,
yes,
and you don't actually defeat it.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's like so much the plot of that game. But yes, I think Persona 5 gets this just kind of perfect final run where you do have the epicness of all epicness, which is the fight with Jaldabaoth, and it's a great fight. You have that fucking song is amazing in the boss fight. You have shooting the bullet through and seeing the sunrise. It's amazing. But then you do get, I think the final push of Royal is even more compelling, and it's because of choices they've made, I think, in aesthetics and in the music they've added, and that it is all this push to confront someone you care about for a really fraught like vision of a world that is going to be harder and more complex to navigate. And all of that just means, like, I think the emotions you feel going into the final confrontations of Royal are even higher than the emotions you feel going into the final confrontations of Vanilla Persona 5. And that's saying something, because Vanilla Persona 5 is still one of the greats,
Yeah, 100%. And one of the other things I love about Maruki is that so there's like a consistency to his character, like what I was saying with Yoshizawa, that like once you see the full scope of what they're doing, it like echoes backwards through the game in an interesting way that it recolors previous scenes, because there is this real consistency to his philosophy of the therapy he gives. It's like a key dynamic to his relationship with Ren in the social link scenes with him, which is that Maruki is always advocating for like the easy path, right? And one that's like, it's nice, it's like and it's very comforting, because he's a very comforting person, and it's always like, well, do you really need that relationship? Or it's like, do you really have to try that hard? Or are you not just happy without that thing? Or and he's kind of always takes this sort of like, you don't have to push yourself that hard perspective, which is on the one hand nice, but then the flip side of that is that like people do need to push themselves. And I love all of his interactions with the main character, where he's always kind of stunned by the strength that the protagonist demonstrates, in like the strength of your will, and your like, especially like for the ones that you get the like points, the social link points on in particular, he always has this kind of bashful little laugh he does, and even though he doesn't animate that much because it's a JRPG, I can imagine him sort of ruffling his hair a little bit and kind of laughing a little bit bashfully. It's like, man, you're just like, that's like really impressive. Like, that's really admirable that you would fight through that pain so much. That's like, even though you don't have to, that you would do this thing. Like, I really admire that in you. And it's like, I think there's something there that's like, it's so legitimate that he really does admire what the protagonist is and what he's doing in his perspective so much. But Maruki has already given up on himself being able to live life that way because of all the pain he's felt. And that dynamic, I think, is so rich of this adult person who has lived this adult life and suffered all this loss and having kind of given up and trying to get everybody else to give up too, because it's easier to just give up. And then having this like teenage kid there that is so stubborn and persistent in following like a more righteous life, even if it's a more painful one, and him being just kind of taken aback by it and laughing at it in a very like good-naturedly way all throughout that game. It just, syncs up so perfectly with how he kind of like turns into the full antagonist in the last stretch.
No, totally. And I just need to talk about, I feel like, the final push of this game and what it does with music. I'm sure we will talk more about music in general, because the Royal adds a significant amount of new music, more than Golden did. And Golden added plenty, but Golden was a 1 CD soundtrack, Royal is a 2 CD soundtrack, so it's a lot of tracks. And in that final push, I think Maruki's dungeon is the best palace in the game. I think it's phenomenal. Like, and kind of inevitably, because it's the one where they only had one palace to make. They made it very good. It's bigger, it's more complicated, it's richer. Also, all of the January specific stuff is like hitting you over the head with that this is a PS4 game and the original was a PS3 game.
Yes.
Because most of Persona 5 Royal still has those PS3 roots. It does run natively at 4K, all of that stuff. It looks great, but it's still, this was originally developed as a PS3 game. It only came out on PS4 because it took so long to get out. And then you get to all this stuff in Maruki's Palace, and it's like, oh, they couldn't have done this in the original game. And especially I feel like with some of the final boss fights and some of the big cutscenes they do, there's some graphical stuff there where it's like, oh man, I've never seen Persona go this hard,
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. It's just like graphically, it's phenomenal, and the in-engine cutscenes and the whole ending of the game are like on such a bigger scale than anything they did. It's like with way more complicated camera movements and things like that. It's especially because you're playing all of the original Persona 5 stuff, obviously leading up to all of that. So it's like, the original Jaldabaoth sequence is very impressive, and it's more like artistically very impressive. But it's like the technological jump that they get to have in the very next sequence is like, oh, right, yes, no, this is, not only is this exclusive to a more advanced platform, but also they get to focus their like developmental energy in this like much smaller chunk of a game and just like really make it as spectacular as they could.
Yeah. But anyway, Maruki's Palace, it's phenomenal. I think it's the best palace in the game. It's got these sort of two basic songs you have there in the palace. You have Gentle Bad Man and Out of Kindness, which are your two instrumentals in the palace, and I think they are maybe my favorite palace music in the game, other than like Whims of Fate or something like that. Actually, you know what? Take that back. All the palace songs are great. Whims of Fate, you have the fucking arc. They're all so good. I think what Gentle Madman and Out of Kindness have is there's this just longing, gnawing sadness at the heart of both of those songs. There's Gentle Madman has, it's almost like it's not a horn part, but it's like a horn on like a synthesizer kind of thing that is doing the main melody, and it's very like longing and sad at the heart of this piece as you're running around. And so there's just a sense of like there's some gnawing emptiness at the heart of this whole thing. Then when you go in for the final day and sending the calling card, there's a song called I Believe. And the first thing I should say is all the lyrics in Persona 5 Royal, if you didn't know, were written by Lotus Juice. Lotus Juice does not rap on any of the songs, which is a mistake. They should have brought him in somewhere. But he does write all the lyrics, and he is a phenomenal lyricist. And I Believe, basically, what it does, and I think this is so brilliant, is it's like an evolution of Life Will Change.
Yeah.
And Life Will Change itself has two versions in the base game, where you have the instrumental that you get through most of the game, and then in Sai's Palace it switches to the vocal version. And then for this final palace, and I think it really, really gives you this sense of like finality and climax, even more so than in the original game, because I Believe is like this fully evolved version of the song, and that main lyric, that's exactly what it is. It is, you go from, wake up, get out there, which is this like call to action. You get Life Will Change, which is that we're doing the action, yay us, and then it is I Believe, which is that despite all of the, and I'm not going to go through all the lyrics here, we could do a dramatic reading if we want, but they're beautiful lyrics, and it goes to this like rousing chorus where Lynn is just belting it out, I believe, and it is such a rousing way to knock you into this final confrontation. And you get that also for the first phase of Maruki's boss, and then for the second phase, when he gets his big evolved persona, you get the song Throw Away Your Mask, which is basically the Maruki character song, because it is, in his perspective, singing about never having to feel that grief again and giving you this way to throw away the mask and just live in this simple reality.
Yeah, and all throughout they're reusing, as you would expect, for like Shuji Meguro and the Atlus team, they're remixing different musical elements. So like, because I Believe does reuse different melodies from both Life Will Change and then also from Colors Flying High, which is the new opening animation theme. And yeah, it's just like the songs themselves are amazing, but then they also, they fit into the overall like musical structure of both the original Persona 5 and like the new stuff in the Royal. And one thing I really like, because this is one thing that I have a little bit of an issue with in Persona 4 the Golden, is that while I really like all the music in Persona 4 the Golden, I feel like it's tonally slightly out of touch with like what the original music is, and I feel like it's really easy to tell, oh, this is a new song, because it's way more bright and poppy in Persona 4 the Golden, that original music, and there's like a drunginess and like a grungy quality and a dirty quality to some of the music in base Persona 4 that like kind of conflicts with the new stuff in Persona 4 the Golden, whereas all of this feels like it's so perfectly like intertwined and reusing different leitmotifs from the original game, and is just musically completely in sync with it, such that like, if you just put all the Persona 5 the Royal and base Persona 5 songs in a playlist, I don't think, unless you knew because you had played the game, you'd never be able to identify one of these as from a different version of the game than the others.
They all got slapping bass parts. Yes. That's what matters, No, you're absolutely right. And I just think that evolution of songs you get, because the other one that's important is Ideal in the Real, which is the song that you get during all of Maruki's social link events and all of his counseling sessions, and pieces of that become different motifs during the last month, and then there's another version of it that plays at the beginning of the end credits before you get a song that we will definitely be talking about in a little bit, Bokura no Hikari, which is a trip. Yeah. But yeah, I think that general evolution of music, like, I have not gotten I Believe out of my head since the other night, and I was just in awe, and I was just like running around Maruki's palace more than I needed to hear it, because it is such a beautiful culmination of the game's musical identity. And then that song Throw Away Your Mask, it's one of those examples of how much Persona, I think unique among video games, does with music for characterization and theme,
Yes, 100%. And then also I want to shout out the instrumental version of Throw Away Your Mask, Keep Your Faith, has some of like the most sick fucking screeching bend notes I have ever heard on an electric guitar. Like the notes that play at the end of the chorus of Keep Your Faith, because as is typical with Persona instrumental versions of lyric songs, they just have the lyric melody is played by an electric guitar. That's probably Shoji Meguro, because he's the guitarist on most of those songs. And there's just a really perfectly dialed in quality to the guitar bends, which bending a note is when you bend the string and it makes the pitch increase. So it's that like noise you hear in rock music, like that's usually what they're doing. And it's the distortion and the bend. It just is like, it feels like the fucking guitar string's gonna break. It's a really good, if you play guitar, it's just like, it's like guitar music porn or something to me. It's just, I love how fucking gnarly that bend is at the end of that. So much so that, like, I think it might actually be my preferred version of the song just for, like, that element, even though, like, the lyrical singing by Lynn and then the lyrics themselves of Throw Your Mask are amazing. There's something about the fucking just gnarly-ass guitar in Keep Your Faith that I really love.
No, it's very, very good. And I think the way they wrap up all the Maruki stuff is just tremendously interesting. We joked about it being a Yakuza ending, but as everyone is flying away, one, I need to mention there's a scene where Morgana becomes a full-on helicopter, and that is one of the best like stand-up and cheer moments in all of Persona. He finally does it. He finally flies.
Yeah, and it uses up all the power of Jose's magic crystal that is the magic crystal that you use to somehow do team up moves. Like I like to think about like what is the real world thing that is actually happening with this weird magic crystal that allows you to do all this shit. But yes, that's an amazing moment.
Yeah, it's an amazing moment, and then you get this final scene between Maruki and the protagonist where they wind up just duking it out, and you have the whole battle screen, but all that is highlighted is X, so you fucking throw a punch, you know? And I love that. And I love that scene has, even more so I think than anything in the original Persona 5, just this sense of finality where it is Ren and Maruki alone on this like big beam in this collapsing palace. Maruki even says the metaverse is disappearing. You know, you're losing. They're using their fists because their personas are gone. Everything is falling apart, and it's just this final moment of fighting. And even after everything Maruki has done, of course, the protagonist tries to save him, and that leads into this very sudden shift into the Velvet Room that brings us back around at the beginning of the game, or at the beginning of this month of the ending. And then leave some wiggle room for where they're going to go with Maruki, you know, at the very end of the game. But I think it's such a beautifully rousing conclusion. And we didn't even talk about the most rousing thing in all of it, which is the way you defeat evil, like, big shadow Maruki in the palace, where he does his big, like, you know, evil demon punch down. Ryuji and Morgana and everyone go in and hold it back with their force of friendship power. And then Ren does his... They know what they're doing at Atlus. They have him use his grappling hook, and he swings around, shoots him in the face, and says, "Checkmate." It's really cool. I did not know if they were going to be able to top how fucking cool the Jaldabaoth climax is, and they do, and it's amazing.
Yeah, and it's particularly... It's made even better by the fact that Maruki has the two personas, right? He has his normal, like, his weird octopusy one, and then it evolves into basically like one of the gods from the backstory of fucking Nausicaa, the Valley of the Winds, just like the big fucking like behemoth titan looking thing, and all it does is just like punch shit, which is just really great. And the getting Fukuyama Jun, who when we were doing our voice actor roundup, we did neglect to mention the man who says the names of every single persona in the game's compendium very dramatically, because the voice, the main character is voice acted, just in the game's not very much, but Fukuyama Jun does get a couple little lines, including "checkmate" there, and it's always, you know, it feels like he gives it 110%, because it's like, this is one of the 10 new lines I got to record for this game. I'm really going to lean into it.
No, it really is stunning that, like, this is a completely added, reworked, you know, epilogue ending, whatever you want to call it, and it has this real sense of, like, finality and climacticism and culmination that is somehow, I feel like, even greater and more profound than what the original vanilla-based version of the game had. I would never have imagined that was possible in the way they have done this, you know?
Yeah, it's again, it's the like exact like, you know, the arc of the like, oh god, are they going to fuck this up, into the like, oh my god, this is amazing. It's a real journey that this whole stretch of the game takes you on to that moment.
The level of execution is just off the charts. Yeah. It's unparalleled. It's amazing. Before we talk about how they wrap up the full story, because I really want to dive into that, I think we should double back and talk about our boy Akechi Goro.
Yes, you mean Kira Yamato from Gundam Seed, who's here. I do love that you do get a couple of scenes of, you know, it's Kira and Durandal from Seed Destiny. They get some scenes together, because it is not the first time that those two actors have been together, as we now well know.
But it's the best thing they've done together. That's for goddamn sure.
Yes.
Yes. No, man, it's... I do think... Would you agree with me that Akechi is kind of the most remarkable addition to Persona 5 Royal?
Yes, absolutely. It's the... Again, I mean, it's to me, it's the kind of the fundamental raison d'etre for this thing of like... I think it feels like it's the thing that Atlus internally knew that there were probably bigger plans for that character that things happened in development, they didn't come all the way through, and that also, like, legitimately in Japan, like, he is a hugely popular character specifically through the, like, people like to ship him and the protagonist together, and so there was, like, a fan demand for more Akechi Goto, and that combined with, like, there is a need within the game's story, that it is, like, in what is a really well-rounded, very well-polished game, it is the one clear notable weak link that, like, that character's story doesn't feel like it's fully executed in the base game. And so it is, like, it is the reason why, in many ways, I was, like, always excited about the idea of Persona 5 The Royal, was because it's like I wanted to see this character kind of done right, because it felt like that potential was there originally, and it just kind of was left on the table.
And the thing is, I know in those original Persona 5 podcasts we did, Sean, neither of us were necessarily that hard on the Akechi side of the game. I think we both expressed that there were things that could have been done better. But I remember us being, like, very effusive about how it's all done in November with the Sainijima Palace, and that we really liked how he comes onto the team, and that Robin Hood is a funny persona, and he's got that stupid red mask, and he calls himself Crow, and, like,
he's got a fucking laser gun, which is the best thing in the world. Everyone else has, like, a pistol, a shotgun. It's like, here's me with my fucking ray gun, guys.
Yeah, and I think you and I both thought that, like, if the intention was to misdirect the audience, it failed pretty hard, because just everything about him sort of screams he's going to be the antagonist, not he's going to actually be a member of your party. But we were still impressed by all of that, and obviously good stuff is done there. But I think playing through the way Royal does it makes it seem like a much bigger weakness in the original Persona 5 than I think I perceived it to be originally.
I mean, in particular, the original versions of his social link scenes, which were, like, automatic ones that you just encountered as the story went on, all of those are still in Persona 5 The Royal. They're just so anemic and so on the edges that if it wasn't for the fact that I had already played the game, and so I knew that that's what those originally were, you would never in a million years peg those scenes out. Or, like, there's a couple of them that are a little bit more meaty, but the majority of them are like, oh, I went to... we bumped into each other in front of the subway, and we said, like, 3 sentences to each other. And it's a thing where you don't realize how much impact having the screen go, whooshing, and then a big number 3 pop up on the middle of the screen or whatever, gives you to feeling a satisfaction in a social link rank up. Because when that's gone, you're like, this is a totally nothing little kind of flavorful, like, a little tiny piece of flavor. That is no more remarkable than any other scene where you bump into another story character in front of the subway, which is a, like, expositionary trick that Persona 5 has. And this is just sort of arbitrarily made to be one of his social link ranks because there needs to be a certain number of them before the end of the game. And it's like getting the contrast of the real deal, full-bodied, really compelling social link events that are now ones that you intentionally trigger, and then seeing the little tiny measly ones that were in the original game, it definitely is like one that it makes the original seem much weaker in retrospect.
I think one of the most fascinating moments in all of Persona 5 The Royal is what was Akechi's final scene in the original game, which is when you confront him in Shido's palace, and he tries to kill you. You have a big boss fight. Then he goes crazy, but then he kind of relents and saves everyone from the flooding ship, and then he seemingly dies. And that's it for him in the original game. And that scene is note for note identical between the two versions, other than there's a little beat at the end with Ren wondering if he's really gone and remembering the promise they made, which sets up everything in the future. But other than that, it's identical, and I was watching it, and it felt like a new scene to me. It felt like a different scene to me in the Royal. I even texted my brother and said, did they change anything in that? Because it felt so much more substantial, but I don't think they did. He's like, no, they didn't change anything. And it is completely an example in, like, context where I feel like around that big key scene, they did the full fleshed out version of Akechi I imagine they kind of always had in mind, but they never were able to execute in the original game for whatever reason. They had a lot of characters to execute. And so you have all of the social links leading up to that, where you see Akechi the celebrity, and you see Akechi the competitive guy at billiards, and you see him as the sort of lunatic who takes you into Mementos and makes you fight him, and all of these crazy, interesting moments where you get a more fulsome sense of this really complicated, neurotic, damaged human being who then sort of goes up in smoke in this scene and you feel something is unfinished, and Ren wants to be with that human being more because he means something to him, and that is the wish that the protagonist is given in January. It just makes for one of the most brilliant character arcs and characterizations in a series that is chock fucking full of brilliant character arcs and characterizations.
Yeah, and it's just that thing of, like, it shows how, like, meaningful that some of that kind of, like, adding in pieces of context like that can be, that it is, like, a thing where it totally revolutionizes existing scenes in the game, and that is, like, the big one, is his death scene. Because I was like you, like, I was staring at that scene, like, eagle-eyed, being like, because I knew he was not going to die in this version of the game, or something like that. Because obviously, like, if you're going to add more with him, the thing you would change is that he doesn't get killed. And there's always, like, I think very intentionally, there's a mystery around his death, and that you never get to see it. Like, you hear it, and it's very clear, like, just by the audio, you would assume there's absolutely no way he would escape it, but you never actually see Akechi die, and that's true in both versions of the game. So I was, like, looking at that scene to see, like, where are they going to add something that makes it plausible that he escaped? Because I just assumed that the change that they would make is he escaped the scene somehow, because there's clear space for them to do it. And I think the thing that's so oppressive is that they didn't change that scene at all. I was like, oh, that's weird. I just assumed that there would be a thing here that would change that and make it give him an out somehow. And then so I was like, weird. I guess he is kind of dead. I wonder how the fuck are they going to pull this off? And then he's not dead. And you're like, but they didn't do anything to make it any more plausible that he would survive this sure death scenario. And then that, of course, that he is actually dead. And that, like, playing with that context and the meaning around all the stuff that he had in the original version of the game, it's just, like, a really masterful example of where this kind of updated version with some, like, nips and tucks can take things and reuse them wholesale and make them mean something so much more than they originally did.
Yeah. I mean, the first thing to say is just that his actual, like, the 8 ranks that they've added for his social link in this version of the game are one of the best social links in Persona 5.
Yeah.
It is a beautiful courtship between Ren and Akechi, where they are going to the sauna together, and they are playing billiards together, and they are going out for coffee dates, and he's the one who introduces you to the jazz club in what I think is the most sexually charged scene in all of Persona 3, 4, 5, whatever. It's Akechi and Ren at the jazz club, here listening to No More What Ifs, which is such a good song. You have all of that culminating in this scene during the final month. You have him in November, where he meets you down in Mementos and just isn't able to keep in that side of his personality that is just raw, mean, competitive, and you have this fight in Mementos, which is fully voiced, your rare rank 8 fully voiced thing in Persona, and it's so good, again, up and like, before you even get to all of the added stuff in January.
Yeah, I mean, and it's a thing that it's very essential because it's a thing that executes on what was clearly always the intention with the character, but I think this is the thing that, like, never really played all the way in original Persona 5, even though you could tell this is what they wanted, which is he is the mirror version of the protagonist, right? Like, he's the other character who is given the wild card. He's the other person in the, like, experiment who has the capacity to make more personas. That's a very good example of something that plays much better in this game. That I remember this line now, and it's a line that existed before, but it never really stood out to me, is Morgana pointing out the fact that, like, you have the exact same power he did, but you squandered it so much that the only thing you ever managed was to make 2 personas, your goody-goody persona and your evil persona, whereas the protagonist, because the protagonist is so giving and working with so many people and has all these relationships, he has a new face, right? He has a new persona for every relationship that he has. It's like the metaphor of what those are. And so that's why he's so overflowing with, like, power and, like, this abundance of personas. And in comparison, Akechi theoretically could do the same thing, but he squandered it so much. Like, that line plays so much better when you have all that additional context. So he's got that, the wild card pairing. You've got the mirroring of the protagonist character is, like, dresses himself in villainy as a thief, but he is actually working for, like, justice and trying to do good in the world. Akechi dresses himself in heroism as the boy detective, but is actually, a serial killer, an assassin, and is trying to do bad in the world. Their designs are paired together, which is the thing that, your like Pixiv fan artists are going to love and do. I can't tell you how many times I've just stumbled across images in looking at like Persona stuff of, hey, here's like Rin, like a yin yang thing. I feel like is how everyone draws this, where it's like Rin is they're both lying in a field of grass or something, and Rin's head is curved this way and it's black, and then Akachi's head is curved this other way and his hair is like, soft brown, and it looks like they're about to kiss. I think that's the only fan art that anyone has ever drawn of any of these characters, because it's just the only thing you will ever see. Because they're designed that way, right? They're always meant to be mirrored. They're meant to be paired. They're meant to be two halves of what should be a more complete whole, because they both come from very damaged backgrounds. But Akachi was trapped in the net of Shido much earlier in his life than the protagonist was, and that's the main thing that separates them, is that Akachi was never able to escape and be out from under Shido's purview, whereas the protagonist's life was set astray by Shido at this one moment, and then he is able to build a life outside of that and then come back to it. And it's that kind of tragedy of that they should be able to have done the same things and live the same kind of life, but because of this one key difference in their history, they were split off into these kinds of opposites.
And so what they do in January with it is, I think, maybe the most beautiful and heart-wrenching and complicated version of this, like, dream reality split that the game is playing with, where Akechi's mere presence in the game for that final act is Ren's dream come true that Maruki has given him, right? Is another chance with this guy who seemingly could have been your best friend in a sense, right? And now you have the sense, you have the time to spend with him, and he's on your party, and it's like literal wish fulfillment in a sense. But what's so dynamic about it is that Akechi knows from the beginning that this is a wish, that he is alive only by the grace of this false reality, and he rejects it even though it means he is alive. And I think Ren, he's silent, but I think he knows it too. And that is kind of the hardship of moving through this whole thing, is that the ultimate sacrifice that this is going to mean is that this friendship will be sundered, and Akechi will go back to being dead, missing, however you want to read it. Dead, basically.
Yeah.
And it's so powerful, and I think the version of Akechi that you get in that final month, who has that evil side to him, man. Look at his showtime. Listen to his evil laugh. Listen to his narration when you're in the palace and he's doing the guidance and all of that. The navigation. He's got that evil side to him, but he also has this pride and this intelligence and this like kind of no nonsense sense of what has to happen that is this mirror of all of Ren's best qualities, right?
Yeah.
And they do get along, and there is like, Ren loves everyone in the friend group. We all love everyone in the friend group, but Akechi is the one who's kind of just for him. That is his friend, who is like a friend on his terms, who he understands and who understands him in a way no one else, not Ryuji or An or Makoto or any of them, can really understand him. And having that person there is in some sense a dream come true. And it is the thing that they're going to lose when they get to the end of this thing. And man, what a fascinating fucking character dynamic to have in so many different directions, including Akechi himself being as hardcore as anyone else on the team, more hardcore, frankly, about finishing this, defeating Maruki, going back to the real reality, even though it means he will be gone. That is a hell of a story to tell.
Yeah, because if there's like one way in which the protagonist character in Akechi are like absolutely the same and in lockstep on, is like their absolute defile, or like like their
defiance.
Yeah, their defiance against incorrect and abusive authority, right? It's the thing that they refuse to be put into chains or to be subjugated by anyone or anything, and that's like what defines them, right? That's like the symbology of the game. I mean, that's the symbology that goes to the announcement of Persona 5 as a game, was like the imagery of breaking chains, right? And that's like Akechi is the one character that is as powerful in that sense and is as confident in that sense as the protagonist is. Akechi was just going about it in a very roundabout, like, murderous way, right? Because he didn't just want to break out from underneath Shido. He wanted to break out, stick the knife in, twist it real fucking hard, and laugh in Shido's face when he was getting to do it. Like, and that's his mistake, is that he wanted to relish in the victory of what he was wanting to do, more than just actually accomplishing it.
He wanted to do a Char on Mr. Char, basically.
Yes, exactly. You can't Char. He's the one man who can't be Charred.
Yes. No, it's so true, and I think that is this dynamic that I love, that there's so much space in this version of the game to explore that, to have fun with that, to let the actor Hoshi have this real space to stretch his legs and explore the character as a performer. All of it is just beautiful and fascinating. You have this little moment at after the credits where Ren wakes up on the train and thinks he sees Akechi outside, and then sees this other version of himself. And I've been mulling over that moment, and because you also have the scene on the final day when you're giving all your goodbyes, where the jazz club owner, if you go talk to him, talks about Akechi, and then you realize his glove is still in your pocket. And so there is a little bit of ambiguity. Is Akechi dead? Is he out there somewhere? What is going on? I thought my brother had a good read on this, which was that he sort of read it as like, Akechi is out there somewhere, but the question of like alive versus dead is almost irrelevant, because there's this earlier line Akechi has when Maruki comes to the cafe the night before and Akechi urges you to deny him. You say, but you're going to die. And Akechi says, don't worry about that. I'll make my own way. And maybe he does make his own way. Is he out there in the shadow world somewhere? Is he in the isekai? They call it the metaverse in English. Yeah. Is he in the other world? Is he just in the beyond? Is he literally alive and walking around? I like that there is this sort of and that final image is the protagonist also seeing the Joker side of himself, who is still in there, out there somewhere. And I almost think that scene, it's not really, to me, a plot thing. It's a thematic thing. Yeah. It's that Akechi is out there somewhere, in the sense that he lived and he mattered, and he will always be in the protagonist's life for that reason.
Yeah, because I definitely read it as, because, they're not, I would be shocked if they ever did, like, a spin-off story and it, like, revealed that, no, Akechi is really secretly alive. Like, if they ever do a thing like a Persona 5 Q2 or something and want to use Akechi in the game, they'll just pull him from, like, an earlier piece, part of the timeline or something. Because it'd be too...
They did do Persona Q2. It would be Q3.
I guess I meant like Persona 5 Q, like another Persona Q with the Persona 5 cast is what I meant.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. And so so they wouldn't want to, I think, ever deal with the messiness of trying to actually bring in that character post this game. So yeah, like I definitely don't read it as a plot thing. And for me, it's like, I kind of just read it as like, yeah, he's dead. Like he died there. He's like gone in that like mortal sense, but that he lives on through your relationship with that character, right? That bond is still there, and that like the flash of Akechi that you see in the background of that shot that Ren like kind of misses, and then he doubles back and sees his own reflection, to me is like symbolic of that fact, right? That like that the mirror version of himself that was Akechi out in the real world is now integrated into Ren, and that like he is both those people made whole now through their experiences and through his relationship.
Yeah. I think it's very powerful, and I love what you were saying there, Sean, about, that these are the two characters who are most opposed to authority chaining them down. And I think it is the ultimate way to express that idea, is that one of them knows he's probably going to be gone from this world without this authority, and he would rather just take that, and it's really beautifully done.
Yeah, and it is just a super badass thing to do. Like, it's just, you gotta give the man props for this. Like, if I'm going to live in a world ruled by God, or am I just going to say, fuck it, let's kill God even if I die in the process? And that's a pretty badass way to go.
I like it. Yeah, no, absolutely. He's so much fun in combat too, because I love his second persona he has. I think all of the like new fused personas, it's such a smart thing to do, because the way Persona 4 Golden did it is you have the persona, the upgraded persona, and then in Golden they just added a third persona, But I love that in Royal, everyone has their first two personas fuse, and so you get really cool stuff like Makoto's third persona is like a motorcycle that's also a fucking train that is all together and is super cool. There's stuff like that. I love, Yusuke's maybe has the best one, who is like, it almost looks like a fucking pimp with like a big fur coat on. Mm-hmm. He's just badass. Anyway, they're all cool, but I do love the idea that Akechi's, it's not that he had one persona then another. He always had these two, and then they fuse into that final third persona of his. The one, I forget what they name his last persona, because he has Loki and he has Robin Hood, and I forget his third persona, but it's really neat. And then I also just love the fucking stupid black outfit he is wearing in the final dungeon. I like that both of Akechi's outfits look objectively dumb. His like crow outfit with like all white with the red mask, and then all his like black Batman outfit. They both look fucking lame, and I think that is exactly right for this character.
Yes, yeah.
So funny.
He is extra, right? Like when he
Yes.
he goes for it very hard. And that is definitely represented in his clothes.
Yeah, but he is so fun to have on the team, and I basically never took him off the team after I had him again in January, because he is so much fun to have in there.
There's just something nice about having this very just like sarcastic, mean motherfucker on your team that just like, I mean, it's a lot like, you know, because it's kind of pulling from this trope, but it reminds me a lot of like Vegeta in the Cell saga and stuff like that, of just like, I'm okay, fine, I'll be here because I also want to fight these guys, but I'm gonna make the fun of you fuckers the entire time because you suck shit. I have a real fondness to that dynamic in the more kind of like fun character scenes in the January section of the game.
I think it's a little weird when like they're deciding to let Akechi back on the team. They keep saying stuff to the effect of like, we're just gonna have to put our personal stuff aside, and I'm like, I don't think it's personal stuff. That dude killed a lot of people.
Yeah, that dude like, killed your dad, Haru. Like, fuck.
Yeah. I think it goes a little beyond, like, you had personal beef. It's just a serial killer you've got on your team. But anyway, let's talk about how they've reworked the ending, because this does something very different than Fess or Golden, in that it just has a different ending.
Yeah.
I know Golden technically has, like, the extra scene at the end that, for some reason, is not a post-credit scene, should be a post-credit scene, but it's effectively different enough that the original ending is still in there, right? Mm-hmm. Where you have Narukami on the train. But this one just has a completely different ending song, built out of some of the same pieces. But man, I adore how they have changed the ending. I think it is so phenomenal. One of the things, if you listen to our original Persona 5 discussions, you'll hear me talk about is one of my kind of complaints with Persona 5 that I kind of ultimately came around on, was that it does the same thing 3 and 4 do, where there's a last day where you're going to be leaving town, right? Mm-hmm. And I kind of felt, and I still feel this a little bit about original vanilla Persona 5, that it feels a little like, I don't know, like they're doing that out of, like they feel like they have to, you know, to do it because it's part of the other ones, not that it's an organic part of this game, because it's there in 3 because the protagonist dies. It's there in 4 because Narukami has a family to go back to. In 5, I guess Ren nominally has a family, but they are bad people who abandoned him, and Persona 5 is so much about found families and about making your own way, that the idea that it would end with him just up and going home really felt dissonant to me. And I think the way they sort of squared that circle in the original is having the ending where they all get on the bus together and leave, with the very open implication that he might just not go home, right? Mm-hmm. And that they can make their own way. But I think Persona 5 Royal improves upon it so vastly by recontextualizing his choice to go home and having all of the characters having this very clear decision to move on with their lives. Where Ryuji has decided to move away so he can go rehab his leg and become a track runner again. Haru and Makoto are moving out to go to college and, you know, expand all of their dreams. Futaba is going to be going to high school. An is going to be going and studying abroad. And so instead of becoming this very sort of like, I think out of the blue thing of Ren leaving while everyone else stays behind, it becomes a story, a kind of high school graduation story about everyone leaving and going their own ways to grow up. And I think it becomes the best possible version of the ending of Persona 5, which is about moving ahead into a world that is changing and is new and is unexpected, but with all of the bonds you made still inside of you, empowering you. And I just think it honestly makes me realize how much I think the original Persona 5 ending is missing, because this one is so much richer.
Yeah, and there's a real irony to it as well, because the original end credits song, which is obviously isn't in this game because they did a new one, which is a bummer because like there is like a certain musical thing that feels like is lost by the fact that the original end credits song is the like culmination of the leitmotifs that play throughout the last 10 hours of the game. and that they were the original last 10 hours of the game, and the original last boss theme, and all that kind of stuff. And so it is a bummer if you haven't played the original Persona 5 that you're kind of missing out on that, which is fun. But that original song, The Stars in Us, like, that song is about people breaking away and moving and physically moving away from each other, but still being connected because we all are under, they're all looking up at the same stars. And that's like what that song is about. It's about saying goodbye, even, and that being sad, but you still know that you'll always be connected because we all see the same world and we're all living in the same world together, which is of course inflected by Morgana's statement of that there is no such thing as the real world, that we all make the world that we see. That the world we live in is the cognitive world, and that like it being this separated thing was wrong the entire time, and that because of your relationships with these other people, you are making that world with them, and you are all living in the same world because you perceive it the same way through your bonds. And that's what that song was about. But the original ending of Persona 5 feels like it's slightly off from that perspective, because it's weird to have that be what that song is about, but have the last image of the game be all of the characters together on that van, which has always like struck me like after the fact. I don't think I ever made that comment on the original podcast. I do not remember.
No, you didn't.
But like afterwards, when I've listened to the soundtrack, it's a thought that has come to me thinking back on the ending to the game. And so I think it's like there's an irony to they have changed the ending here in a way that much more thematically matches what that original end credit song was talking about. But that original end credit song isn't in the game anymore.
But
yes,
we got a new end credits song, Bokura no Hikari, which I think is one of the most remarkable musical moments Persona has ever had.
It's a hell of a fucking song. It is a hell of a
I think it's got Lynn's best vocals in the entire series. She is belting her fucking heart out at the middle of this song. I've listened to it several times since I played the game the other night, and it literally takes my breath away every time, Sean. It's a remarkable, remarkable song. Do you want to tell us about it a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, it's just an amazing song. Like, one thing I like about it is the song's like 7 minutes long, so it's a long song. And I think the thing that is impressive about it is, like, almost the entire runtime of that song has Lynn singing on it. It's not like, and here's like the big 2-minute instrumental break in the middle, which you'd kind of expect. Like, that's how, most of the Persona end credit songs do that. This was like, no, it's just like, and it's not even like, has a lot of lyrics. It's just like the pace of the song is so slow, and it's this slow build up. It's a great song, in that sense. But
it's,
yeah, go ahead.
I also just wanted to say it's Lotus Juice did the lyrics for this too, and I believe this is the only Persona song he's written in Japanese. All of his other Persona songs are English lyrics, and this is such a beautiful song. I think that's really notable.
Yeah, and so it's as is tradition in Persona games, the only song that is sung in actual Japanese is the end credits one, and this song is basically a love elegy from the perspective of the protagonist talking to Akachi, right? And so like that's why it has this very elegiac quality to the music, and it's very heavy. So I'm going to read out the English language translation of the song. Although, like, just should be noted that, like, the Japanese lyrics are so gorgeous. Like, it's very, as is you'd get in Japanese lyrics, they're incredibly poetic, and that they are, like, they're, like, standalone phrases that create bigger meaning through juxtaposition. So I'll probably stop in one or two places. I know I'll definitely stop at the end, because I actually disagree with this translation of the ending. But there's a lot of interpretation that goes into translating Japanese lyrics, because a lot of information.
Why don't you read the Japanese and I'll read the English? We could do it that way.
That I feel like that would take a long time. Do you want? We're 3 hours and 30 minutes. Do you want to do it?
I'm fine with it. Are you on the Megami Tensei wiki?
Yes.
Okay, let's do it. Why not?
Okay, this might be. So should I read the full like paragraph basically, and then have you read a full paragraph? Because I think it'd be kind of hard to split.
Yeah, let's do that.
夢を夢と気づいた夜、君を見つめ、まぶたを閉じる。ぬくもりも重ねた手も声も目覚めればまどろみへと消えて。
On the night I realized this dream was a dream, I gazed at you, then closed my eyelids. If I woke up, your warmth, your hand on mine, and your voice too, would disappear together with my slumber.
僕らが二度と会えなくても、過ぎた時が痛みに変わっても、その痛みでね、導いてよ。僕を照らす夜空の星へと。
Even if we'd never meet again, even if the time that has passed should transform into pain, that pain will guide me
towards the stars of the sky that shine above me.
甘い甘いおとぎの国。君と会えた歪んだ世界。偽りの幸せでもいいと告げる口君がそっと塞ぐ。
You put a stop to that sweet, sweet fairy tale kingdom, that distorted world where I met you. You gently covered my mouth before I could say a false happiness would be enough.
思い出の始まる日になる。君が消えた自分で決めた道、歩くのさ、ずっと切なくても、僕の目指す明日の星へと。
When the morning comes, and I begin to remember, you will be gone. But even if it will be painful, I will go on and walk along the path that I've chosen for myself, towards the stars of the future I awoke into.
目覚めた現実が来る昨日と違う悲しみが大切だから、明日を生きていく。
Since the sadness felt in waking into a reality different from yesterday's is important, I will live on.
僕らが二度と会えなくても、過ぎた時が痛みに変わっても、その痛みさえ超えていくよ。流す涙のり、声より高く。
Even if we would never meet again, even if the time that has passed should transform into pain.
そして掴むよ。澄み切った空。永遠に浮かぶ。僕らの光よ。
That pain will go beyond the tears that flow, and will reach our light that will float eternally in the sky.
Yeah, so basically, if you listen to this song without knowing any of the context of the game, this is a song about a married couple where one of the partners has passed away and the remaining partner has to live on and wake up the next day and move forward, knowing that like they can't wallow in their grief and must live for tomorrow instead of live for yesterday, which is basically one of the lyrics of the song. And it is the most like romantically charged song, certainly in like the Persona series, and it is fucking amazing. I mean, the opening stretch of this song is into like the imagery it conjures is like someone waking or like they basically waking up in the middle of the night, looking over at like the pillow next to them and thinking about they closing their eyes and thinking about the warmth of the person they're missing, the feeling of their hand entangled in theirs, and the sound of their voice, and not wanting to wake up, because when you wake up, you know that those things will disappear along with like the sleep you're entering. It is like
Sean,
very explicitly heavily romantic.
It's so romantic that I gotta admit, I felt a little uncomfortable reading it with you.
Yeah, right. I was too focused on trying to make sure I wasn't fucking up any of the Japanese pronunciation, so I wasn't focusing on that part at all.
I know, but just yeah, you know, it's if you're rolling your eyes, it is like it's not romantic. It's romantic, guys. Come on,
yeah,
come on, look at this.
Definitely, there's a couple of phrases in Japanese that I really love. Of like one of the lyrics, which is the like, the sadness of waking up to a different day than a day that is different than yesterday is important. So I'm going to continue to live for tomorrow. Like I think that like it's a hard thing to translate, but it's very like the way it's phrased in Japanese is so gorgeous, and like the idea of that like it's like that sadness that things change is important, is like putting it in that sense of like that the next day is different than the day that came before it. I think that phrasing is really beautiful. But I think the one place where the translation I think on this one is a little bit off, because I think it kind of misattributes the subject of the sentence, is in the last sort of chorus that ends the song, where it goes back to, it kind of restates the first half of the chorus as it originally came in, which is like, even if we never see each other, even if the time that passes turns to pain, and it does that one in the original use of the chorus. It then goes on to kind of like talk about that pain will guide me, and it will guide me to like this like star in the night sky that guides me from up above. And then when it comes back to that, it hits the same notes of that even if we never see each other, and even if the time that passes between us turns into pain, I will overcome that pain. I will, and the way this is then phrased of nagasu namida nori koe yori takaku is there's this like real emphasis of like, I'm going to overcome this pain. I'm going to go up above and surpass it, even from the tears that I'm shedding. This is where the song is using the Japanese particle yo, which puts emphasis, which it doesn't do anywhere else in the song, and it uses it like 3 times right here at the end as this like way of him like the protagonist saying to Akachi like emphatically like, I'm going to overcome this pain. I'm going to overcome it. And then I'm going to grasp it. Soste skamuyo. Like I'm going to grab it from that like perfectly clear sky, this thing that floats eternally, this light of ours. There's such an affirmative statement coming in at the end of it that I think like the English translation kind of misses because it doesn't do it from the like the I perspective, even though I really think it's supposed to be the protagonist saying this thing emphatically from their perspective because the use of yo. And that's, I think, is the thing that like really hits me in the lyrics. Is it's so, the song is this big dirge. It's very heavy. It's got this funereal quality to it because it's about this person you love who is no longer there. But then it ending with this really powerful, affirmative, and like defiant statement about like, I will fucking overcome this pain and I will overcome all of this and then I will use it to grab this future. And instead of in reversing the imagery of before it was a star in the night sky, and then the way that it's phrased in Japanese implies that like the light of ours is now the sun at the end. Like it's just really beautiful writing. That then combined with the musical elements and of course Lynn's singing, which I'm with you 100%. Like all of her singing in Persona 5 is amazing, but this is my favorite use of her vocals. It's a really beautiful song.
And like, it is about the protagonist and Akechi, but obviously it's also about all of it, yes. Right? It's about the entire last month. It is about losing something and choosing to face the loss, like actively, consciously, every day, grabbing that pain, overcoming it, instead of living in the past, you know? Mm-hmm. Which is why it's the end theme here, even though I do think there's a part of me that thinks like Hoshi no Toboku to is like the original end theme is the better overall Persona 5 end theme for the game. Yeah. I actually probably like this song more. I think it's such a great song. But for the specific stuff they've added to Royal, this is definitely this is the way you end the game, definitely.
Yeah. I think ideally, and I don't know how you would do this because it would be hard, but like I wish that there was like a spot where they could have put in like, you know, before the new stuff happens, that like the original song. I don't know how you would quite do it. You'd have to have like another credit sequence, which would be weird. But it is like, because the original song is such the culmination of like the musical elements of that original game that it's sad not to have it here. But of course, like, you know, since we've both played original Persona 5, it's more sad to me in like theory than it was experientially playing the game.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
You know what they should have done? Just bring in the way they do it in the dancing game and just have you play it with the fucking dancing note chart and then move on with the game. That's
actually how you defeat Jaldabaoth at the end. They changed it. They just put the dancing game in there, and it's just the end credit song. It's like the weird like sort of difficulty spike because it's on in like the hardest difficulty and it's a 7-minute song, but it's like, hey, fuck it, you can do it. You just got to practice over and over again.
Oh my god. Again, though, on the romance side, I just want to stress that there's a verse in this, and this is a good translation of the Japanese. You put a stop to that sweet, sweet fairy tale kingdom, that distorted world where I met you. You gently covered my mouth before I could say a false happiness would be enough.
Yes, like
Mr. Lotus Juice knows what he is doing.
Yes, because the phrase, particularly Japanese, like is it's so good because the way that like grammatically it's structured in Japanese is that the thing of like covering your mouth is the last thing that's said. So it's like this mouth that says all the things that came before it, you like softly silence, which to me, like, I think it's a little bit hard because I don't know exactly the right word to use for Fusagu. But to me, the mental image is these are these two characters that are in bed and you're about to say to him, like, it's okay. Like, this fake happiness is fine because you'll be here with me. And before you can even utter it, Akachi puts one finger over your lips and gives you a little look. And you know in that look that it's like that he's right. Right? Like, that is what 100% the, like, imagery that the phrasing conjures.
Yes.
And it's so, like, again, I cannot stress enough how explicitly romantic. Like, this isn't subtext or anything. Like, this is just, like, this would make, you know, fucking anybody blush reading this shit. Because it's, like, so... It's so intense in its, like, kind of romantic imagery.
We just... You know, we say it all the time and we still don't say it enough. Lotus Juice might be the best thing that ever happened to Persona. Man, that dude,
he's a fucking god. I love him.
Is.
I want to give him a hug one day.
100%.
Yeah.
He's a good follow on Twitter also, because he
is. I love
does
his
lots
Twitter
of English tweets also, and it's
Yes.
he plays like lots of games and stuff. And it's always fun to see him tweet.
Yeah, he had a funny tweet the other day where he was talking about how much he's enjoying Shin Megami Tensei 5, and he's like, and the music, like, I know they're my friends, but that's not why I'm saying it. I fucking love the music in this game. It's like, it's okay. I trust you, Lotus Juice. No conflict of interest here.
Yeah, I saw that one also. Yeah.
Anyway, what else should we say about Persona 5 The Royal?
I just want to hit a little bit of the other music, because we talked about
of course, yes.
Disc 2, right? Because Disc 2 of the soundtrack is all the new stuff that plays in the January section, but you have all of like Disc 1, which is also fucking amazing. One song I want to shout out is, I talked about the challenge battle stuff a little bit, but you can't talk about that without also mentioning that this might be the most ripping ass fucking guitar track in the history of Persona music, which is Prison Labor. Every Persona soundtrack since Persona 3 has had at least one track on it that exists entirely for the purposes of for Shoji Meguro to shred as hard as humanly possible on electric guitar. And it's always one of the best tracks. It's usually like a mid-boss track is what it is in Persona 5. It's the boss track in Persona 3. In Persona 4, and previously, the Persona 4's track, The Fog, which plays in one of the last boss fights in that game, was to me the best guitar track in Persona. And like, if I wanted to see Shoji Meguro's shred on electric guitar, I would look up one of the live performances where he plays The Fog, and it's amazing. Prison Labor is not as technically complicated, the guitar part, as The Fog is, but it is. I actually like it more. It's so heavy, the big fucking chunky power chords, building up to this big crazy solo. It's just such a satisfying song that I legitimately would go into the challenge battle thing just to have that song play in the background while I did something else, because it's just like, it's such a satisfying song to play on loop. And I'm in love with the metal fucking guitar parts in Prison Labor, and it is also just a great name for that song too. Because that's just the title of the song, by the way. This is not like a translation of the Japanese title. It's just called, in English, Prison Labor. And that's it. And it's fucking kicks ass.
No More What Ifs is the song in the Jazz Club. That's one of my favorite Persona songs ever. It's actually one of the only ones that I had, like, just for some reason I had listened to ahead of playing the game. So I knew No More What Ifs because I adore that song. I love Lynn's lyrics. I think it's such a perfect kind of winking, knowing version of like the big, sad, romantic jazz club song. And I just loved being in the jazz club when the singer was in and hearing that, because it's such a cool song.
Yeah, it's a fantastic song. And then I know we talked about it in one of the previous podcasts where we just kind of talked about Persona 5 Royal at the beginning of a segment, but it just deserves repeating how good Take Over, the new battle song that plays on Ambushes, is. And I love that they made the new song, the Ambush song, like I said the previous time we talked about in the podcast, where, you know, I've listened to Time to Make History more by listening to the soundtrack of Persona 4 Golden than I ever did playing that game, because you just never not get an ambush, basically. And Takeover is great. Takeover has the best first lyric of any Persona song, because, again, this is Lotus Juice writing this, and it's so good. It's, "We're rolling deep into your underground crib," which is just exactly what I want at the beginning of every single fight. It's just it's this like gangsta ass thing of like, no, we're rolling deep into your underground crib. We're out here in this fucking palace. We're fucking shit up. And there's just a triumphant quality to Take Over as a song that is the reason why that is the first line, is that's like the tone of the song is like, we're here to just like completely fuck you up. And it's so much fun. It's as in the tradition of all these like great Persona battle music. It's a song that you hear a million times, but you never get tired of it because it's so good. And I think that this is one where I think I actually like Takeover more than Last Surprise, which is also great. But this, I think, edges it out for me.
I wouldn't go that far. I do love Takeover. I love the horn part is so crazy. I do like Last Surprise more, and I do kind of wish there was like something in the configuration where like you could switch how the two songs play. Just like, let's say you want to hear Last Surprise a little more for this palace. I wish you could, because you're usually doing ambushes, right? And I do think, like, for me, Last Surprise is the true Persona 5 battle music. It's that or Mass Destruction is my favorite Persona battle theme. Takeover might be number 3. I really do love Takeover. I'm not putting it down. It's just, for me, whenever I would like stumble into doing Last Surprise, I would always be like, Jesus Christ, I love this song. There's something about Last Surprise being a slower, jazzier JRPG battle theme that is so cool to me, and I've always loved that it's a little more down tempo, it's a little more subdued. There's something about it that is just infinitely replayable to me. But that is not to take anything away from Takeover, which kicks fucking ass.
I mean, again, I'll just say, Last Surprise doesn't open with the lyric, "We are rolling deep into your underground crib," and just hearing Lynn say that, I never got tired of it. It's just, every single time, it made me smile. It is one of those, like, Lotus Juice-isms in the lyrics of these songs that's just like, fucking hell yeah.
Kichijoji 199X is the song that plays when you go to play darts. It kicks ass. It's the only one that I have used as a theme song for the podcast before, because it is it's so good. And it's redoing, like, one of the main Persona themes, their Persona 5 themes, but in this, like, really funky way, and I love it.
Yeah, I think we mentioned Ideal in the Real before, because there's the end version that plays over the, like, other bad ending or whatever. But that Ideal in the Real is a really good, like, kind of like what I said before with Interstices of Time from Persona 3 Fest. It's one of those, just like, put it on a loop, and it's like study work music for me. It's just like, have it in the background. It's like bum 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 dum dum. It's just like, because the song is mostly just a beat, and then occasionally a couple of instruments come over the beat and play a little piece. But it's mostly, I think it's a xylophone. It's mostly just someone on a xylophone or a xylophone-esque instrument just playing out this quick little beat melody. And it's very satisfying to listen to.
Colors Flying High is the new opening. There's a new version of the Persona 5 Royal soundtrack, a standalone version, because the soundtrack was only ever packaged in, but now in Japan this month they're coming out with a standalone soundtrack that will have the full version of Colors Flying High, which I've been wanting to hear, because so far we've only had the 90-second opening, so it's kind of hard to gauge this song against other ones. I really like it. It's a good Persona song. I think it kind of pales in comparison to Wake Up, Get Up, Get Out There, which is like one of my 5 favorite Persona songs ever, and I kind of miss it at the beginning of this game. But I do like Colors Flying High, and the animation on the Colors Flying High opening is crazy good.
Yeah, I think I'll agree with you. I think it's got a little bit of, this is how I also felt about Persona 4 The Golden, of like, it's just a thing where the original opening theme of the game is so tied into the identity of the game and a lot of, like, the musical leitmotifs and stuff, that it's like, there are lots of, like, reasons why you replace it, because you can advertise it and all this kind of stuff. But it is the thing where it's like, it's not going to be as good as the original, but the animation is fucking amazing, and particularly the imagery of, like, all the characters in this, like, little cardboard version of Tokyo smashing it up with baseball bats and then turning into little gems, and then you get your money shot of the protagonist and Akachi, like, lying down with the gems, basically
snow angels.
The fan art thing I was just making a joke about before. It didn't even occur to me. It's like, it is exactly that shot in here. It's just they're not almost kissing, because that would maybe be slightly too much to put it at the very beginning of your game. But yes, it is, you know,
yes,
the game is setting up exactly what it's doing in that sequence, and it's fucking great.
It is indeed. And that is the only one in here that, at least on my version of the soundtrack, is credited to Benjamin Franklin as the lyricist, and not Lotus Juice. He did everything else on this one. Benjamin Franklin, if you don't know, this is not the American founding father. This is a Japanese lyricist who did the songs for Persona 5, the vanilla version.
Yeah, and he did a lot of lyrics in other Persona games as well. It's funny because I'm so used to seeing the name specifically as, like, Persona music, lyrics by Benjamin Franklin. Somehow it didn't even occur to me that, oh yes, there is a much, much, much more famous Benjamin Franklin that is not the guy who does the lyrics for a bunch of the English songs in Persona games.
You know, who knows? Maybe Benjamin Franklin never died. He fell into a time vortex. He came out in modern-day Japan, and he decided, fuck it, I'm taking a job at Atlus.
I believe it.
That would be...
Benjamin Franklin was fucking cool. He could write some pretty sick licks, you know? It's like, he knows what's up.
Yeah, he had a lot of time convalescing from all the different strains of syphilis he had.
Exactly.
That is a weird note to end on.
We should end on that note.
No, we shouldn't end on that note. I have one other thing, Sean. So I asked my brother Thomas, is there anything you want us to say on the Persona 5 Royal podcast? And he texted me back an hour or two ago, so halfway through this podcast, and said, don't forget to talk about the lyrics. We did that. And Akechi, we did that. And the third form personas, we did that. And the new Hawaii scenes. There are some good new Hawaii scenes. There's the one where Yoshizawa comes in and ambushes you, and that is very funny and cute.
It's also
and the Showtime.
They have White Day scenes that are like a follow-up to the Valentine's Day one, and I enjoyed that as well.
I loved those, yeah. Those are really good. And the Showtimes, we did that. Oh, here's a good one we didn't mention yet, Sean, which is when Yoshizawa dances at the festival. That is a fantastic scene. One of the coolest pieces of animation. There's actually a significant number of new animated cutscenes in this game. I would kill for them to put out a Blu-ray of all the animated cutscenes, because I know they're on a Blu-ray for the game, but they're kind of compressed to fit in the game disc. I would love just nice, full HD, uncompressed versions, because they are so gorgeous.
Yeah, that Yoshizawa scene is a very good example of where they find very smart, effective ways to integrate her into the existing story. Because that's a really good one. And and all the new animated cutscenes were all done by the same people. It's the same team as well, so like they all blend very naturally into the rest of the presentation.
And the mice puzzles in Shido's Palace, we did that. Yep. And Kishijoji, we did that. And the crossword puzzles. Didn't mention the crossword puzzles. I do love the crossword. Yeah. Those are fun.
Yeah, those are very good. Some of the, like, I do wish that I could see, like, I wish I could flip a switch and just see what the Japanese ones are, because sometimes you can see the English person struggling to be like, well, this is a very Japanese thing, and I'm curious if they changed any of them outright or anything like that, and just made it something totally different, because I have to imagine that is a very hard thing to try to do.
Yeah. And the Thieves' Den, we didn't talk about the Thieves' Den. That's basically the same thing that Persona 4 had, where you can go in and buy all the videos and see all other stuff. It is cool.
Yeah, it's one of those, it's definitely the kind of thing of where this is the updated re-release version of the game, so we have enough additional resources to do the kind of fun things around the edges that developers always want to do, but are always the things like first on the chopping block of, do we really need this like big 3D explorable area where you can look at the concept art in the movies? It's like, would you rather have that, or would you rather have this boss fight actually work? And it's obviously it's going to go to the boss fight, but it's one of the things that's nice about these kinds of products is that they just get that little extra level, that little extra touch. I particularly like that you can go in and you can, on the top floor, you can change your character model and run around as the other characters. You can't do anything, but you just get to look at their walk cycles and be like, hey, I can push the analog stick and be Morgana, and that's a good time.
I actually haven't done that yet. I need to do that.
Yeah.
And finally, Thomas says, and Jose. We didn't talk about Jose. Jose is weird. I don't know who Jose is. There's some implication he's working for someone that we know, but I don't know who that is.
I think the implication is supposed to be that he's an agent of Philemon, who is a character that goes to like Persona 1 and the Persona 2s that they never really brought into the main Persona games, but Philemon is the master that Igor serves. So I think that's it's one of the things that they tend to do this. They tend to like put, here's like something that will never be followed up on, that is mostly meaningless, but sort of gestures at like a sort of like vague, bigger mythology behind everything. Like the Persona 4 Arena games did that. The Persona 2 re-releases did the same thing. Just like, here's like a little thingy for you to look at. That's mostly, I mean, it exists because they wanted to have a character that did the new gameplay stuff, so they created Jose. But then I imagine they were just like, we need to have some sort of vague narrative justification for why there's a weird robot boy who drives around in Mementos. So let's connect him, like, not explicitly connect him to Philemon, but just vaguely connect him to Philemon, so that nerds like me who played the old Persona games can go like, that's probably reference to Philemon.
Well, there you go. This is your long-awaited Persona 5 Royal podcast. We did it. I think we did it justice. We certainly did it for fucking long enough. My back hurts.
Yeah, we've been podcasting for longer than just recording this podcast, just to let everybody know that who's listening.
Yep.
As we close out, Jonathan, I want to close out this podcast with our time-honored tradition of the dramatic readings of Persona lyrics, because I want to read dramatically the lyrics to Colors Flying High, the one by Benjamin Franklin, because while Lotus Juice is the best lyricist, because he's the best lyricist, in some ways it's like he's the worst one to do the dramatic readings for, because his lyrics are actually really good. But Colors Flying High has some very fun lyrics. But before I do that, Jonathan, do you have any last message for us on our Persona 5 The Royal long time coming podcast?
It is one of, if not the best games ever made. I think in my heart of hearts, my heart still belongs to Persona 3. It's still my favorite Persona. But you cannot deny what a goddamn masterpiece Persona 5 The Royal is.
I 100% agree. So I will now begin Colors Flying High by Benjamin Franklin. Your flag, your alibi. Can you hide behind claiming might is right? Raise your fist to the sky while below your boots common men die. Colors fly. Tell us who to love and who to hate. And by the by, will the memories of our morals fade? Staying true to your own convictions in this haze is harder to do than say. So choose a color to live by. Your goal, your faith, your virtue. Give it all. Be the best, 'cause nothing less will do. You can rule the world with colors flying high. You know that if you stay true, green or blue, red or white, you can't lose with your colors flying high.